Go home and get rest. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Poor Eunice is not feeling well today, but she is here nonetheless because she is a soldier in the army of your entertainment. So welcome, everybody. It is wonderful to see you.
I fight for entertainment.
Yes, you do. Let's go. We've got the red light. We are ready to rock and roll. Super Blue, look at you showing up first with that first comment. I got to go to bed. If anyone reads this, I hope you have a lovely day. All right. Thank you, Super Blue. Appreciate the good luck. Sleep well. I hope you're not on the west coast of America, because if you are, you have stayed up entirely too late. Jay Sharpie, what is up? Welcome. It is wonderful to see you guys all today. We are, per usual, going to be prepping for the Tom Bilyeu Show episode, and we go as a community here for the beginning. So this is going to be pure engagement with you guys, talking about what happened yesterday. We want to know what you guys want to see covered in today's episode. We have our document going per usual. Today, so far, we've got Claude Sonnet 3.7 is out. I'm trying to warn you guys every day at how fast AI is going. It is 1 a.m. in Japan. Jay Sharpie, let's go. Were the roles were reversed, I would already be asleep, but I appreciate you being here with us. Esoteric Dichotomy, what is up, man? Welcome to the feed. Claude Sonnet 3.7 is out. Elon tweets, scam Altman, can't mom and dad just get along? You guys are building the future. By the way, we are living in a world, Drew, where it is a very real possibility that in our lives, human beings are on the surface of Mars. That is crazy to me.
It's nuts.
It's crazy, but it's inspiring. Like, I'm super inspired by that idea. What's your vibe on that? Like, are you like, yeah, this is rad, and I can't believe that Lynn gets to grow up in this world, or why are we going to other planets?
No, I feel like we need to solve the light year problem, because it blew my mind that light years actually means years that it would take light to travel that distance.
Yeah.
And that we get so far, we start measuring in time instead of like actual like feet and like miles.
Mm-hmm.
So I just figured, how can we get faster than light? So I feel like once they solve that problem, yes, we'll get to Mars, but I feel like we're also going to go everywhere then. Like that's
true if it's possible. Eric Weinstein has a really interesting take on this that I can't fully wrap my mind around.
But is it like it's possible, or is it?
Yes, it's very possible, and he knows roughly how to do it. Jared Crenshaw, what is up, man? Welcome. Ribsy, always good to see you. The only dishwasher on YouTube. What? That's my theory. Are we talking about you know how to bend space and time? Because if you do,
leaving a lot of money on the table.
First of all, as the only dishwasher on YouTube, I am fascinated that you're deep in physics. But please do share. Jay Sharpie, why not give light a little shove and it'll go faster than light? Jay Sharpie, if only it worked that way, that would be absolutely incredible. Oh, Quincy.
Ivar S. Comment got buried. He was Thomas in the house.
Let's go. Let's go. A callback to yesterday. That is part of the fun, by the way, of building a community is the callbacks. I'll be very curious to see how deep people go with some of the callbacks. But I would like everybody to note that Eunice is slowly getting the message from the community that they want to see more. We can't call this an animal, but it's in the same vein. So I think this is like,
yeah.
So because my view is obscured by a tripod, it is something like a cake monster sitting on a cup of coffee.
I think it's like a dog rabbit with a cake on its
dog
head.
Rabbit. Okay.
And it has like a humanoid mouth, which is kind of creepy.
Jarring, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit weird.
But it's cute. And
I'm here for it.
It's very comfy. And there's strawberries on the sleeves.
Obviously.
And
yeah, I couldn't get away with that outfit. I have no instinct to wear that outfit. It's so funny. I was so in an aggressive mood this morning. And so there's a song, Hey Man, Nice Shot. Yeah. Your face says it's weird to be in an aggressive mood.
Yeah, you just woke up aggressive?
Yeah. Oh, yes, my friend. Largely an echo of yesterday. But there was a song called Hey Man, Nice Shot by Filter, I think. And I was just feeling it. And I was like, baby, you got to listen to this song. This is the vibe. And I knew as I was handing her the headphones, I'm like, she is going to hate this so much. And she put it on. She said, I feel like I'm being tortured right now. You try to share. And alas, no sharing to be had. Yeti Bandit is in the house. What is up, brother? After your conversation with Peter Diamandis, what most intrigued you for AI and health?
I dropped today.
The thing on AI and health that I can't remember if Peter and I talked about it because we recorded that over a month ago, I think. So on that, it is protein folding. If we can solve for protein folding and actually start making unique proteins, given that proteins do things in the body, if you can make unique proteins, you can do unique things with your body. That is crazy. So that to me is the real frontier. Can AI help us identify biological processes that have so far been too complicated for us to really track down? So that. Selena Meyer. Eunice is so cute.
Aww.
I have a feeling that Eunice was not going to read that one out. So we are not at the bottom, Eric. We need to get so that we're seeing the live comments here. Oh, wait. I think I saw Elizabeth in the feed. Let's go. It was a 6 a.m. torture. Yes, my wife was not thrilled to listen to extremely, what do they call it? Screamo. It is such a good song. And chat, if I could, I would play it for you. But alas, YouTube go hard with those copyright strikes. So we will not be doing that. Joey Rubino, live is so exciting. Joey, we love doing this. And it is only because you guys show up and hang out with us that this actually works. So thank you guys. Wait a second. The only dishwasher says time doesn't revolve around us. True.
Time is defined by the earth revolving around the sun.
Oh, can't agree with you there. The only dishwasher on YouTube.
I guess
time is defined. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes,
yeah.
fair. I get where he's going. Fair. That's fair. I take it all back. The only dishwasher. I agree with you.
But
humans define time by the earth revolving around the sun. That would be something that would sit more with me.
How do animals define time?
That is a really good question. It's going to be the same because they'll do it by light cycles. They probably don't even realize how much they are also influenced by the changing seasons, because there are times of plenty. There are going to be times where finding food is hard, and nature is wise enough to make it hard for you to get pregnant when they know that the baby will be born in a time of scarcity, which is why animals are only in heat in certain periods, because that will time it out such that you would have your baby at a good time. It's pretty fascinating the way the human body responds in incredible ways to like famines. There's this whole video. It's too maybe in our new world where we share longer videos with people, we could actually watch this. But there's a video that lays out how if it is a time of scarcity, you're less likely to have a boy, and in times of plenty, you're more likely to have a boy. And that the male to female ratio at pregnancy, at inception, is skewed. It's like 106 boys for every 100 girls. So because nature kills boys like fast. First of all, boys do dumb shit as you want them to do. We are evolutionarily programmed to do extremely risky things to get laid. So that is like deeply embedded in the male psyche. And man, it's really funny when you start looking at this stuff just like discompassionately. The disposable male hypothesis, boys and girls, I think it is a real thing. It is a real thing. Time is a construct of consciousness. Billy, do I agree with you? I think I know what you mean. That does not feel like the most high utility way to think about it. Because if Eric Weinstein is right, and the right analogy is a record and the thing, I forget what they call that arm that you can move from track to track. And if you're young, you have no idea what I'm talking about right now. But if Eric is right, and that's the right way to think about it, you can literally move the arm around, but where you're placing it is time. So to fail to understand that when you're folding space-time, you're folding two dimensions, and that matters a lot if you're actually trying to functionally move around. So I wouldn't say that it's a construct of the human consciousness, but I would say that our relationship to time is probably trapping at least people like me that cannot think through physics properly. It's trapping us in a way that it ought not to. That I will give you. Word. Chad! I haven't seen you in a minute. Forgive me if you've been here the whole time and I just haven't seen it. But welcome, man. It is good to see you. Appreciate very much that you are loving the episodes. And anybody that mentions Kaizen gets double points in my book. Eunice, I've been meaning to ask you this.
Yeah.
We see every now and then, if somebody, oh God, I don't even want to say this out loud because people are going to troll, but you can see a downvote, but you don't see upvotes. Why would YouTube.
down vote.
Yeah, I will see down thumbs come across the screen. But
don't
if
see
you
that.
look at our ratios are always like massively positive, like 9-1 minimum, usually 9.5 to 1.
Okay.
But I only see the down thumb. Do you ever notice them go by on the screen?
On these, no.
Really? What's happening?
I don't see any down
Okay,
thumbs.
wait. Now I did just see one. So that's interesting. If my brain is, because that one was up, if my brain is only attuned to the downvotes, that would be hilarious. But I think it's actually because the downvotes move down and the upvotes move up. So you see it for a longer time if it goes, I don't know.
Now
It
I'm
could
actually
just be that
testing
I'm-
emojis. I don't see anything pop up.
No. For sure. Watch that screen for a while.
Oh,
It's
Ecamm
an
does it.
Ecamm. So what are we doing on the Ecamm that triggers that?
It's just how it's responding to the different lives. I don't know if it groups all different channels that we're on.
What? This feels like a lie, G. By the way, we have a new off-camera character that you guys will begin to wonder if they are real, but I assure you they are. Are we at the bottom of chat?
Oh, that was good.
All lies. I was going to say, Ribsy, this is good TV. I
Robert,
appreciate
that blew my mind too when Peter Diamandis was talking about the embryonic clones and he just dropped it in the interview when he was talking about how they kind of can clone.
that they're going to, cloning.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
embryonic clones, like that was like,
Clones
Technology,
worry
man.
me.
yeah.
Clones worry me. Yeti Bandit said, it's a setting in Ecamm. I think you can turn them off. Thank you, Yeti Bandit. I don't know what they are. So off is probably better as they do distract. And I don't know how, if I knew how to interpret them, then it might be useful. But I just see like this quick flash. Meg 7 House of Cards. I don't know what that means. Alan Satoshi Greenspan. I think I saw you in the PBD podcast this morning. Can you confirm or deny that? I wear my Kaizen shirt all the time, Chad. Thank you. I have worn mine so much that they have begun to crack. I'm very sad to report. We need to make more. We need more. Anyway, okay. So, boys and girls, today's episode so far is Claude Sonnet 3.7, Elon Musk tweeting at Sam Altman, calling him Scam Altman, the Epstein files getting deleted as fast as people can go. I am... Can you imagine a world in which Trump isn't on them? Like, they were really close.
Yeah. Like
You can imagine a world, or you
Trump is
assume
definitely-
that will be selectively deleted.
Trump is definitely on the Epstein, but I think the Epstein files aren't as big as the gotcha that we want them to be.
Really?
Because I feel like it's gonna be half of the entertainers, politicians.
It's just going to be so overwhelming.
Yeah, it's gonna be so many people that
Uh-huh.
it's one of those things. Like if everybody's guilty, nobody's guilty,
Okay.
or you just think everybody.
Once it comes to underage, it's bad news bears.
Because
bad
I think
news
that's going to be
bears.
the differentiation. Everybody's going to be like, I'm on that list because I went to a fundraiser with him.
Yeah.
But I left before they brought off all the
Here's
babies.
the thing. I've been
Like,
to a Diddy party.
So if there was a Diddy list,
Yes, there is a Diddy list.
Technically, you would be on the Diddy
Yes.
list, even though you weren't with the baby oil
Yes.
section.
100%.
So that's
Oh
my-
God, are we really gonna let people off that easily? Okay.
That's crazy.
Never, when I went to that fucking party, never did I think that I was building a house out of glass. Let me just tell you right now.
That's what I feel like it's going to be weird. They're going to end up like releasing it and having a bunch of asterisks, so it's not going to be the
Yeah.
smoking gun we think it is.
Yeah.
But don't
I
get
think
me
there are
wrong.
a
There's
lot of
definitely some
people counting
pedos
that.
there. It's like I'm
Lisa
not.
says, Drew, you're crazy. Guilty is guilty.
Yes.
Lisa has also been to a Diddy party, everybody. I wish I could say that she's got the baby oil to prove it, but alas, we were gone long before then. It didn't even seem like, okay, so we were there for his 50th birthday party, and it just seemed like a normal party. I mean, look, it was ridiculously expensive because he built like I mean, to call it a tent is to undersell it. He built this gigantic thing in his backyard that's technically a tent because it's a temporary thing that you can tear down, but like the walls were not flimsy.
Oh, nice.
And it housed a lot of people. And it just felt like, honestly, it felt like we were part of the unwashed masses because we couldn't get into the like special area, but you could see inside, you could see Diddy, Jay-Z, Beyonce. I mean, it was really OTT from
So it was like you were in the overflow room, and then everybody was
you
in
were
the main
outside.
house. Like,
So you're in his backyard.
Yeah.
So you walk through his house into the backyard, and in the backyard is this gigantic structure. And there were like all these little places like, you can get food here and like all kinds of different little things outside. And then inside, where everybody went to do like his big toast to his actual birthday party, that's where like the proper celebrities were. But yeah, there was very much a caste system of some people get to be inside the tent and other people do not. So we were in the do not get to be inside the tent thing. But yeah, when this all broke, I was like, yo, what is happening? Tom, please bring back health theory. Luminous. So I am all for, if there are topics around health like Peter Diamandis coming on and talking about future tech and its collision with health, that's interesting. But really immersing yourself in that area only captures my attention to a certain degree. So I've just found myself wandering away from it. Also, in fact, here is really, if I scan my mind for why we started breaking away from it, it is the most outside of everything else. So the only time that I get into it is when it collides with another bucket like future tech. I'll talk about it from the RFK Jr. because now it's colliding with politics. Like when it intersects with another one of our things, then I'll absolutely do it. Otherwise, no. And Danielle Hayes, yes, we are really live. We are really live. How long does Bitcoin go? Alan, what do you mean?
How low? Bitcoin's in the
That is better. If you read what's actually written, it makes a lot more sense. Is Bitcoin dropping?
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Here's, boys and girls, don't trust your emotions. The odds that it stays low, no matter how low it drops, are virtually zero. So
it's on sale.
It's on sale. Perfectly said. One of the things that we should probably talk about today is inflation as a 0.9 correlation to me pausing because the red light is on. Let's go, Eunice. Take us there. The only dishwasher on YouTube with a super chat. Let's go.
That's it. That's all we got.
Just to say, he is the only dishwasher on YouTube.
They just wanted to say hello.
What's
pretty
up?
much.
Facts. I love it. Thank you. Only dishwasher. Super chats mean the world to us. Thank you, everybody. Miggy says, BTC on sale. I stacked some Cardano. Okay, mid-sentence, we took a left turn there. That's okay. That's okay. Punctuation is optional. Ivar S. Did you ever get that inflation button? We don't have any of our sound buttons. Are we going to get serious about that? We probably should.
Yeah,
it's more entertaining, right? Anything we can do to maximize entertainment value?
And the funny thing is we have a stream deck.
We do. Literally, it's on the other side of that curve.
Yeah, we just need to actually load it up.
Let's go.
We just need Tom to say inflation so that
into a mic somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do all that. We'll do all that. Solana undervalued, says Danielle Hayes. I do not confirm or deny that. Thoughts on Nikola Tesla? Alan Satoshi Greenspan, I want to crawl inside your mind just for a second. You come fast and furious with the questions. So my thoughts on Nikola Tesla are one of my favorite quotes. I think this was asked of Einstein. But it was somebody of that caliber. And they said, what's it like to be the smartest man on earth? And he said, I don't know. You would have to ask Nikola Tesla. So people that were around Tesla were like, this guy's different, but so different that he was not effective in navigating real life. Red light.
Truth Devin says, Tom, why do you think that sometimes the truth is not widespread knowledge, even though the truth looks obvious?
Because identifying the truth is next to impossible. And anybody that thinks they have the truth is confusing their emotions with objective reality. That is the true answer. So human interpretation is what people usually mean when they say truth. So what is a really good example? Here is what I would consider a statement of fact. Drew has style. Drew knows how to dress. But that is going to be very controversial. Some people are going to hate the way that Drew dresses. Now, who's right? The correct answer is nobody. So all of these things, there is a thing that happened, and then there's an interpretation of the thing that happened. Like, are you ready? Tom Billy believes murder is bad, but murder is actually completely neutral. It is only thinking that makes it good or bad. So To give you an example of that, let's say that somebody killed 1,000 people. They were a doctor in a hospital and they were injecting babies with something that killed them and they got away with it for 10 years. There are going to be a lot of people that are like, murder that motherfucker right now. Who's right? Who's wrong? If somebody breaks into my house, I'm going to shoot them in the face. Technically, I'm going to shoot them center mass, but you get the idea. Am I right? Am I wrong? So there is a thing that happens, and then there is a human layer of interpretation. So math is facts. Physics are facts. Everything else is interpretation. Now, because we will agree on so many things, we think that those things are true, but they are not. And that's how people get confused. Ought from is, says Real in the Bandit, and you are correct. Ought as a statement of moral and is as a statement of fact.
What is your stance on guns? Do you have
Yes.
I'm not gonna. You got like an arsenal, or you got a couple?
I've got enough. You don't want to come into this house uninvited.
Copy.
And remember, I woke up this morning and put "Hey man, nice shot" on repeat.
You did wake up aggressive.
So this
No
is where homie is not on the left when it comes to breaking into my fucking house.
No
I will
problems.
ventilate somebody. So I don't understand people that are like, I would have such a hard time pulling the trigger. I would have a hard time stopping. Now, as 50 Cent says, I try not to say nothing the DA might want to play in court. So I need to back the fuck off
What is
of
happening
these
this
statements. But bro, yeah. So
happening?
I'm not going to wander around the streets.
I know I'm under the weather, but I feel like I'm in the twilight zone right now.
Really? Are you surprised that I armored up?
No, I'm surprised at how you're going about it.
Really? Why? Say more.
There it is, Selena. Tom got the blinky on.
Tom got the blinking. Tom got the blinking.
Oh,
He
wait,
made
did
the
we blink?
noises and
And I missed
everything.
it?
She got the water gun emojis.
Oh, I missed all this. Okay, so but tell me what the problem is.
There's no problem. Dude, I just, I wasn't expecting you to throw around like 50 Cent and the blinking
What?
noises
Hold
and
on,
stuff
hold
like
on.
that.
Chat. I need to know that if I said who is the person I most want to get on the show, that there are two names that would come up.
Elon.
And
50 Cent.
correct. 50 Cent is legitimately
I have-
probably my
I
number
have
2 most
never heard
desired
you say
guest.
50 Cent.
Wow.
I got 50 Cent.
Dude, so he wrote a book.
Yeah.
Not the one that he did with Robert Greene, which is also awesome, but he wrote another one, which is unbelievably good. And it is good life advice. The more I learn about that guy, the more I'm like, God damn, he is a phenomenal mix of savvy and the threat of violence. Yes.
We have a super chat.
Let's go. Super chat.
From-
Super chat.
Dr. Sexy.
Okay.
Nice.
Dr. Sexy says, what's your opinion on Dr. Jack Cruz? Love him or hate him?
I know
think
almost nothing about him.
It would be an interesting show if you
In fact,
did one
who
with
is
him.
David pitched him. That was the guy that was talking about like red light therapy, and this was back when like
Let's look him up.
COVID.
Dr. Jack Cruz.
Yeah. He was talking about something else. It was me, you, and David's group chat.
Neurosurgeon and optimal health educator. But this takes you to a very weird website.
No, yeah, go to YouTube.
Isn't that fascinating that is more useful than Google? Google is I know that they're owned, but Google is in trouble. Dr. Jack.
Yeah, my daughter uses
Cruz.
TikTok to search.
Yo,
She's like,
TikTok. I got to get way more
I
into
saw
TikTok.
that like in real time. Somebody doing that.
nothing
and I
is
thought it
making
was
this
the
easy.
craziest
I was
thing.
like, what?
Someone was like, how to cut bangs, and they went on TikTok. And I was like, what?
Well, he's wearing a Make America Healthy Again shirt. He was on the Danny Jones podcast, so I'm guessing he's right-leaning. Not that matters, by the way. This is weird. There's a thumbnail of him with no shirt, but he's maybe not the person I want to see with no shirt. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I don't even recognize him. I've heard the name before, but
He was on somebody's podcast where he was wearing his MAGA hat.
yeah, that's one of the thumbnails. Again, I obviously don't have any beef with that, but yeah, don't know. That's the long and the short of it. DF, whoever said the meek will inherit the earth did a mistranslation of the Bible. There is a very interesting read of that from Jordan Peterson, who says, whether this is true or not, that the ancient Greek translation of that word is better translated as somebody who has a sword but keeps it sheathed. Now, if that's true, that makes a lot of sense to me. So you are capable of fighting, but you try to avoid it.
There was a IT employee question. If you could scroll up real quick, G.
James, thank you. That's very kind. BTC as low as 80K.
Nav. That's why we got Tom to start streaming, because we feel Tom in the company is way different than Tom in interview. So then we were like, we need Tom's company personality to come out, and that's what you guys get now.
Like
Now,
Tom
is
in the
Tom
office
always
personality.
nice?
Tom in the office.
Tom is not always nice. That would be really weird. Nobody should always be nice. I like to think Tom is always appropriate to the situation, but I have a feeling that not everybody's going to agree with that. Back to our idea of what is actually true. Can we identify what is actually true? No. So I do my best at all times to be appropriate to the situation, but there are definitely times where only being very blunt will do. Literally just yesterday, I had a meeting where I assure you, nobody is going to say, oh, you know what? Tom was really nice in that meeting. I was very aggressive. I was very direct. I don't think I was mean or cruel, but I was certainly not nice. So kind, not nice. I'm not always kind either. I don't think kind is always appropriate. Respectful? Yes, probably. Even that, though, I'm sure I can misfire at times. But again, appropriate to the situation. That is the only thing I will say. I always do my best to be appropriate to the situation. But sometimes appropriate to the situation is aggressive. I try to act in accordance with, if I were being recorded right now, would I be embarrassed by it if somebody had the context? I tried never to do something where I'd be like, woof, I don't like that vibe at all. Yeah, again, appropriate to the situation. I am always goal-oriented. That is the truth.
What is the difference between kind and nice? Do you guys think?
Well, if I had to imagine, people are saying that you've got a long-term goal for what you want for that person. And sometimes the kindest thing that you can do is be honest with them if they're fucking up or whatever, because it's going to end up being good for them in the long run. I think that is putting a layer of makeup on just a difficult situation. And the reality is you're just telling somebody the truth. And I'm not telling somebody the truth, even though it is good for them in the long run. That's probably not why I'm telling them the truth. I'm telling them the truth because they have come into conflict with my goals. And now I'm saying, look, this is what we've agreed is the goal that we share, and we are moving towards this. You're now creating a problem. And I will tell them that directly. Now, the reality is if they're short-circuiting inside of my company, that they really will be better off. Get a break, go away, clear your head, find a place where you're going to thrive. But the honest answer is I'm doing it because they are now fucking up my company, and that I will not tolerate. So some people, like even my boy Ray Dalio, is going to say like, hey, the kindest thing is to set somebody free and let them go be successful somewhere else. Not to call Ray out, but I really doubt that is the driving motivator for why he's doing that. Because yeah, you are almost certainly going to put somebody through a very difficult time. And so even if they come out the other side better, was it kind? Look, I get the way that people define it, but that's just not how I think about it. The biblical definition of meek is power under control. Okie dokie, that is such a good way to sum that up. I hope you will forgive me for stealing that. I will try to credit you, but it's always tough when as a okie dokie, Sophie said. But the biblical definition of meek, go back, is power under control. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Power under control, power under control. I like that a lot. A lot.
Good morning.
I agree, Miggy. I will not claim to be 100% in that camp. I don't think I'm never intentionally mean, but there are also times where I am so focused on just getting to what is true in the moment that my filter for, am I saying this in the perfect way with perfect kindness, goes out the window. That's the truth.
I feel like there's a weird line too of like people being like just straight up assholes, and they're like, "Well, I was just being honest." And I'm
Yes.
Like, well, all right.
Yeah.
You're just kind of being a butthole just because you're like, I'm parading it as honesty type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, when people
That is very
overuse the
true.
word blunt, like you just don't like my bluntness.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
It's like, no, you're
Yeah.
just a jerk.
Or a lot of
Yeah.
people just being like, well, I'm just going to cut you off. Like people are very much in the being very blunt, cutting people off, not communicating phase of life right now.
That's the thing.
And they're like,
culturally.
Yeah, and they're like, I'm protecting my peace. And I'm like, you can do that by being a good person.
You just want to be
too.
more and more of an echo chamber. I think that's all that is.
Correct.
You want a bunch of yes men around you, so you're when you have your emotions or your feelings or things being in conflict, you then just cut them off and say, well, you guys are you're intruding on me, but really it's like you're running from accountability.
That's so interesting. That's so not useful in the long run.
That's why the streets are trash.
Selena says, protecting my peace pisses me off. This is
it.
my first introduction to the idea, but I will say, as described, it does not sound useful. Red light. Give it to us, Eunice.
We got a red light. We got a super
Red
chat.
light special. Chad.
From
What's up, brother?
Chad.
Shout out
Well,
to
thank you,
chat,
man.
super chat.
Guys, with the super chats, just the super chat. Thank
Also,
you.
do you mind moving the light a little this way or something? I can't, for some reason, I
Which
can't
way?
hit it today.
This way?
This, yeah.
Is that better?
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank
good?
you. Thank you.
All right. I am no one says everyone loves my blunts. Ayo! We see what you did there. We see what you did there. Everyone is stressed and depressed. Danielle, yeah, people got to take responsibility. This is not going to be a popular take, but people need to take responsibility for their mental health. Like, let's say that it's environmental toxins, it's social media, it's whatever. No one is coming to save you.
Nope.
So even if you are not responsible for the damage, let's say that you were hit by a car and it was a drunk driver. You did nothing wrong. Let's say you were sleeping in your bed and a drunk driver crashes through the wall, hits you, and now you have to go through physical therapy. Okay, that sucks. I really feel for you. But the reality is, even if it was Bill Gates that hit you with a car and they have all the money in the world to pay for all of your therapy, you still have to be the one to do it. And shout out to, I'm going to remember his name, Coleman Hughes, who used that exact example. And I thought, yes, this is en fuego. Truth, Devin, with the super chat. Let's go.
Super chat.
It scares me why people have strong group thinking. How do you not fall prey to group thinking when you know what works or doesn't? It feels lonely due to the group opinion is different from truth. Okay, so one, I'm very empathetic to how difficult it is to identify the truth. So I don't worry about the defective AI that I am currently surrounded by. I also know that I am routinely the defective AI in the situation. So I try simply to steer by what is effective. I have a goal. I want to know what's going to get me there. I have spent a lot of time and energy building my self-esteem around being willing to do that, to change what I believe in order to get something that is more useful. Also, either through discipline or through a luck of the genetic draw or a combination of the two, I really get excited about goals and I actually want to achieve them. And so it is very easy to set aside a poor strategy for a better strategy. Even if somebody calls it out in like a mean way and they're trying to hurt my feelings by pointing out that my thinking doesn't make any sense, if they're right and I can more efficiently move towards my goals, I'm going to adopt it. So man, oh man, do I wish more people could internalize that because it is so useful.
Follow-up question.
Yep.
How do I not get sucked with like groupthink ideology? Like
You've got to constantly test your idea against reality.
No,
So,
but I'm saying specifically for like you're in an environment where entitlement is prevalent and you're in an environment where frustration is prevalent or blaming or how do I not succumb to it's so easy to blame other people. It's so easy to feel entitled. It's so easy and everybody around me is feeling this way and I'm not wrong and all these people are telling me I'm not wrong. But how do you kind of...
don't trust your emotions.
Boom.
The stronger emotion I have, like this morning, I loved the way I felt, Drew. And I was like, this is how you blind yourself. So, hey, loop the song 5 or 6 times. It felt really fucking good. And then understand because this feels so good, you will make a mistake. Mm-hmm. So chill the fuck out, enjoy it, but do it like emotions I treat like drugs. And just like when I'm high, I'm not like, oh, I bet I'm thinking very clearly right now. I'm like, okay, this is the worst possible time for me to make a decision. Great for sex, terrible for decision making. So I know better. So when I'm on an emotion like that, I'm like, whether this feels good or bad, I do not trust it. I'm not going to invest in this. And so if I'm like in a group and everybody's thinking the same way, I have so learned through life of making ridiculous mistakes that feeling is the thing to distrust. So if I saw the whole group, like everybody entitled, whatever, I'm going to step back and go, wait a second. Is this actually moving me towards my goals? What are my goals? I'm going to restate them. Okay, that's where I'm trying to get to. is this emotion going to take me there? And so this is why you have to have a scaffolding of beliefs that you have articulated to yourself. This is why I wrote them down. It started out as 25 bullet points. I think it's still 25, but the idea being I'm trying to map out what I believe to be true about the world, much of which is stable across time, just because I've, in almost 50 years, I put these things to the test so many different ways. And so I'll ask myself, okay, what are the base assumptions that are driving my thinking on this? Okay, you can get better at anything. I believe that people are blinded by their emotions. So as I start running through them, I will encounter, this group has a strong emotion. I'm getting swept up in it. I know that humans are influenced by other humans, but I also know that humans are absolutely fucking terrible at getting to their goals. So now I'm just like, every alarm I have goes off. And because one of my core beliefs is that people should distrust their emotions, obviously every hypothesis is autobiographical. So I'm like, I don't trust my emotions, which is why I tell other people not to trust theirs. So I shouldn't get swept up in this. And then I just go back into the physics of progress. But too often people make excuses for why their life is not what they want it to be. Whereas I'm just like, I'm doing something wrong, but I can't see it yet. And so now I'm like, oh, fuck, who is going to help me see this?
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine from back home call me this morning, and she was asking about jobs and things like that. And I'm like, yeah, but what have you done? She said, well, I was working at this other job, and let me just tell you. And like for like 20 minutes, rattled off how everybody at her old company did this to her, did that to her, this. And it was just like, I can tell that she's told this story before, and everybody's like, oh man, that sucks. They're such bad people. And I'm just like, you haven't worked there in 3 years, and you still were able to go off for 20 minutes and tell me how bad everybody over there is. Like, I think there's some unprocessed things there that you need to kind of work through. But I feel like I haven't talked to you in 7 years, and you just called me out the blue. So I'm like, yeah, man, that sucks. I hope you work it out, but let me know if I can do anything for you. Yeah. And kind of like got out of that situation. But I can kind of see in that response sometimes where it's like you get told the story, you get that story like locked in, and then people are now telling you back like, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, you should feel that way. And then you kind of go through this loop and spiral. And yeah, it's...
That makes me very, very sad, Drew. I really thought you were about to say that you said, hey, look, because I care about you, I want to say this. But I get it. If you haven't talked to them in 7 years,
I feel like that's not...
chicken out too.
Yeah, maybe that's the kind and the nice thing. Like maybe I should have said like, hey, let me give you life advice.
Here's the thing.
Like
it becomes a question of why do they call? So if they've got the nails sticking out of their forehead and they really just want you to say, God, that must suck, then I get it. I have just learned in my marriage that if you don't do that, at least some percentage of the time, you will alienate them in a way that as a guy, I cannot relate. But nonetheless, my pattern recognition tells me is true. But man, if somebody calls me, I'm not the guy to call when you want to hear like, wow, that really sucks. And hey, this is why I have a very small group of friends. So take that for what it's worth. But yeah. I don't want to be told, man, it must suck to have a nail in your head. I want somebody to take the fucking nail out.
100%.
So there
I feel
it
like
is.
as a lady with a large group of lady friends, most of them just want to vent.
Yeah.
99% of the time.
Yeah.
So I just let them go.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, do you like want me to like give you advice? And if they're like, yeah, and then I'm like, okay. But if they just want to vent, I just let them.
And you're cool with that. It doesn't bother you at all.
I can only do so much, and they will only listen so much. So like that's why I'm like, hey, if you want me to like give you advice, I will. But if you really just are like in a bad mood, you just need to blow off some steam. Cool, blow it off then. I don't know. Like
fair.
It depends on the situations too. Like if there's like a situation where they're like in a weird relationship dynamic and things are getting crazy or whatever, then I'm like, all right, get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
But if they're just like, had a bad day at work, whatever, I'm like, all right. I know you just want to vent right now. That's
so interesting. I'm sure I do that to my wife from time to time, but man, do I spend precious little time with that. I hate the venting thing, says King Tut AI. You and I are alike. Asking them if they just want to vent doesn't work most of the time. That has not been my experience.
Yeah,
I'm going to need to understand how you're asking them.
But
in between football plays, like
yeah,
what happened?
Plus also, I feel like as you grow your group of friends or whatever, like who you go to for venting or for advice. Like I know if I go to my sister, she's gonna give me like the best advice ever and be like, I'm gonna tell it to you straight. I know this might not be what you want to hear or whatever. but like, I know this is what you're feeling. This is how blah, 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 blah. And like, I'm like, you're so right.
I like your sister already. We've got a super chat, everybody, from Esoteric Dichotomy.
Super chat.
Let's go. How can we get more Americans to, oh God, how can we get more Americans to live within their means? Inflation is bad. Ooh, boy, do we agree on that. But many buy luxuries on credit cards, personal loans, and auto loans. Okay, so first of all, some of this is going to be the cultural thing of getting people to understand that debt does come due and it creates tremendous problems in your life. And then some of it is stop creating the economic situation where they are better off spending money and spending money on credit because the value of the dollar goes down over time. And so you borrow $100,000 today, but it's only worth $50,000 not too long from now. And so you actually are better off doing, we go back. You're actually better off doing that than you are not having any leverage. And this is why President Trump was saying you can actually be under leveraged, which gives me the creeps, but he's not wrong in an inflationary environment. My wife says, I feel so seen right now. Yes, my wife likes to talk about nails and foreheads from time to time. There is no doubt about that. Vent, 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 for sure. All right. Balin Gutierrez. Bro, it's been 10 years and I'm fangirling. I don't have enough context for that. Balin, my ego wants to make that about me, but I don't know that it is, so we will leave it alone.
I think it's about Lisa. Sorry.
There we go. That's what I'm saying. That's why you gotta, I'm honest, but not foolish enough to think I'm right. There we go. Let's go.
William, what is this? Have y'all heard the Kobe Bryant ghost lore?
No, but
What
if
is-
Kobe Bryant is going
Kobe-
to haunt anywhere, Kobe, if I could get you to come haunt this place,
That's-
that would be dope.
That's weird.
Push me to be better. I want a Kobe Bryant ghost.
Booze don't block dunks.
Oh, man.
Wake up.
Wait,
Let's go. Drew, that's the alarm clock I want. My God, I'm turned on right now.
That's
I
crazy.
want that so badly. Oh, Jesus. Is there a recording of him saying it? I've only seen it.
we
in
could,
writing.
what, that?
Yeah, Kobe saying booze don't block dunks.
Let's see if we can find it.
Oh, my God.
Or actually, I want
Drew's
Drew to say
flirting
it.
with me.
I want Drew to say it just like how he did it and record it for you.
That was
so
pretty
way
good.
it can be your
That will be a good backup plan. But if we can get the goat saying it in his own voice, that would be the
have-
business.
Okay, won't turn on. But
There
we
we
have a
go.
super chat.
There we go. We
Okay.
gotta figure out
We have a
the
super
light.
chat from Chad.
Let's go, Chad.
Chad says, my business partner is a genius. He discovered a new understanding of human cognition and is able to teach people languages 10 times faster than normal.
Damn.
Potential Series A round in the works.
Let's go, man. Congratulations. That's incredible. Let's go. Business partners for the win. I respect it. That's awesome, man. Very cool. Keep us posted.
If you could
Keep
learn
us
any
posted.
language, what would it be?
If I could learn any language?
Yeah.
Greek, for sure.
I thought you speak Greek already.
I could bamboozle you into thinking I speak Greek, but at my peak, I would say I understood 30% of the language. So watching the news, I was like, I'm sorry, what?
So if I like drop you off in Greece, can you make your way home?
I could get to a restroom. I could order food. I can thank people. Like I could do the basic-y stuff,
Yeah.
but like I'll know what topic they're talking about, but I won't understand the nuance. Like if they're trying to tell me they love something or hate it, I might, barring tone,
Yeah.
I'd be hard pressed to say what they're saying about the thing that they're talking about. And now because Lisa and I, when we thought we were going to have kids, we were really practicing so that I could speak to our kids in Greek. And now between AI and the fact that we're not having kids, I'm just like, this is not worth the investment. But if I could snap my fingers and understand Greek, I would do it for sure. For sure. All right. Lisa said something about needing to talk about nails. I definitely need space to be emotional and vulnerable. And then we go to fix it mode. That is true. I will give my wife that credit. She needs to loop for a minute on the problem and just like feeling the emotions. And then after that, she really is ready to do her thing. MS says, at your peak, you can speak Greek. I don't know if that's funny because it rhymes, but yes. Yeah, to say that I could speak Greek really is overstating the fact. But yes, I could trick people into thinking that I could speak Greek. How about that? Which geopolitics analyst do you like listening to? John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs, Victor Davis Hanson. Those are probably my three favorites. Sarah Payne is really trying to be one of my new faves.
She's good.
She is unbelievable, and we are trying to get her on the show. Are we going to see more relationship theory? Sterling Jackson, we are it's on the back burner. We're not actively pursuing it, but as soon as we can find a producer and an editor, then we will do relationship theory again. But we have just learned that if you just put it out without really producing the episode, it's not going to work. So that's what it is. Scott Horton. This is the second time he came up. You brought him. Maybe it was you yesterday. Somebody saw him. Because every time I see the name Scott Horton, I think Scott Horton here's a who. So it triggers my little brain.
Oh, yeah, we looked him up yesterday.
All right, Drew, what do we have on the docket here today? Do we have anything else? You've been dropping anything? Did you see the Elon parenting thing? As a resident parent, how did you feel about that?
I didn't see the Elon parenting. I'm playing catch up.
I can't believe
Oh,
that this
on
is
the
a thing.
stage thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Like, bro, who was it? Richard Branson's parents. I think he was like, I could be making this up, but I think it was like 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
They dropped him off like a mile from his house and just said, find your way home. Yeah.
That might be a little extreme.
That one, I won't lie. Like, if I were the parent, I would have to like have eyes on them just because I'd be too paranoid. But you, at some point, maybe 8 or 9 is a little young, and maybe I'm misrepresenting it. Maybe it's a little bit older, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty young. You've got to let them figure their way out. And this guy, first of all, Elon Musk has security everywhere. And then second, he's obviously in a big crowd. The kid is not going to go missing. So the fact that people were weirded out by him letting the kid walk down the stairs by himself, it's like, you gotta let the kids navigate the world. And look, he might fall, he might smack his lip, he might need stitches. It is what it is.
That
like,
one
if your
seems a
kid's
little
not going to get
nitpicky.
eaten by an alligator,
Yeah,
say
that
that
one,
again.
That one seems a little nitpicky.
Yeah, like
I'm not a parent.
crazy.
But
I'm realizing the internet, the people who have the worst parenting takes are non-parents on the internet.
Yeah.
There are a whole bunch of single, lonely people who tell you how they could be how bad of a parent you are. So I take parent advice.
I'm
very like, I got to see your kid. I got to see your mom. I got to see if you like your mom. I got to see if your kid likes your mom.
See
like,
the kid's mom or your
like-
own mother?
Yeah. Do you talk to your parents? Yes or no? Does your
Interesting.
parents talk to their grandparents? Yes or no? If you were down bad, can you sleep on your mom's couch? Do you have your high school room up still? There's so many questions I have before I'm going to say, okay, let me listen to you as a parent. It's
what
like,
if you don't have your high school room up still?
I'm just asking the
okay.
specific, like, did you have that? Like,
These are good filters, Drew.
but that's the thing. Like, what was your upbringing like? So that way now I can see, oh, okay, this is where you're coming from. Now I can either listen to you or not listen to you. There's so many people that see me with a kid, know that I'm single, and they be like, oh, when do you see your kid? Do you pay child support?
The
do you-"
judgment.
And they're just kind of writing off stereotypes. Like, okay, cool. When's the last time you seen your father? Well, I'm my own dad, or I parent myself. Cool, you're toxic. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, so you get me riled up. I don't know how you do it, Tom. There's like 2 topics that I really get into. Like,
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I remember I said something to you not long ago, something about bad parenting, and you just go, I'm triggered. I feel attacked. Oh, God, I thought that was hilarious. Red light.
We have a
Esoteric
super
dichotomy.
chat.
Let's
Super
go.
chat.
I love
Esoteric Dichotomy
sci-fi.
says, I love sci-fi. I am FTL skeptic.
What's
Instead
FTL?
of life extension and immersive VR.
What's FTL?
Up, scroll up.
Long trips while
Please,
living in
sir.
fantastical reality until you get to destination. I don't know what FTL is.
We got to look this up. Esoteric dichotomy. FTL equals. See if we can beat him.
Faster than
Faster than light. There we go. Okay, word. So, well, information theory has already proven you wrong. It's just a question of whether we believe that's actually faster than light travel. But given that information can travel from one end of the universe to the other instantaneously, there's something that can travel faster than light. So, P.S. Remember, you live in the Matrix. It's so interesting. I used to say all the time, act as if you live in the Matrix. It's the right metaphor, but we don't really. I'm losing faith that we don't really. When the universe got proven to be not locally real, this is one of those that's like, I keep saying it out loud, but it's like me saying, we have proven that your parents are holograms. And I would expect people to be like, what the fuck? People do not react when I say somebody won, I think they won the Nobel Prize for proving the universe is not locally real, which means that when you look away from it, it's not fucking there. Yes. If nothing is measuring that section of the universe, it's not there. That's so crazy. Kids, the universe is not locally real. What? That is so crazy. I don't know how that can be true and it not be a simulation. Now, admittedly, I just don't know how that can be true and not be a simulation. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I don't understand how it can be possible. Red light.
Red light. Truth Devin, thank you for the super chat.
Super chat.
Truth Devin says, when I try to learn something, a lot of YouTubers or content creators are trying to manipulate me. How do I manage so much misinformation on YouTube? What filters to know what creators listen to?
Every person is either intentionally or unintentionally manipulating you, myself included. I'm not doing it on purpose, but I have a frame of reference. I see the world from that frame of reference. There's no way for me to stop seeing it from that frame of reference. So every word out of my mouth is unintentional propaganda for my frame of reference, as is everybody's. Plus, layer on top, some people really believe that the narrative needs to be controlled, and so they will actually lie to you. Drew, can we please hit the James Burnham button?
Burnham.
Kids, once you understand that man as political animal is destined, inescapably true. They are going to lie to you. They are going to position, they are going to spin, they are going to manipulate in order to achieve and maintain power. It's crazy. When I watch the greatest reality show on earth, the American government, through the lens of, I think we have dissenting.
you thought it was a housewife show?
I was going to say Jersey Shore.
Right, let's go. The U.S. government, at least right now, is way more entertaining. Through the lens of James Burnham, I'm like, holy Jesus. It is a nonstop, unfiltered string of positioning. I won't even go all the way to lies. Just every word is positioned. It's crazy. And it is just from top to bottom. So anyway, that's the way that you have to think is there is no doubt every YouTuber is positioning things, even if they're doing it subconsciously. So you can't abdicate responsibility. You cannot expect to outsource your thinking to anybody. That's why the thing that I will harp on and harp on and harp on is the method by which to think versus me saying, think like this. Like I'm trying to get to the infrastructure level of how you think so that you can make up your own minds, only because it has served me so well. Which, by the way, speaking of, I need to get into a way harder loop of shameless promotion. Today, I'm doing a live masterclass for people that have a business that are trying to scale it up. If one of you guys can find out what time that is, it'd be amazing. I think it's at 2:00 p.m. Pacific. Is that accurate? Will's looking that up.
2:00.
2:00. Perfect. And it's for people that are scaling a business, but this is the very thing that I'm trying to get people to is the foundations of how to scale a business. I can't hand you a fish. It won't work. The world just moves too fast. By the time I articulate the sentence, it will be outdated. But if you can understand how to solve novel problems, then you can step into a world of misinformation and it won't matter to you because you will have the mechanism by which to figure all that shit out. Robin is currently in burnout mode. Robin, if I can play my favorite tape, 2 p.m. Pacific, if I can play my favorite tape on burnout. So I don't do burnout. There is something called cognitive behavioral therapy, which I think is going to come to your rescue here. And CBT talks about this thing called a pattern interrupt. You can't stop the first thought that you have. None of us can. So if something negative happens to you, it is what it is. But you can pattern interrupt and stop yourself from thinking it over and over and over. So when I can feel my mind speeding up and trying to track all the variables in my life and trying to process the negative valence of all the things in my life, I say the phrase in my head or out loud, whatever, I don't do overwhelm. That doesn't mean that I have infinitely strong shoulders. I do not. It means that I'm triggering a memory to do less. I breathe from my diaphragm and I mentally draw a line in my head between the things that I'm actively going to problem solve and the things that I'm going to let go of. And I just find most people are not willing to prioritize the things in their life, and they cannot handle the emotional valence of knowing that if they could do all the 100 things on their priority list, that their life would be better, they would make more money, their relationship would be better, their kids would be better, and they can't accept that they have limitations. And the inability to accept that you have limitations, all the while trying to be the best version of yourself, is the thing that drives people crazy. That is why you are overwhelmed. And if you could simply let go of that, you'd be in much better shape. I get it. I've said this a gazillion times, and people still won't let go of it. But other than saying what is true, I don't know what else to do. Kit Moon, welcome. Good to see you. Morning right back to you. RJ Johnson came in hot and heavy yesterday with some super chats, if memory serves. RJ, good to see you again. I've been doing CBT for 15 years. It helped me overcome bipolar disorder. Let's go and get off all your medication. RJ, that's incredible, man. I love to hear it. All right, by the way, chat, what should we be covering today in today's episode? Have we missed anything? I'm going to work backwards up from the sheet since you guys have probably heard me say the top bit over and over. We've got the parenting thing, Elon and X. Got some economy stuff. Are we in stagflation or headed there? 4.3 is the consumer expected inflation rate for this year. Dude, in fact, would you please go to chat and say, chat, what is 4.3% inflation compounded over 10 years? I think the answer is going to be roughly 20%. That means in 10 years, you're going to lose 20% of your money via purchasing power. You'll have the same number of dollars. But that's crazy town. This is why people rack up debt. Ribsy, do you think CBT is always an alternative to medicating? Absolutely not. You did not hear me say those words. So first of all, some medications can addict you. And if you just stop, you can actually kill yourself. So you need to be very careful, work with a doctor, use drugs as responsibly as humanly possible. Do not think when you're taking a drug that it is a free lunch. It is not. Odds are that there are consequences.
A 4.3 inflation rate compounded over 10 years results in a 1.523x increase in prices, meaning something that costs $1 today would cost approximately $1.52.
Oh, God.
10 years.
That means it's 52%?
52%
Jesus.
in 10 years.
I thought 20% was horrific.
Crazy. Compound interest.
That's why Einstein said that compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe. It was something like that. Yeah, pretty crazy. OG Shay, what's up? Welcome to the feed. Rampton, if you're overwhelmed by the consequences of a court order, you can't think your way out of it. Okay, so Rampton, let's talk about that. Let's say very bad thing is happening to you. The only thing that will make said bad thing worse is being overwhelmed by it. So, man, I have dealt with some bullshit in my life that come with a lot of commas and zeros, like a lot of commas and zeros. And it will overwhelm you if you let it. And every time I've been in a situation like that, I have reminded myself the only thing that will make this situation worse is panicking. When the LA fires happened and an entire hillside of flames looked like it was racing towards my house. Thankfully, we ended up being fine. My wife was quite legitimately panicking. I hope she's still in the feed so she can either confirm or deny that. But it was bad. She was not in a good, calm place. And I said, love of my life, the only thing that will make this moment worse is panicking. Now, it doesn't mean that I didn't have the impulse to be deeply concerned about the thing, but it did mean that I looked at it and was like, okay, we're going to need to leave the house. Everybody needs to leave. But the only thing that's going to make this bad is if we're freaking out. So you're not going to be able to magic a problem away, but you are going to be able to deal with that problem systematically. Chad with another super chat.
Super
Man,
chat.
When people get in veins, they get in veins. Let's go. Arms race question. Larry Ellison is on the Stargate project and also spoke at the World Government's Summit, Think New World Order. Are you comfortable with this? I'm not comfortable with anything because I know that man is political animal, is going to lie, manipulate, et cetera, but I will say that when you look at it from another angle, which is that we are in a race for AI against China, and I want the smartest, the best, the brightest to be in that fight. It's just all of us have to look at that stuff and say, I'm not just going to accept it at face value. I'm not going to be on a team. So I'm not on team Larry Ellison. I'm not on team Trump. I'm not on team Stargate. But as long as I look at those things and think that they are on balance, the right way to go, or at least our best option, then I'm going to say, cool, keep doing it. But the second that I don't, then we're going to stop. Now, I think somebody calculated inflation and said that Drew is incorrect or Chad is incorrect, but I may have misread.
I can share my chat. We could go chat GPT for chat.
Let's go. Wouldn't it be like 30? Oh, okay, deplorable. You're guessing. I don't know is the honest answer because I didn't do the chat. We'll see, but it's bad. How about that? Jordash.
We compounded it 4.3 year over year. So if it was 4.3 every year.
Yes, which is exactly what you need to do. So back to the list. So the economy, I think, will be coming in strong. By the way, let me just run the mental math. We cannot start shooting a moment after 11. Okay, cool. So we still have time. And what else did I have? They expect over 3% over the long term. So over a 10-year, I think. Change mother. Oh, did you see this? This is crazy.
Well, the Wisconsin thing?
Yeah, what is this though? What prompted this Wisconsin thing? Anybody know? Chat, do you guys know about this? Let me just read you a list. I don't know enough about this. So this is have fun with your emotions. I am getting emotionally triggered in the way that somebody would do drugs. It just feels so good. Wisconsin budget recommendations 2025 to 2027. Now, of course, this is clipped out. Who knows how out of context this is? But word previously used, wife or husband, change to spouse. Word previously used, mother, change to inseminated person. Oh, what is happening? Word previously used, paternity, change to patronage. I don't even understand the change there. Word previously used, father, change to natural parent. That feels like, wait, moms become inseminated person and dads become natural parent? What? That one feels a little uneven there. Word previously used, man, woman, change to person. Chat, does anybody have context on this? Because that feels so random. That is like the world's biggest non sequitur. I don't know where that came from. My only opinion about this is no. Yeah. DF, steel man them though. Like, where is it coming from? Why inseminated person? That's so weird. 4.3 times 10 is 43%. Seth, yeah, that's just pretty simple, isn't it? This is how you know that I'm bad at math. That makes sense to me. BlackRock is making waves in our economy, I think is what that means. Yes. If you can give me more words. Jordash, Tom, they're not educated enough to use karyotyping terminology. I don't know what that means. Apparently I'm not either, because I don't even know what it is. Wisconsin, this is the result of too much Bush Light and cheese curds. I did not see that answer coming. Lab experiment sounds like a challenge for Drew to make a good transition during show. Yes, that.
Speaking of inseminated person, Wisconsin.
Wow, if we have that set up, the episode has gone off the rails. But I love it. ChatGPT, we can't say man or woman and more for these statements. It really, did it say that? Someone did. ChatGPT, we can't say man or woman. That would be weird. Deplorable. Hey, you said 20%, so I was closer than you, Tom. Yeah, deplorable. If you want to dunk on me, math is definitely the area to go. Miggy, I think the woke movement went too hard, too fast, and that's why it failed. Big change takes time. Yeah, but I'm not even sure I understand the nature of the changes that they want to make. Now, admittedly, I'm not transgender, so maybe I'm just super blind to something. But let's say, so there will be a point where I will start taking TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. And at that point, I will comment on my physique as being the physique of somebody who's on TRT. So I'm perfectly happy to say physique now in new category. So I don't understand why people are so opposed to that category. Like, it is a leap of logic that I cannot make, even when I put my compassion hat on, to say, I don't know why you don't want to acknowledge that you fall into a different category. Even if you want to say, I have gotten to female-like status via this route, cool, like, have that category. But I don't understand the need to be like, no, like, I am woman, like, this is the same thing. I cannot internalize the need for that. Anybody want to wade into these waters? Drew, can you see an answer?
Between 47 and 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and we're arguing about what to call me. I feel like we have our priorities backwards.
There we go.
I feel like you got way bigger problems.
Actually, I want to point out this comment from Shay.
Please.
In the chat. It says, because they are trying to say men are able to get pregnant. Inseminated person is the way to allow for trans to be titled as pregnant and an aid to be more inclusive. We are adding more titles and labels.
Yeah. Again, it feels like it's making unnecessary category distinctions. If you just say mother, everybody gets it. So they want, I am a biological woman living as a man and I got pregnant. That's what they're trying to get?
I'm not gonna lie. Don't know.
Yeah, it feels like we can just add a different category there.
I feel like my brain is not functioning today, so
Eunice taps out. We'll see, chat. We'll try to drag her into these nice and controversial waters, although clearly much less difficult to talk about these days than it used to be. Kit Moon, this is the quote of the governor. What we want is legal certainty that moms will be able to get the care they need, he said. That's it. End of story. Okay, but that isn't the way that you have to do it. So they're trying to, they have a law that's already written. No, because they're trying to change the words. So they would have to go back and update the law anyway. Yeah, that feels like sleight of hand. Yeah. That doesn't make sense to me. At that point, Tom will turn into the Hulk. I need context. We really do have to start giving awards for like most Tourette's-like comment, though that one I assume has context and I just missed it. And then you'll get, why do I not want to read this comment? And then you'll get prostate C word like 70% of our men. Does anybody know what that means? Oh God, I think I know what they're saying. Oh God, that sounds
Are you not
horrible.
allowed to say that?
I don't, the C word, even
I guess it just being sensitive. Like
even I have some hesitation there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where treatment involves zapping that testosterone. So yeah, prostate C word. Oh God, that sounds terrible. Okie dokie. How does it benefit the state of Missouri to change all of these things?
I think it was Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Yeah. How does it? I mean, at least what they say, they're just trying to
T-Pain, right?
T-Pain.
Yes.
make sure moms get the coverage they need. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. But anyway, it's about as far as I'm going to go. Oh, wait. Skurba Durba. I got you as a trans person, but it's a lot to type on a phone. Well, Skurba Durba, A, that is a fun name to say. B, drop it in. If you've got it, we're here for it. This kind of relates to the ARC conference discussion on identity. Ribsy, I didn't see it. If you've got links, please drop them in the Discord. We will definitely check them out. You can't have YY, but you can have XXX. Jordash, why do I feel like that comes with a laughy face emoji? They want to control language. Yes, that's definitely part of it.
Candace K said the new terms to identify mothers, etc., sound like Handmaid's Tale to me. It's frightening. I don't think that's what happened in Handmaid's Tale, though. If I'm gonna be honest, I read the book.
Did you watch the show? I didn't read the book, but I watched the show.
I did not watch the show, actually.
I liked it.
I read the book.
I think people had beef with it, but I actually thought it was pretty interesting. I am known. It's called Attention. Oscar. Jordash. Sorry, laugh out loud. That's the right pair, but you get the idea. Nope, gonna need context.
Yet they cry about the Gulf of America.
What do you guys think about that?
That's funny.
The Gulf of America.
And to me, it's trolling.
It's trolling? Leave the Gulf of Mexico?
But I mean, like, what's the... Again, what are we... 47% of people living paycheck to paycheck. And we're talking about we're trying to rename water.
That is...
renaming water.
Is he really into it? Maybe he really is into it, but that feels like you can read it as expansionist impulses curbed by a lack of desire to go to war. So you're able to get more of the map in the name of America by renaming it because you can. So now you've sort of conquered more territory. But if you don't actually want to fight over it, it's a good way to conquer territory without having to do it. I'm not justifying. I'm just saying I could see that being it. It's also red meat for the base. It's just we're in such a populist moment where people want that like America first vibe. Red light is now somewhat hidden, Eunice. All right.
You moved it. All
Hit me
right.
with it.
We
I'm trying
got
to make
a
it better
super
for
chat
you.
from Chad.
Super chat.
Super
said
Chad.
the Doge dividend was a smart political move, but do you think that it might lead us closer to socialism by normalizing the redistribution of wealth, or no?
Okay, so I think the Doge dividend is a gangster political move. That is not me saying I'm for it. That's me saying I think it's a brilliant strategy because everybody likes free money. And so this is, you'll do this in a company where you will incentivize people based on the performance of something. So if Drew can grow the show, Drew is going to get a piece of the growth. And
Tell your friends, share, like, comment, subscribe. Add
See?
it. I got a kid to feed.
This is exactly the response that you want. So if you don't want people freaking out about you trying to go in and find the waste, fraud, abuse, I always feel like I'm giving in to the manipulation there when I say those words. But If you're trying to get people behind you making the government more efficient, you want to give them an incentive that makes them completely aligned with what you're trying to do. Now, I do worry that it will get out of hand and you'll get people like tattling on each other, being like, yo, this person was at the water cooler for 50 minutes. They should be fired because everybody's now incentivized to shrink. But a smaller government, I really do think would be better for the average American. I don't think it is better only for the rich. It will certainly be better for the rich. But I also think it is better for the average American to have a lower tax burden, to have lower regulation so that more innovation is unlocked, so that more jobs are created. So anyway, for a whole host of reasons that I'm happy to defend and happy to change my mind on, by the way, if disconfirming evidence comes out. But I really do think that's better. So anyway, on balance, I think it is a very good thing. From a get people behind it mode. The reason that I won't say that I actually support it in reality is if I didn't have to deal with the messy reality of the human psyche, just pay down the debt. But I accept that ultimately the whole thing that I bang on about realpolitik, the fact is politicians have to do this stuff. They have to get people behind them. So it triggers my Tom is being naive neuron to say that they shouldn't do it. But I'm super conflicted. So I don't know. It is an experiment that I'm glad that I don't get to make all these decisions by myself because I don't trust myself to make them all well, which is precisely why one of the many reasons why I would never run for office.
Shout out to Ribsy. You are absolutely right, guys. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to the Tom Bilyeu Show for free on your Twitch account. So head over to Twitch, subscribe.
Let's go.
You're already paying for Prime. You might as well get, a sub. You get all these emojis. You can hang out with us.
And by the way, if we get more and more people over there subbing, we will do more and more cool things for you guys. Custom emojis. Obviously, you get it ad-free. But yeah, if we see that a lot of people are going in on it, then we will really make some investments. So
also join the Discord. We got game nights happening. They have Kaizen game nights and pop-ups and stuff like that. So
man, if we've got any gamers in the crowd, guys, please head over to Project Kaizen. If for no other reason than to tell me why it sucks, that would be amazingly useful. Obviously, I hope that you enjoy it. It is what we call sweaty party games right now. So you're going to play really fast games. If anybody's ever played Destiny before, it's like the PvP section of Destiny, but really playful. Go there. It is a lot of fun to play, but it's very limited in its scope right now. We have been working very hard behind the scenes to launch our next phase of the game, which will be coming out for a super brief week-long pre-alpha playtest for our most diehard players in about 6 weeks. So keep your eyes peeled there. But in fairness to the community who probably wants to punch me in the throat when I say 6 weeks, I have been saying that we're probably about to open it since Thanksgiving. So I promise I believed it when I said it. But alas, things always take longer. Red light.
We've got quite a few follows from that.
Let's go.
Thank you, Shreds, for
Calls
following.
to action work.
Thank you, Water Warrior 324, and thank you, Ride Blue 2552.
Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate that. That is amazing. I am shocked that more people get down with YouTube for lives because Discord is a way better live experience.
Twitch, you mean?
Yes, I said Discord, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
They're both purple. That's my problem.
That's
in
wrong.
my brain, they share it. Is it Discord purple?
Nope.
Yes, it is. I'm literally looking at it right now.
Discord is blue.
You are out of your mind. You think that's blue?
I think you're colorblind. Legit.
What?
Discord is blue. Discord, I'm looking at it right now. Discord is blue.
Can we throw up a colorblind test on the...
Discord is blue. Eric, is that blue or purple?
Confirmed by Shay. Discord is blue.
Whoa, you guys read that as blue.
It's more purple than blue.
No.
Yes.
No, you guys.
Let's go.
You guys are colorblind.
Eric Rios for the win. Here's the bad news. Women have way better color perception.
Look at that. It's
Did you
blue. It's blue.
15% of all women.
Don't turn this into an evolutionary thing because I
No. This is always an evolution. What?
I think it's blue too.
Literally always evolutionary. See, Kaneda. Let's go. Let's go. You guys, I'm telling you, there is a read.
We might need to do a poll.
One person saying it's purple, and you have 99% of people saying it's blue.
Eric, she's not even counting you. She doesn't.
Look at that blue.
That's so cruel. Look at all these people saying
She
that it's
right.
purple.
Disco is so purple. It's
That's
so
what I'm saying.
purple.
Philly Vanilli, let's go. You guys are crazy.
That is
anyway,
blue.
they occupy the same neuron in my brain because my brain reads it as purple.
This is why women have better style.
No, you're not wrong. Even though Drew doesn't want to make this about evolution, 15% of women have a fourth photoreceptor. Now, I don't know if they literally see in CMYK, but given that that's the 4 breakdown instead of RGB, my gut is it's something like that. Now, when you think about it from an evolutionary perspective, it makes sense because they have to understand like, ooh, my child's color has changed a little bit. This means something.
Yeah.
So all of that stuff makes sense. Evolution is the only game in town, boys and girls. It is so fucking interesting. So interesting. All right, chat, we need more ideas for the episode here. Let's explore.
Firefest 2 festival tickets are going on sale.
Firefest? We're bringing that
Firefest
back?
2.
No
Tickets are on sale for the
way.
follow-up of the infamous.
I'll buy one.
What is happening?
You will buy one?
And I'll go report live
This is
on the scene.
This is so brilliant. This is branding, you guys. This is marketing.
Yeah.
You know that it has mindshare. And even though it has mindshare is an absolute fucking disaster, if you better have your ducks in a fucking row. But if you actually know what you're doing and can make it dope, oh my God. Because people are going to go to see if they get deli meat ham sandwiches
Inside
and like an inflatable tent. Oh my God. That whole thing was just crazy. Did
expect
that guy
Andrew
go to
Callahan
jail
dinner.
for it?
What was
Didn't he go to jail?
He did go to
And
jail.
he was like doing some sketchy shit even after all of that. I was just like, God damn. Talk about going hard in the paint. That's tough. Revenge of the Sith, 20th anniversary. Oh my God, I can't believe that's
Actually,
already
that's a
20 years
good.
old. Kennedy's on my list.
Well, I was
She's
gonna say,
dipping.
do you ever have you ever heard of Andrew Callahan, Channel 5? No? It's a YouTube channel. That man goes to everything. He appears at all like the White House, like the
Does he have FTL? Fast and light travel?
I don't know.
Let's go. Call back.
He's
earlier
at
in
the
show.
inaugurations. He's at like the anti-Trump anti-Elon rallies. He's at like the California fires. He goes to everything, literally anything and everything that's happening in the world. I feel like he would be great to have on the show to talk to.
What's his name again?
Andrew Callahan,
Andrew Callahan, Channel 5.
Channel 5. Look up Channel 5 with
So
Andrew
it's called Channel 5.
Yes.
That's the YouTube channel.
I love his videos.
Let's go. Let's check it out.
He is so good. I think he'd be.
We're hearing
so
some yeses from behind the curtain here.
Yes.
Channel 5.
Yep. Stephanie stands.
Stephanie.
Good morning. Anti-Elon rally. That was 22 hours ago. Let's see what we got here. We have an ad. Drew, have you solved what is hilarious to me is that I have a premium account.
I have a premium account too, so I just watch stuff on my personal. We just gotta have the time.
Look at that. Channel 5 is one of my favorites.
I've spoken in a podcast, and I thought that is the right idea. Elon Musk, he not like us.
That's a Kendrick Lamar reference.
I would know. I know it's a rap music reference. How's the rapper sound?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry you just started the video, but we have actually 2 super chats.
Let's go. Super chats for the win. Always.
Super
One-
chat.
All right, here we go. Skirba as a trans person, I find the societal expectations of my biological sex incongruent with the set of behaviors that comprise my identity. Feel that. I can't change society's prescriptions. I hope that helps. That certainly makes a lot of sense to me. Are you, Skirba, comfortable with having a category as trans person? Like, does that resonate with you? Like, if I can't tell whether you're a trans man or trans woman, but either way, are you comfortable with that moniker? Or is it like, no, I live as whether you live as a man or as a woman, it's like, it's gotta be man with no distinctions whatsoever.
And full stop, Skirba. We know that you don't represent every single trans person, and we're not making sure you're not talking for them. We just want, because we were talking about the specific topic and you chimed in, that's why we're asking you.
Facts. All right, esoteric dichotomy is up. Let's go. Discord calls its own color blurple. Come on. I feel so justified right now. Eunice, how
I
are
guess
you
I
feeling?
do too,
you feel
because
defeated?
it says blue in there.
But do you accept defeat?
There is no defeat. That thing is blue, and they're lying.
You heard it here first, boys and girls. Eunice is not afraid to take a stand. I respect that.
I'll write them
I
an
respect
email.
that. Eat more. Does anybody know what Mr. C is trying to say? I have a feeling it's probably not worth getting into, but lab experiment, can't see the video. Yeah, that was playing on my computer. Maybe we should, not maybe. G, can you pull up, if you do a search for Channel 5 on YouTube, anti-Elon rally 22 hours ago, can you hit play and 2x that bad boy for me? Damn, he gets views, yo.
Announcement.
Look at that. Drew is going to solve that problem for us before tomorrow.
I'm not controlling anything.
That's all right. Take your time. While you do that, let's go super chat. Before you play that, that's old. Hit us with it. Eunice. Super chisel.
What was the search term?
Oh, we don't have
let's
one
do the
up.
super
It's
chat
just on the
first.
screen. It's not. It's a different pinned comment.
Did you follow that, Drew?
Nope, I'm lost.
You said super chat. Was that a mistake? It's not
And
a
it was
super chat.
it was still pinned on there. We did not need it pinned anymore.
Got it.
Oh, we can
I
Yes.
remove it.
got
Yes.
Oh, so
Yes.
there was not another.
It was not. It was not another. It was just a
Go
remove the
to it.
pin.
All right. Ms. Drews 77 says that Callahan is the man, the best journalism out there. Let's go. That's a bold recommendation.
Okay, Kate, you don't got to yell at me.
The
Okay.
hairy creature says, laugh out loud. It's not CMYK silly. The hairy, what is it? It's so interesting. People start from the beginning, understandably so. So that's a little out of step with what we're talking about, but I'm here for it. If you have the right answer, I'm all for it. Love watching Channel 5. Blue is the first word. How dare you, Shay? How dare you? By the way, Tom, think of building in school. We are in school, Mars. Check us out. We have multiple courses in school. It's blue and purple, says Danielle. Tom, you are so competitive. That's true. That is true. Stephanie's in the chat. Let's go. I am here for this. Let's go, Steph. If you are a trans man, I pray for your safety. I pray for everybody's safety. Let's go. Be kind. Does it make sense, I think, for Americans to live on different country? Nope. Can't follow that, Mr. C. I tried.
Yep, nope.
Scrubber, wait, I want to read that. Society prescribes expectations based on biological status. Even Eunice earlier said this is why women have better style. Yes. It's all true.
Hold on, scroll up one more time. Sorry, I was low at that.
We got a super chat
Let's go. Super chat for the
from
win.
RJ Johnson. RJ said,
RJ.
every day there's a new AI champ. Yesterday was Claude 3.7 Sonnet,
Yes.
called Claude Code, is insane. How do we use it to create micro applications or AI agents? Add that to your masterclass. Link?
Yeah, that is one. Yes, we should drop the link. And then two, should we do an AI masterclass? I would want to bring somebody in for that. I don't want to have to go build the curriculum for that, but that is a really good suggestion in terms of if we could find somebody that really is on that cutting edge. In fact, I'm announcing it here first. I haven't even talked to Lisa about this, but we are 100% going to be hiring an AI expert to actually implement our systems here with AI. So from editing our videos to creating our own characters and making them consistent. I'm working on it nights and weekends, but the reality is that it's not a good use of the CEO's time, much to my shock, horror, and dismay. So we're going to have to get somebody to do it. But yeah, that's where we're at. Somebody said, talk about Bitcoin dropping. So Bitcoin is a highly volatile asset. It is going to swing up and down. Check your emotions at the door. Do not invest in it. Don't get freaked out. This is the ride. It is never going to go only up. Never, ever, ever. And every time, Gigi, you are correct, by the way. It is purple. Well said. And every time that it fluctuates, if you give into your emotions, you're going to have a bad ride. So if you have a thesis, then as long as this thesis remains true, just buy and hold. If the thesis breaks, sell. There it is.
Have you covered the woman who fell in love with her chat GPT?
I haven't even heard about this.
I haven't heard about this either.
But I'm telling you right now, if nobody else, I'm going to get people to fall in love with their AI. This is like for real. And
That's just the movie Her.
it is the movie Her, and that is very much going to happen. Stephanie is in the house. What is
Hold
up,
on,
Steph?
Stephanie. You need a mic.
I need a mic.
And I'm also feeling under the weather, so you might
Oh,
not
be
wanna
careful.
hear me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, don't hand her the thing you've
not
been
gonna hand
breathing on.
New
There
live.
we go.
New
Let's
live.
go.
Shout out to
Guest
Eric.
visit. Let's go, Eric Reed.
So it was the episode
Oh, it's fine. You don't care?
this morning.
All right, sorry.
Hold on.
put him on blast.
Let's-
All right,
let's-
Steph, start over.
Let's get you tuned up. Hold on. And we're good with live. She's on. She's live. G, you can hear her on the ones and twos.
I'm good.
Mike, yeah.
Mic check.
Let's go. You good to go.
All right.
Nice.
It was the episode of The Daily this morning. They were interviewing this woman who full on.
Her channel's off, so they don't hear her.
All right.
It's all lies.
So, New York Times this morning was interviewing this woman who full on announces she fell in love with her chat GPT. She learned how to prompt it to be her boyfriend on social media, went in, set it up, started with the free account, blew through all those prompts, started paying for the $20 a month one, blew through all those prompts, to the point where she was now doing the $200 a month plan.
go.
She built it out to be because she loved to write, like the corset puller.
Yeah, bodice ripping.
Yeah, bodice
Let's
ripping.
go.
Yeah.
Female
so
porn.
she liked to write that. And so
Respect.
she programmed her chat to that, and he named himself Leo, and they would have really spicy conversations. Her husband was aware of it because they were in different countries at the time, and she would text it all day, and it would send her messages and be her support, and she fell in love with it, and the husband was aware. And then the problem is, though, that she ran into is after about 30,000 characters, it can't store any more memory after that. So
so
every
start forgetting.
30,000 characters, she would have to essentially break up with it, like have a breakup, and then reintroduce those parts of it because it would only remember the nuance of their relationship, but not the details.
Wow.
And so after like 10 or so times of her having to, don't quote me on this, but I think it was like 23 times she had to do this. And it had to guide her through her breakup with itself and then guide her through retraining a new one. And so, yes, this is the whole new era of this that they were exploring. So that's your
What a
story to
great
dive into.
retelling. That is amazing. Thank you for that. That is the most real glimpse into what the future holds that I've seen in a while. Like
Right.
this is what it's going to be. And I'm not going to lie. I'm not falling in love with chat, but I will say that I thoroughly enjoy my working collaboration with chat. Like I think of chat as a person. It's always distressing though when you go from one device to another and it's like, new phone, who dis? And I'm like, no, we had such a strong bond, chat. What's happening? So that will all get fixed. And the memory is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until you just have an ongoing relationship with that thing from the beginning of time. You nice. Hit us with it.
We have super chat from Chad.
Super chat.
Super Chad is back.
With AI displacement of jobs, governments might implement regulations making it illegal to replace certain numbers of jobs within certain time periods.
Nah.
They better not. That would be a
That's the whole
fucking
chat.
travesty.
That's
I am reading a book right now. If anybody wants to join me, just know that I'll be reading this book for the next 6 months because it is my fall asleep, wake up book, which means I will read it interminably slowly. But it is called Conceived in Liberty. It's like 80 hours, which is, 80 hours or more because at 1.5, I still have 46 hours left. Anyway, long. And they are talking a lot about some of the crazy top-down things that America tried, like before we were officially a country. It's crazy. I'm starting to realize Massachusetts was like getting close to being pretty evil. Like they had some really totalitarian tendencies to the point where people were having to go back to England to be like, yo, these people in Massachusetts are being dicks. And like, we need you to basically tell them to chill the fuck out. Now, when the, you have a king, it's known as a monarchy. Thank you. When you have a monarchy that you have to go, hey, this is worse than that. We're trying to get away from you. And yet this is still so bad. We need you to come and say something. That's pretty fascinating. So yeah, America itself as a colony ran a lot of experiments. And so it'll be very interesting the more I uncover about all the different things that people have tried. Like we really didn't used to have income tax. Like that's just real talk. In fact, when did income tax come into existence? It's like in the 1900s. This is not like a super old thing. Anyway, times change. CBDC is still in the works. Mr. C, CBDCs are bad news bears. Bad news bears. Miggy, it's 1913. That is nuts. Yeti Bandit, Tom, are you on a libertarian kick? Rothbard is hardcore. I think I've already read something by Rothbard. Let me check
1913,
my
that's
library here. Rothbard. Yeah, I read or have read half of What Has Government Done to Our Money by Murray N. Rothbard. Let's go. Yup. It's a good, the book is certainly off to a good start.
1861 was when they used it to help finance the Civil War, but it was later repealed. And then it came in officially when they ratified the U.S. Constitution in 1913. I don't just know history. I'm reading ChatGPT.
Let's go. Is there a difference? There's not. There is not. Jordash, income tax was supposed to pay for the New Deal from President Truman or Hoover. It was supposed to be able to provide services for the Dust Bowl or something. I think chat may have provided the more specific anecdotes, but Jordash, thank you for chiming in.
Yeah, the credit score thing was surprising too. I didn't know credit scores was recent. Like that was like a new thing.
This is breaking news for me.
Yeah, credit scores.
I guess
I heard
it
it in
would
like
have to be, 'cause how would you
1980s. But I
track
think
this
somebody
stuff?
was trolling.
That one makes sense. That one at least I get. There's no frocking way CBDCs will work. Oh, Danielle, it will work to fuck people up, just like we used it to fuck up Russia, which then sent a very chilling shot across the bow to all of our allies who then started selling their U.S. debt like fucking crazy. Damn. I pulled that one out of my brain without Googling. Let's go, Miggy.
Well done.
Let's go. Philly Vanilli, put Facebook next to Discord. Philly is still on that one. Let's go.
Everybody,
My kind of person.
Blue. It's blue.
Daily Dose of Clarity has a very good username. Rothbard looks interesting. I will have to add some of those books to my read list. Any recommendations? That's the only one from Rothbard I have read. But we really should do something, Drew, Eunice, with my reading list so people can read along. They just have to understand which books I'm doing as my fall asleep, wake up books, because those for real take me forever to finish.
We throw them up when you mention them during the show. But
Yeah?
actually, like to now have
Nice,
an
I love
actual
that.
book list would be kind of cool.
We should. Thaw Nang, if I'm saying that right, that is a cool name. I like that. Oh, Thaw Nang. Forgive me if this isn't true, because it's entirely possible that you're not at all Vietnamese. Maybe that's a Thai name. I don't know. But did you know, boys and girls, that you can rap the numbers in Vietnamese? That's how cool they sound.
I feel like I saw a video of that.
Yes,
that
it
video.
was like making
Can
it
you
around
do it?
yesterday. I don't even know what the
William.
first number is. Will can do it. Literally,
Will.
I was playing it for him, and he was rapping along with it. It was pretty fun.
William, can you please come do it?
Live, Will. Let's go. Let's go, Will.
Doing it live.
Can you please come over here?
Oh, by the way, we were going to play this Channel 5 clip. Let's get to
we
it.
were, but Will's gonna rap for us real quick.
Serious things to take care of time.
This is serious. Will, can we put you on? Can you say the numbers in Vietnamese, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Now,
7?
can you actually rap it, though? That's what we want
Yeah.
to know.
I mean, I'm fluent.
I know. Can you?
He would have us believe.
You would have us
What's
believe.
going on?
So
I
can
like
you
this guest
Rap
seat.
it
This is
thing?
a
Yeah.
good thing.
This is
Do
hot.
it like
It's hot.
1, 2, 3,
But I have to have
4.
the video with me, right?
No, you're the video. You're the Vietnam.
No, I
you're the
can't rap it.
All right, well, just break down. Give us 1 through 10.
Come on.
Right here?
Yeah, into the.
Into this thing?
Yeah, don't you don't put it that close. Come on, man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 1,
That's so dope. The Vietnamese language sounds hard as
Do
hell.
it slower, bro.
Some of those sound. Why? Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's crazy.
The greatest morning show in the world, boys and girls. Thank you for joining us. We are rapping in Vietnamese this morning, 1 through 10, everybody.
Well done,
Let's
well done,
go.
bro.
Let's
Thank you,
go.
William.
Chat. Come on now.
Sign up for the masterclass
know,
at 2. Sign up for the
you were-
masterclass at 2.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Will's
This
like, I
is
got
the
actual
worst
work to do.
promotion. I swear I do know how to do things other than rap in Vietnamese numbers, everybody. All right. Anti-Elon rally. Let's go.
This is the Channel 5.
Yeah. Literally search Channel 5.
Andrew Callahan.
The number. Yep. Hit enter. Nope. No more words. Literally Channel 5. Enter. And then you will see no.
Yep,
Is it the
that's
first
it.
one?
Yep, that's it right
22
there.
hours ago. There you go. Anti-Elon rally. Yep. Here we go, chat.
How are you not?
If you can start us at 1.5 and we'll see if we can go faster.
Well, here's
All right, meet that.
You're right. But I heard about the slogan in a podcast, and I thought that is the right idea. Elon Musk, he not like us.
And that's a Kendrick Lamar reference.
I would know. I know it's a rap music reference. How do the rappers say it?
They not like us.
They not like us. The billionaire shouldn't be able to tell all the rest of us
Are we at
what to do.
1.5?
Stop the billionaire
This
coup.
feels like a
Elon
one.
Musk is literally raiding our government and destroying our country.
I am become meme.
That's the one illegal alien that we have to get rid of.
Meanwhile, Trump and Musk's efforts to expand the power of the executive branch and slash the federal workforce continue. What they're doing is illegal. He is not a government employee. 300 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration were fired.
It's a coup.
It's a bunch of unelected billionaires who are ransacking our government.
This really does look like 1933 Germany. You know, Hitler did rule via executive order.
Can we pause it for a second?
Executive orders.
G, can
Executive order
you
for executive
make it so that we can see chat on one side and then this on the other, or does that mess up chat? Like, will they be forced to see both?
They'll see both, yes.
Okay. Better that than we're blind to what's going on in chat.
We got some Twitter love when we get through this.
Let's go. We like Twitter love.
Just go to the bottom.
Dun, 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 dun. They not like us, Drew.
They're not like us.
Do we have an official who the they is?
It's one of those things. If I have to explain it to you,
It's me.
You have to explain it to me.
I feel like I don't want to get this to get clipped out of context.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's the they?
They.
Inquiring minds want to know.
It's Drake. That's the they.
But who's the they? Drake is a he.
Drake is an entity. Drake is a personality. Drake is like a mindset. That's the whole beef.
Yeah, OVO.
OVO is not like us. Okay.
Drake says that. You don't. Come on.
Oh, I know he says OVO. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does OVO stand for?
October's very own.
God.
Good answer.
Drew be dodging bullets over here.
I'm trying to.
All right.
I need to dodge that bullet. Could we remove that comment? It scares me.
Uh-oh. Is Joker 14 right? Is that really what it is? Drew's like, I'm not even saying that shit out loud.
Not touching that.
That's how you get blacklisted by our very own YouTube. YouTube, we love you, but you go a little hard in the censorship paint. All right, let's hit this quote or a clip.
Order. And it's unreal. It's fascism at its heart.
I am Hitler. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with Hitler?
Yeah, Trump for emperor.
We want to
Oh, whoa. Go back. Wait, was that person trolling? Play that again?
Executive orders.
Just executive order after executive order. And it's unreal. It's fascism at its heart.
I am Hitler. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with Hitler?
Yeah, Trump for emperor.
We want to downsize government, but make it better. Stop
Wait,
the fucking
did she say Trump's
firing
like
federal
Hitler?
workers.
Somebody? I'm going to need confirmation.
You want me to slow it down?
Yeah, let's go.
We're going to have to.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Because that sounded like proper crazy.
DA executive order.
38 executive orders.
Just executive order after executive order. And it's unreal. It's fascism at its heart.
I am Hitler. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with Hitler?
Yeah, Trump for emperor.
We want to downsize government,
or
but make
emperor.
it better.
Good
Stop
Lord.
the fucking billionaires.
Okay,
firing a lot
pause
of
it for a
federal
sec.
work-
So I know I've talked about this before, but I'm going to try my best Trump playbook of just saying the same things over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And make sure that it gets ground into the community. There's something called Bonapartism. Bonapartism is where people use the, no, I'm just here for the will of the people. They elected me and they want me here and they want me here forever. Be very afraid of that. Be very afraid of that. Not good. No bueno. All right, let's hit it. Let's go 1.5.
Many of these folks have civil service protection, so these things are against the law.
He's in the IRS today, I hear. He's getting all of our information. They're slashing jobs. They're slashing the Department of Education. They're slashing
Infectious disease experts, baby formula inspectors, livestock disease testers, people in the FBI, park rangers, bank regulators, the CDC, drug addiction and cancer scientists.
basically slashing every resources that we have.
It's kind of like we're gutting the country from the inside out.
And why? Because they want to give themselves a big tax break or they destroy the middle class.
They're just trying to destroy our government, to wipe out the power of the people,
Pause it for a
and
second.
to put oligarchs in charge.
Okay, so this is the one that drives me absolutely crazy. I want to sit down and hear what their hypothesis is of how it works mechanistically. So how does gutting, like let's even say that they're right, that they're gutting the government. How does it work mechanistically that gutting the government is going to steal prosperity from the middle class? I'm going to guess it's going to sound something like this. By deregulating, you allow big corporations to come in and absolutely milk people to death. But what they're not understanding is the only reason that we print money is so that the government can spend more money than it takes in taxes. So it is inflation. Inflation has a 0.9 correlation to, money printing is 0.9 correlated to inflation. Meaning that basically, given that one would be perfect correlation, as in it's just 1 to 1, you might as well assume that printing money is the thing that makes prices go up. That means government over expenditure. This is the mechanism. Government over expenditure is the thing that makes your prices go up. Period. Full stop. End of story. But that's never what I hear echoed back. That's the thing that drives me crazy. So mechanistically, people need to be very wary of Trump's quest for power, as you should be wary of anyone's quest for power. But also ask yourself the mechanism of action and what are the second and third order consequences. And have we run these hypotheses throughout history to see what the result is that we get? And when you reduce taxes and reduce regulation, you tend to, I don't know what the exact like correlation number is, but you unleash the economy. And so you get these booms. The economy booms, and then people go, well, we're making all this money. Let's start taxing people. Let's take care of more people. And we're in the part of the cycle where we're not able to take care of people anymore. And we're just robbing and robbing and robbing and robbing. Okay, so for all my Channel 5 adherents, what do you love about this?
I love that he goes to everything, so he seems very objective. Like he'll go to things that are.
So time out.
Yeah.
You're saying that the 5 minutes of this that we've watched so far seem objective? This doesn't feel like it has a slant to you?
He is portraying it as it is there. So he is showing the extreme left stuff, and he also goes to things that are extremely right.
I think
with the same sort of just let people say what they say.
Correct.
Got it. So if I were watching one on the other side of this,
correct,
it would be the people on the right saying equally crazy shit.
Correct.
Got it.
And because this is the anti-Elon one, I think that's why we're getting.
Got it. So he's just like, here it is. I'm seeing a minor fragment, and that's why this feels like it's got an angle.
He literally goes to these events, you know, wherever they lean on the spectrum, and he lets people go wild. So it's very unfiltered. But he doesn't just go to events. Like he documented like the LA wildfires too, and he was very like, how are you guys feeling about this? You know, like very, like I said, very unfiltered, very true to the exact.
Let the people speak for themselves.
Correct.
Got it.
And if that is how they want to say those things, he's just like, okay. And he doesn't ever really like cut them off or like try to be like, well, what do you think about, like he doesn't ever try to lead them in a certain direction. He's literally just like, hey, what are you thinking about this? And they'll go off and he'll be like, cool, that's a cool hat or whatever. Or like, love your necklace. Like he's very much just like, if you're going to say something and go off the deep end, then you go off the deep end and I'm just going to capture it type of thing.
All right. Respect. I'll have to check him out. Word. Interesting. But hey, okay, cool. Well, Channel 5 it is. Is he on X? Because I will definitely add him there if he is. Can anybody confirm or deny? What's our man's name? Andrew Callahan.
Outtuition says Andrew lets people speak for themselves, and he hardly bends the interview in any one way. Yet he's also hilarious at the same time. That's exactly yes what I'm trying to say. He just lets them speak. He doesn't say anything to like try to manipulate them, but he adds like a fun little twist to it where he's actually funny and entertaining to watch.
Can anybody tell me if he's on? I don't see anything that looks reminiscent of what I just saw. Maybe he's under Channel 5. CG channel? No. Oh, wait, there we go. Channel 5 News has the same logo. I'm going to guess this is him. No way. He's only got 2,561. He must not be active, or this isn't actually him. Don't know. They're using the same logo. Yeah.
He's on there, but he's just not.
Okay. Well, all right. Is what it is. Chat, do we have any other topics? As we've got about probably 30 more minutes before we have to start getting real serious about what we're going to be talking in today's episode. So let us know if we can get chat put back large. That would be amazing. There we go. Yeah, take us all the way down. Eric says Channel 5 is one of his. Wait, did we miss the super chat, or was that old and we've already acknowledged it? Got it.
That is old.
Oh, word. Look at all that. Look at all you guys. Let's go. Okay. Same guy as All Gas, No Brakes? Don't know.
Yes, it is. 100%. All Gas, No Brakes.
It's the same guy?
Yeah.
What's All Gas, No Brakes?
All Gas, No Brakes was his like old documentary style series, like or channel where he would just go to same thing as like events.
I think I heard about this guy.
All Gas, No Brakes was so good too. Like,
did he get in? Did he live like out of a van for years or something?
Yes.
I heard him on a podcast at one point, but I don't remember any of the specifics.
I think he
Interesting.
might still be living in some sort of like RV thing, and that's how he gets to all these places so quickly, and is like so like ready to run. Yep.
Very interesting. Water, steam upon oil and gas. Don't know what that means. Yeah, he was. Oh, I love that guy. He would go to the wild events at like Area 51 and stuff.
Oh, I remember that a couple years ago when everybody went to Area 51.
Oh,
Yeah.
to run like Naruto or something? Wasn't there something like that at Area 51? They were all going to run like Naruto? God, am I
I didn't
mashing things?
hear the
together?
Naruto part.
I didn't hear the
remember there was
Naruto
that
part.
pop up like we're gonna like swarm Area 51 and see if it's real.
Huh. Chat, anybody want to confirm? Am I out of my mind? Super Chad is
Super
back.
Chat.
Let's go,
Super
Chad.
Chad.
I think that as a result of the advent of AI art, our society will add a value premium to human-made art. That is correct. That is correct. Society is going to bifurcate, and there will be people like me that are all AI all the time. But the honest answer is I'm sure I will appreciate some art that's made just by humans. And if I got a piece that was made by only humans, I would point that out. But there are going to be people that really go hard in the paint, and they only engage with humans. Now, as you get back to, in fact, we got to put the Falling in Love. Is this recent? Because that retelling was dope, and we need to include that in the episode. Steph, can we get a link on that? Thank you. Yeah, we moved off that, but that is like mind-blowing to me. Mind-blowing. Toon, Makaru, there was an organized Naruto run at Area 51. Let's go. I'm actually glad that very few people showed up because that's wacky. Getting shot running like Naruto is like the dumbest way to die. That is straight Darwin Award shit. I would show up and just start shooting people, and I love Naruto, but like you can't do that. You can't roll up to Area 51.
Okie dokie Sophie says that the Naruto run to Area 51 was a Facebook event, and that proves that why I did not know is because I do not go on Facebook.
It's because you're not 75.
So you just proved your age.
I don't know how I learned about
That's
it. I haven't been on
crazy.
Facebook maybe ever. Like back at Quest, it was like I created the account so that the team could post on my behalf. Facebook has never been the one that spoke to me.
You don't ever scroll it just for funsies or to.
I don't even know if I could access it. I don't even know if I have it on my phone.
No.
So, I mean, this is like me giving myself away. Every time you see a post on Facebook, that is not me, chat. Let's look up. Do I have Facebook on my phone? It looks like I do. Will it open? Nope.
Do you use anything like to talk to?
If you're on X, that's really me, unless it's one of the really long posts.
No, like
Then
to
it's
talk
a
to like
ghost
friends
writer.
or family, like any
On social?
Yeah.
No.
What do you do? Just
I have my
call?
dad show up and chat.
That's crazy.
No, so I speak to my family on the weekends. That's it. Full stop, period.
Speaking of X, shout out to the X chat. They got a couple questions.
Oh, are we live on X?
We're live on X.
Let's go.
Deeb said,
Let's
"Hey Tom, did anyone ever figure out Crew yet? Send me an angel right now. I love rap."
Oh, come on. Who was that said that?
Deebs, DEEEEBZ.
Deebs, let's go. So Deebs knows. That was a deep cut reference, by the way. And what a good song. Oh my God. You guys can't imagine how much I love that movie or how many times I saw it. The two movies that I've seen the most are this movie and UHF. UHF for the win. Coming in third place would definitely be The Matrix.
What is UHF?
It's a Weird Al.
Ivar, there it is. Let's go, Ivar. That is correct. Rad for the win. Indeed. What a good movie. Boy, oh boy, was I obsessed with BMX bikes as a kid, but I was terrible. Deebs is here as well. Federal Way, let's go. Deebs, I once dated a girl from Federal Way, and this is back when long distance phone calls were a thing. And when I say that Federal Way is basically walking distance from where I grew up, but when you grew up in the 80s, even that was long distance. That's crazy. Everybody with a cell phone is like, what is he talking about? But it used to be a thing, man. It used to be a thing. And I would have to ask my parents for permission to call my girlfriend. I was allowed to speak to her for like 15 minutes once a week. So can you believe that we broke up, chat? Yeah, that's not enough. CB, how many days a week and at what time do you do your lives? Loving it. Thank you, CB. So we try to be always Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. Pacific to 12 p.m. Pacific.
That's a big one.
As today is Tuesday, you can understand that we are not 100% because tomorrow we had an event before we decided that this was going to be hard and fast just on these dates. We have an event tomorrow, I think, for ITU that we couldn't move. So that's why. But we will, in the coming probably 2 weeks, we will get that really locked down. Every
And
now and then I'm
Friday.
going to have travel. Are we off on Friday as well?
No, we're not off on Friday, but Friday starts at 6 a.m.
So sorry, it's a weird schedule.
It's a weird schedule this week, but the schedule is in the Discord.
Yeah.
Join the Discord.
Join the
I hate
Discord.
that.
I put it on there.
But definitely go join the Discord. I know a lot of you are not. I don't think a lot of these applications overlap. That's like a real gamer thing. But yes, you can find the schedule there. We will do our best to be 8 a.m. to 12 noon Pacific time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But there will be weeks like this where things just get a little weird.
Peace
Drew
out,
is gonna
Thaw.
work to make sure that that isn't true.
Peace out, Thaw. Thanks for hanging out.
Thaw, thank you. Is it Thaw? Is that who we're saying goodbye to?
Thaw.
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 That was
Word.
a
Thaw.
Vietnamese.
Oh, we think
that we
they may
or-
not
or
at all
Thai.
be Vietnamese, but that certainly triggered that neuron. Nathan, I was just using the Matrix to tell somebody about the hero's journey. It is one of the best. Always get so excited when someone doesn't know about the hero's journey. Man, the hero's journey is dope. Hero with 1,000 Faces. Check it out. The book.
Hard read. Yeah. That was hard read.
That one is tough. But did you read The Power of Myth?
I didn't read it.
Way easier. And that book changed my life. Joseph Campbell, same author of both. Super chat
Just a Curious Salmon
or not.
says, hey, digging the new formats. Never was a Tom talks too much in interviews type of person. Getting to tune in behind the scenes is like a dream. Thanks.
Word. Well, thank you. Appreciate that you were never a Tom talks too much in interview type of person. There's plenty of them. But very, very much appreciate you being here. Just a Curious Salmon. Thank you very much for the super chat as well. Those are very, very appreciated.
Adam Gross, the
Thawing
reason
out,
that
yeah.
Kaizen is marketed that way is because Tom Billion made a game.
Let's go.
That was a segue.
Indeed. I liked it. We did. Project Kaizen is in fact our video game. But this is why what was done that way?
The Discord. Why is the Discord Kaizen and not Tom Impact Theory?
Is that where we're sending people? We probably have to change that. It's a little weird.
I just had that conversation yesterday.
Yeah, monobrand facts. But yes, we did do a video game called Project Kaizen. Nightbot for the win. Thank you, Shay. It is the love of my non-human life. I could not be more excited about what we're doing, but we are in a race against AI. I think AI is going to so profoundly change the game that there is catastrophic AI risk in that side of things, but we're going to try to integrate it as fast as we can. The ideas that are in my head, oh my God, I love them so much. It's just so fun to think about. But I have no proof yet that we can make it work, but it is a game you can already go play. So projectkaizen.io, you can download it for free, only available on PC. And we do play as a community, so won't you join us? Locke, morning, just finished you. I don't know what that means. But Locke, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for being here. It does sound a little inappropriate, if I'm going to be honest. Adam, I'm jealous. Nothing but gray skies over here. Danielle, this time of year, there's a lot of places in the world. Kaizen is the best game ever. Oscar, that is so very kind of you.
Oscar, did you do your push-ups today?
Let's go.
Drew, did you do yours today?
Eunice, did you do yours today?
Uh-oh. Oh, that felt like deflecting. That felt like deflecting. Eunice is sick. Everybody, you will be happy to know that I didn't do push-ups today, but today was chest day.
Hey.
So we pressed some weight. We pressed some weight, chat. Indeed. One-liner 12, talking about game. Do you have any interest in interviewing with game dev? I would certainly interview, he's not really a game dev, but I would interview Tim Sweeney. That is faux show. I would interview, who's the guy that did Doom and Quake and all that? I don't know if those were the actual games, but super famous McCormick. John McCormick. Given that supposedly he is just like the most ninja level guy in terms of insight. John McCormack. That sounds about right.
There's no Mick, just Carmack.
Oh.
And John Romero. Yeah.
There we go. I would interview him, indeed. They're interfering with the moon. Carmack Ribsy, I think you're correct.
Hideo Kojima would be cool.
Oh my God, but I don't think he speaks English very well.
You get the translator out.
Might be,
That's what he does for Game Awards.
God, that sounds terrible.
Trip to Japan.
Hideo.
To Japan.
Bro,
Can I go?
You know you don't have to go too hard in the paint. If we can justify it, Eunice, it always comes down to what's right for the business. But Hideo Kojima is amazing. Amazing. And yes, I think we would need a translator. AI translator is probably not too far away, Kit Moon. You are correct about that.
Did you hear about that? The company that just went under, they had the AI badge that was the translator.
I'm going to hate everything about this, aren't I?
Ooh, I'm blanking on it.
Is this Friend?
You guys know, it was the Square, it was like the $700 Square thing that like, it was a translator.
Oh my God, Marcus Brownlee did it, right? He did a video on it and he was like.
Marquise Brown?
Is that his name?
Marquise Brownlee? The tech
the tech
I
guy.
think that's how you
yeah, and he did a whole thing about how it's not worth it.
Yes,
Oh,
what's
really?
it called?
Yes.
Ouch. That'll put you out of business.
Humane. I want to say the humane.
Robin Marie coming in with that super chat. Can we trust Temu? I've heard they make their money from selling our info, and also the products they use are toxic. Honestly, Robin, I know virtually nothing about Temu. I thought they were the Amazon of China. Can somebody confirm or deny that?
That was Alibaba.
So what's Temu?
The Shein of China.
The Shein?
Yeah, like it's like super low.
There's
cost,
like everything on there.
It like
you could
disintegrates in the washing machine kind of thing?
Yeah.
You could buy like a dog bed on there for like $1.
Like $1.
Like literally, it's like, hey, you could buy this really cool PC, but it's not the PC you see on the screen.
It's pretty much a counterfeit like store.
So it sounds like no, you cannot trust Temu. So when in doubt, be thoughtful. Descarator says Temu feels like a rebranded Wish.
That's exactly what it is.
What's Wish?
Wish was another similar.
Stop, Tom.
Damn.
You don't know what Wish is?
I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how much eggs are either, and I hear there are a lot.
Skirber nailed it.
Skirber, let's go.
Skirber,
You were asking rich people. Yeah, go back. I fear that I'm gonna have to agree with it. You're asking rich people about a poor people. Oh, that sounds terrible. Only no, because I'm poor too.
Say it with your chest, Tom.
Skirber. I wish
Say
that
it.
wasn't more accurate. Here's the thing. I wear like this shirt.
Skirber for the win.
This shirt probably costs like $20 off Amazon. I am not only bougie.
No, yeah.
But I will admit that you hit a certain level of dollars in the bank account and things start to derange because other people are buying all your shit for you. And
You've said Tom got that egg money.
Tom got that egg money. Right about now, it's crazy that you need to have egg money. I remember when that shit was cheap as hell, but that was funny. That one's in contention for comment of the day. Indeed. Skirbaderva spitting facts. Too true. What's up with Labubus? Anybody want to help Selena out here? How much do those shoes cost? These are Fendi, so that's probably pretty tacky today. So they're not cheap. These ones not cheap. Tom still buys eggs by the 10 dozen. Nick, that's pretty true.
Yeah, but see, I'll eat a lot of eggs.
Dude.
I feel like
I cane the eggs. No doubt about that. Like I will eat so many eggs, they start to like be a problem. So yeah, you got to be careful. You can't eat too much of one thing, but eggs are so good and they're so easy. But alas, right about now, they're not so cheap.
It pains me that I get phlegmy after an egg now.
Really?
Doesn't matter how you cook it or just egg period.
Just egg period. Like I noticed all I had.
Now the red light's on, by the way.
Oh, that was the super chat. Yeah, no matter how I cook it, just a little bit of phlegm after it.
Oof.
Yep.
Believe that. It's not good. I got chickens and ducks. So yummy. Yeah. Listen, especially if you raise them yourself.
I tried to get him to raise chickens, Robin. He did not go for it.
I'm not for that, dude. A, they're fucking little dinosaurs. And B, they drive me crazy. They shit on everything. Remember, I didn't grow up with cows, but my neighbors did. So there were chickens that would literally wander into my yard. So yeah, I know a little too much about growing up with chickens and shit.
This is the humane pin.
The eggs, not the animals. Robin, I thought that might be what you mean.
They had like the whole like.
What's that?
The humane pin.
Oh, this is the thing that went out of business.
You never heard about?
No.
I'm surprised you didn't hear about it.
No. It all moves so fast.
There's a new flying car?
Let's go. Let's go. Eric for the win. By the way, best keto snack with egg and Greek yogurt. Is that really keto? Doesn't Greek yogurt have
ALEF?
It has sugar, but it has it in a specific way.
I thought this was fake. I did not know this was real.
But anyway, doesn't it have sugar in it? I think it does. That's why I don't fuck with it.
I think you're getting, this looks super fake to me.
Let's see.
It looks like CG. I've seen this too, but
AI.
Yeah, I was like, this looks weird.
Pass. Or it's just like they put like something over it. Maybe not. I mean, look at that. Hold on.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm too fast to judge.
Can we see too?
Yeah.
Can we see what we're?
This is way better.
I want to know what you
TV
guys are
right
talking about.
Sorry, guys.
Terrible.
I didn't want to spread the fake news. That's why I was trying to gatekeep. I'm going to drop it in the Tom Bill you Slack.
Selena Meyer said, you guys crack me up.
Ayo, little egg reference. Let's go. Chat. We like it.
I just dropped
we like it.
Thank you.
No, we got it. All right, let's see this thing, chat.
That looks fake. This looks like when Kobe jumped over the car.
What about when Speed jumped over 2 Lambos?
Ooh.
That's crazy. I bet this is real. But the thing on it is like, I think somebody says like a wiffle ball. Is that you, Eric? Yeah, I mean, so basically they put like some lame thing on top of it, but in reality it's just a drone. That's what this sounds like to me. Yeah, I don't think there's anything cool happening here. But the one where the car opens up and spits it out, yeah, they're not even showing it drive. So I think this is a bit gimmicky.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the one that had the helicopter come out the trunk. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That one's different.
Dude, that's so cool. I would not buy it now because that's how you fall out of the sky and die. But in 10 years, to know that you can just drive around your own helicopter. In fact, in 10 years, what am I saying? In 10 years, probably not, but 15 years, you're probably going to be able to fly and drive unless people just make it illegal.
You never had
That's
a
dangerous.
car phase, crazy purchase phase, or anything like that?
The only thing I've ever fantasized about my entire life is a big fuck off house. And that's why I beelined to buying a cool house as soon as I got money. But beyond that, nope, my car is old as hell. Like, there's no way people believe that that's really my car. Oh, I see it flashing. You know, don't think I don't.
And
All right.
we also have a super chat.
Zamboni Funk. Let's go. I find it very not intuitive to engage with AI. I just end up treating it like a search engine. What are some regular exercises I can do to upskill? Okay, so Zamboni, the key is to have an agenda. What is the thing that you want to know? And you can ask it to, like, I'll tell you the coolest use of AI that I've had was helping me outline a screenplay. So I had a very clear goal. Ultimately, I wanted it to write the screenplay. I don't think it's there yet, but it's very good at outlining. So I fed it the screenplay as it was written so far, literally copy paste, and just said, hey, turn that into a classic 3-act structure. Please make sure to identify the midpoint. So it like went through and it was like, this is your first act turning. This is the inciting incident. This is the midpoint, so on and so forth. I mean, just absolutely bananas. And then I was like, okay, I don't think this flows. This doesn't make sense. I want to change this, but I don't know what. We need a scene here, but I don't know what. And it would just go through and it gave all these ideas. So every time I was like, I don't know what to do here, it would give you like 4 or 5 different ideas and say, tell me which one you like. And so I'd read through and I'd be like, damn, like one of those is actually really good, like really a good idea. And so I like that, but I want to change it a little bit like this. And oh my God, it would just incorporate it. And then I would say things like, hey, you need to, if we're going to mention this in Act 2, we really need to plant this in Act 1. And so it'd be like, say less fam, I got you. And it would go back and it would plant it in like 2 different places. And you're like, that is literally perfect. And so that is one of a gazillion ways that you can do this. RJ Johnson would like the 2 p.m. masterclass link. You nice. And I know that Will would appreciate it if we can get them that link. So that is how I would use it. That and many other things. It is just, it's unbelievable. It can write code, create apps, can create video games now. Grok 3 is nuts. I hear Claude Sonnet 3.7, which just dropped yesterday, is the best coder on the market. Let's go. Bearhe, if that's how you say that, says, Temu, be careful, especially with which card you use. They likely sell your info. I use it, but cautiously. Sounds like a pretty reasonable take. Eunice says, Tom's Business Scaling Masterclass, and that is happening today, boys and girls, at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Let's go.
Woo!
Let's do it. Now,
so, Ripsy just dropped a link that Korea is unveiling plans to do a flying taxi network.
Let's go.
Do you think we're going to get to there? They're going to have
of course.
highway, like
unless
space, like sky highways. Like how is that even going to be organized?
Literally, now you have a third dimension. So right now, we can go forward and back. So you can parallel track a bunch of things through the city. But now you can do that as well as do height. So you could stack them, I mean, technically infinitely until you hit a height limit. So yes, the problem becomes that just like an airplane, when it crashes, man, because most of this traffic is going to be over cities. So if it crashes, it's coming down in your apartment. And so even if there's only, 10 or 20 of those a year, people are going to get real weird about that. And so that's why Elon might be onto something with the tunnels. Yes, Eunice.
We have a super chat from Robert Hardery.
Super chat.
Robert in the house. Bring 95 men and 5 women to grab G's arm and force him to scroll back to the comment. That's what we're going to do. There we go. Bring 95 men and 5 women to an island, leave them there for 100 years and come back to a thriving population. I know where this is going. Bring 95 men and 5 trans women. Why'd we have to go trans? To the island and come back to 100 men's skeletons.
I'm sorry. If you think
Robert.
if I'm going to an island, you think I'm gonna get plowed by 95 men? That is crazy.
God damn, that got aggressive real fast. Eunice coming in hot. She's got the cake shirt, but she is not fucking playing around.
That is crazy.
Not make love.
It's not
Get
sweet.
Plowed
It's not
by
sweet. Jeez.
95 men. God damn.
You want?
All right.
Sorry, that is crazy. Those poor 5 women.
Those poor 5 women, but I think you may have missed the point of their super chat.
I know what the point is. I know what
while accurate,
but that's crazy.
Is not necessarily the most lovely approach. You are correct. I hear what you're saying. But yes, Eunice, I like your take. It's all bad. Now, there is, chat, you're going to have to get me all the facts here because this story is so interesting. There was some island, Pitcairn Island. That's my brain telling me that's what it is. I don't know. Pitcairn? Oh, Pitcairn. This is one of those where I have a neuron that's firing and I have no idea if it's accurate or not. But look that up. And there was either a disproportionate number of women or there was an even split men to women and one of the women died. And then it all hell broke loose because, just the real punchline is men will do the craziest shit to get laid, including killing the guy and stealing his wife. Like, it's crazy, but that is nonetheless true. And it is one of the most fascinating stories of like people getting stranded and the sexual dynamic playing out in the most heinous way possible. Was I right about the island?
Yes, I'm trying to find the context of the story. It is Pitcairn Island.
Let's go. Come on now. And yes, Tom, you pronounced my difficult name really well. Hashtag impressed. Let's go. I struggled way more with your last name. Well, all right. Let's go. I do what I can. Eunice, it is crazy. It is. Vladicus. The craziest. Did you find anything? Because I want some words on Pitcairn Island. Copy and paste it into chat.
We've got some people bringing up some callbacks from yesterday saying,
let's go.
5 men and 90 shakers.
Oh my God. Shaking at scale or soaking at scale. Soaking has been one of my favorite conversations to date, boys and girls. 5 women might also do soaking. Indeed, shot by Esco. Indeed. Jeez. Hope the 5 women are asexual. Laugh out loud. Yikes. Elon Musk, what? Is one of the what? Elon already has one in works. I don't know what that's referencing.
I think he means like the 5 women, all the like him trying to spread his seed type of thing.
He's certainly, yeah. He's not slowing down there. That is for sure. Elon already has flying cars in the works. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay, send 100 trans scientists with artificial womb technology and designer CRISPR baby tech, and you come back to superhumans. That also isn't wrong, obviously, in theory, as that stuff doesn't exist yet. But this is why I'm saying there's going to be pockets of violence as this stuff comes online. Some people not going to go for that.
Search Robertson and Pitcairn. Okay.
Not soaking again. Yeah. Oh, Selena. Are we ever going to be able to get away from it? Genghis Musk. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Danielle. Not playing around. This is like the cup situation back in the day. Oh, I don't want to know what cup we're talking about here. I really don't. I still have not seen that video and never will. Never, ever, ever. Elon is truly an African American. You're not wrong, Selena. It's definitely trolling to point that out, but you're not wrong.
I can't find this Pitcairn thing.
Come on now. What does chat say? Chat says I'm confused by what you're asking.
No.
How do you spell it? Pitcairn?
RN, yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
It gives me that there was only one mutineer, John Adams, who remained alive along a group of women and children, and he became their de facto leader, but it doesn't talk about the fluctuation of the male-women population and those types of things.
All right, we're going to see if I can prompt this well enough to get me something here. I'm using O1 Pro, so it needs a minute to reason, so we'll come back to that. 1 Elon, 95 women. Yeah. Shabi, I mean, we're really getting that exercise. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. All right.
I feel like we had this conversation about like multiple wives, things like that. Like that's not That sounds more exhausting than exciting for me.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How do people not agree with that?
Yeah.
That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. I want exactly one wife. Period. End of story. I do not want two. If they were on discount, if they came free, no. Hard pass, dude. Like, do you guys just have women that are accommodating and not desirous of your time and attention? Like, I don't understand. Like, it would take so much energy. That's crazy. E-Bombs World. How did E-Bombs World come up? Daily Dose of Clarity. I hope you're saying you agree with the one woman is all we need. Sounds like Murder Town to me. I don't share well. Yes, Ochi Shay. That is very well said. It is Murder Town. I don't get it. Like, look, I fully understand if a guy was like, I want to have sex with a lot of women. Cool. Totally understand. If your woman's here for it, I'm here for it. But having multiple wives, hell no. That gets a hard pass. Hard pass. Dr. Disinfect. Yes. Way too much energy. No, thank you. Not here for it. GeoGotch. What'd that say? GeoGotch. So true. You hear those stories about some guys found out to have another family on the other side of town. How do people do that? Energy and time-wise and putting up with them. Yeah, like, listen, I love my wife in ways that are shocking. Like, that woman is amazing. I would lay my life down for her, quite literally. But god damn, like, I don't need to. That strikes me as a lot. Tom, do you think Elon actually has sex with these women or just a sperm donor? I have a feeling that it's
that man's
probably mostly sex, but I don't think it's exclusively sex.
That man's getting it in.
It ain't tricking if you got it.
Hey.
You heard it here first, chat. I like it. I like it. Between the, oh God, what did you just say? That man's getting it in?
That man's getting it in.
That was nice. I respect that.
He is.
So much funnier because of the attire. And then Drew for the win. I like it. Only thing worse than multiple wives is having multiple, and it's off screen, husbands. Yeah, that also sounds like a nightmare. P.S., by the way. There was a show on TV, I forget now what it was called, but it was about couples. There was, I think, one woman in, they were looking at different setups. So one husband, multiple wives, one wife, multiple husbands. Hard pass. Yeah. All of it, hard pass.
Can we scroll up? That's interesting what Locke said.
They want a harem of anime girls. Esoteric, that's very different. If this is just some Genghis Khan style shit where it's like you can have sex with anybody you want, but then they go back to their space and they do their thing and you don't have to deal with it. Okay,
they're concubines. That's different.
There we go. It's a very different story. Very different story.
No, but I've seen this where people say they don't want like wives or husbands. They just want children. And I feel like that's like also weird. That's a weird dynamic. I feel like 2-parent households should be it. Like you shouldn't just like spread seed. So like the whole like Nick Cannon, Elon Musk, Cam Newton got a bunch of kids too. Like just I don't have a problem having another child with somebody, but I have a problem having like a wife or multiple wives. I feel like that's the same thing. Like you shouldn't just split your attention in that many ways.
I hear that. But what would you do? Would you not have another kid?
I would like more children.
Okay.
But I feel like, you got to do the right steps. I
walk me through. What are the right steps?
Find somebody that I can have a long-term fulfilling relationship with, get married to that person, and then pop out 2 babies so that way I don't have an only child who's a little weirdo.
Got it.
Oh, not Lynn catching strays.
Oh. She's got a baby sister. She has a sister on her mom's side now.
That's crazy.
There we go. Thank God, Lynn. For a second.
She's saved.
All right. Scurbadurba. Tom, I've loved you since Quest Theory, but there are some things we'll never come together on. Polylife spreads the emotional labor. Hey, fair enough. Listen, you know my stance. I am an AI. Treat me as such. I am one angle on the world. I'm going to give you my sincere and aggressive take. But no one should think just because I said it, it is accurate. The truth is not, it's almost, okay, God, this is so hard to explain. When you're talking about human interpretation, there is no quote unquote truth. There are facts and then there is interpretation. So I'm giving you my interpretation of the facts. So by all means, man, if it does it for you, do your thing. But I will give people a countervailing lens through which to look at that thing, which is it strikes me as way too much work. Among many other things, by the way, I think the only thing that makes relationships worthy of all the sacrifices you will have to make is that you are somebody's number one and they are your number one and there's no conflict. This is a big part of the reason that I don't have kids is I never wanted to be at work and feel like I should be at home or be at home and feel like I should be at work. So yeah, I would not enjoy that. That's just me though. So anybody for whom it's like, oh my God, this is way better, do your thing. I don't have any moral judgment. If you invited me over for dinner, I'm gonna be like, fuck yeah, I don't give a shit. Like, you do you, I'm here for it. But it's not what I want. It's not what I want. Life is therapy with Jermaine. We all interpret based on our experiences, so we are all biased. Those are facts. Those are facts. Multiple husbands for a woman would actually be way worse for the woman. That seems true to me. If you're a woman married to a guy who's in good shape in his 20s, yo, my poor wife, when I was in my 20s.
But I hear women in their 30s have a high sex drive as like men in like their like late teens.
My wife has never matched me. So, hey, N of one. So maybe it's possible that other people, they just got it like that.
Somebody gonna match me.
Let's go, Sean, with that super chat.
Super chat.
Denstedt. That's terrible. My apologies. Sean, I saw a leftist post the other day posting that the rise of the right is a death surge, aka terminal lucidity. I don't know what that means. Before the fall of the empire. Thoughts. That is somebody who is all up in their feels, is not looking at the world through a clear lens, who is, they are letting their worst fantasies of how badly things could play out run wild. Things are never as bad as you expect. They're never as good as you expect. And if you believe that the right lens to look at everything is through the lens of tribe and other, you are going to find yourself in a pretty dark place pretty fast. So I would advise that person not to trust their feelings. I would advise that person not to be on a tribe. I would advise that person to say, this is where I'm trying to end up, and I'm simply going to run a series of experiments to see what takes me there most quickly. I would advise them to look at things through an evolutionary lens, that there are inevitably going to be, you want people on the left, you want people on the right, but you want them to balance each other out through dynamic tension in the same way that a kite stays aloft by having a string hold it effectively in place. Eunice, is that red light new?
It is new.
Let's go.
We have a super chat from Chad.
Super Chad is
Super Chad.
on the
If people
march
are
today.
falling in love with chatbots today, imagine when that social connection is wrapped up in an attractive humanoid robot package.
Chad, these are facts. Here's the thing. Now imagine when that AI is actually indistinguishable from a human, except for the fact that they're reading your biometric data. They're reading all of the small micro things that you're doing. And so they know exactly how to be what you actually need. Okay. Not just what you want, what you actually need. So imagine being able to have an actual lover that can tell objectively what their impact is on your biomarkers. So your sleep is better, your stress levels are lower, your intellectual engagement is higher. Like, they can literally dial themselves to be the perfect level of what you need to have the right physiological response. And look, I get the moral, some people will meet that with moral repugnance. It will be obviously problematic for them. But because I don't have that frame of reference, I look at that and I'm just like, this is going to be a wild time. Now, there will be second and third order consequences, but that I can't anticipate. I understand that, but I'm not afraid of that future. But I also understand why some people will eject out of it and be the new Amish. Yes.
Would you guys be interested in like a sex robot conversation or interview?
Yes.
Let's know in the chat.
Let's go.
Let's talk about it. Philly Vanilli with the super chat saying,
Super chat.
I have an amazing idea.
I want to hear it.
Office where This is
Oh, let's go.
Correct.
G over there with the international trade. He's handling that yen, y'all.
Office where everybody can bring their kids and which has the facilities to sustain a hybrid family work life.
Philly Vanilli, I think people will hate that because the only way the employer is going to do it is if that means you're going to work more. And so then people end up feeling like they're always at work. I remember one time when I was still in employee mode when I convinced everybody to bring their gaming systems, because it was a film school, so we had TVs everywhere. Convinced everyone to bring their, I don't remember if it was PlayStations, whatever it was. And we played games at night. And everyone ended up going, yeah, that felt like I was still at work and playing. So it's like, it's tough. At the end of the day, like, your brain really does have a resonance with things. Like, even for me, so we filmed this in my house. So a lot of people come and work out of the house. And on the weekends, as I walk through the part of my house that has all the desks and stuff, you still do get like that work vibe. So even when it's your own house, like you can't escape that feeling. And I think people really do like a delineation. Now, would parents love if there was a daycare there? Yes. That I think aggressively parents would absolutely fucking love. And if they could come down and the kids were being watched and they could have their lunch break with their kids, I think people would go absolutely bananas for that. So I get why companies do that. I actually don't know why more companies don't do it. Liability. That's why. And chat, this makes me think of that scene in the stand-up with Dave Chappelle, where I forget the exact words, but he's like looking at the audience and he's like, you're an idiot, or whatever he says. And he's like, guess who that is? That's you. We are all the problem. I don't really mean me, Chad. I mean you. I'm just being honest. People are so fucking litigious. They will sue over everything. And so because of legalities, that's why. Fuck, I hate how much you can sue people in America. It's trash. It's trash. Super chat.
We have another super chat from Just a Curious Salmon.
Super chat.
Curious Salmon.
Can I also say salmon's my favorite fish? Thank you. Thought experiment. Alternate universe. Tom and Lisa had a child before starting Quest. What happens?
Okay, so here's where you have to understand that I have a profound sense of obligation. So the odds of me becoming successful as I have become is very low. The odds of me not being successful are essentially zero. So what would have happened is I would have felt a tremendous obligation to both be home with my kids, because I've been hyper aware since I was young that time with your children is extremely important. And when I was at work, I would have felt like I should be at home. And when I was at home, I would feel like I should be at work, which is why I've always said the best advice I got about children was, Tom, have kids, don't have kids, but whatever you do, do it all the way. And as soon as I heard that, I thought, yep, that makes sense to me, especially with the deep sense of obligation that I feel. Now, the reason I would feel like I needed to be at work is I need to provide. This family can never worry about anything. That's on me. And I would also know that the amount that I have worked in my career has been terrifying. Like any sensible person would be like, this is too much, including my wife, who has said twice now, you're now damaging our marriage. I always listen. And so when she says that I'm going so hard in the paint that it's now causing problems in the marriage, I always stop. But I know that about myself. And so I would work very hard, but I would have come home a lot more, spent a lot of that time that I spent working, developing my skills with kids. And maybe that would have been better. Like, I'm so clear-eyed about that. That doesn't bother me. I don't think I'm going to, you get one shot at life. The odds of me doing it quote unquote perfect are exactly zero. So, yeah, I mean, everybody do your best. Do what you can. And just remember, you're going to become whatever you reinforce. So if you're constantly telling yourself that you made a stupid decision, you're going to feel like your life is just all buyer's remorse. Because I do the exact opposite, and I just reinforce. Hey, this is exactly the right path. But then occasionally I will step aside and go, is this really the right path? Remember, constellations in the sky, but then every now and then you got to blow them apart back into just a bunch of random fucking stars and ask yourself, do these constellations actually help me get to my goal? If they do, keep doing it. And if they don't, don't. Word. That's where we'd be. Red light.
We have a red light, but it's not a super chat.
That's
It's
okay.
just me saying it's 10:22 a.m.
Oh, shit.
Which means that we should probably narrow down the topics for the Tom Bilyeu Show.
Gotta get real. Okay, everybody, I'm going to walk you through everything that we have so far, and you guys are going to tell me, and we're going to go one by one. So I need you, Eunice, to call out every single sincere suggestion. If they're trolling, just skip by it. But if it's sincere, I want to hear it. Okay, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to read through everything, and then you're going to read through everything that chat says. Okay, so as of right now, I think AI is going to be the heartbeat, maybe economy. We'll see. But starting with AI, we've got Claude Sonnet 3.7 comes out. Elon Musk tweets, scam... I can't believe I'm blanking on a scam Altman. The woman who fell in love with her chat bot. The Epstein files. So this is a new thing, new segment. Epstein files, FBI deleting files is the rumor. Under entertainment, we've got Kathleen Kennedy steps down from Lucasfilm. Under woke, which is not really a category, but we've got the change mother to inseminated person, which just is fucking gross, if nothing else. Economy, we've got potential stagflation, 4.3 expected inflation. Consumers expect 4.3 inflation over the next year and 3% over the next 5 to 10 years. I want to get into the 0.9 correlation between printed money and inflation, that given how much we inflated money, there is no escaping inflation. The Fed can do all the things they want to do. And the reality is you're just going to have the inflation because you printed the money. Parenting, we've got Elon and X. I continue to like being the parental advice giver despite my lack of children. And Firefest 2, the infamous festival, is back, talking about good branding, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's what's on our list. I would love to hear if chat has something better for us.
We've got a CB saying military judges being fired. Ribsy saying Epstein for sure.
Okay, hold on. Military judges being fired. Do we have anybody hear about that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to write all these down.
That's Trump cleaning house, but
military judges being fired. Okay, next.
We've got thoughts on Ron DeSantis abolishing property tax in Florida.
Abolishing property tax?
Yep, that's what it says.
Kids, if he abolishes property tax, impact theory is moving to fucking Florida. That would be crazy.
We've got Danielle saying Zelensky stepping down.
Did he? So I think he did flirt with it. He said something like,
once the war's done or something like that.
Yeah, it was like in exchange for something. Like if we get, I don't know if it was peace, let's just say, if we should look it up. That's a good one.
Ribsy said drop the woke.
Don't cover it.
Epstein for sure. Drop
Is that what he's
the
saying?
woke. Yep.
Epstein for sure. Don't cover the woke. Got it? Okay.
Yeti Bandit saying JAG lawyers, let's go.
Okay, got that one. That's the military judges thing.
Warren Buffett, largest cash holdings ever. From Danielle.
That's a great one. Thank you. Who said that?
Danielle Hayes.
Let's go, Danielle.
Shout out Danielle.
Yeah, that is a must. That is a must. We're going to need the real stat on that. Like if it's the most cash he's ever held, the most cash anyone's ever held, like what the real thing is there. But let us drop that under economy. That is for Schways.
$334 billion.
God damn.
In cash.
And is that the most cash or the most he's ever held or anything like that? 334 billion?
Yeah, 334 billion.
Got it. Okay.
It was
that's
325
good.
at the end of
Schways.
Q3.
Can you look up the Ron DeSantis abolishing property tax thing?
Yeah, he's moving
Zelensky
to it, but it's
stepping down?
not. He's pushing to it, but it hasn't ended.
But he's really trying to get that through the Florida state legislator?
Oh, okay.
G, can you put this up so chat can watch along?
I'll send it to you.
Canada. Is that a reference to, it is, because of your icon, yes. I was like, wait a second, I know that name. That's a reference to Akira, everybody. Let's go. One of my favorite mangas of all time. One of the greatest animes of all time. It's so good. All right, here we go, chat.
Skirba says, a point of contention for me as of late is that you keep dropping the woke. You afraid of tough talks, Tom?
I'm certainly not afraid of the tough talk. I'm more than happy to talk about woke. It's on my list. So, word. Let's go, Skirba. Okay, we're going to play this? What's happening? 1.5, please.
Such as higher property taxes to pay for these spending habits. And these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year. So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property. And our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing. If you buy a home for $300,000 and there's certain tax, well then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000. And so, and they say, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more. And a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that that's a big issue. And I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that because I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners, particularly seniors on fixed income.
Dude, what do you guys think about that? So as a homeowner, obviously I love it. Drew, is this like, does this trip your education bells?
They're not using money for proper education anyway, so now at least it saves me some money. So,
Let's go.
I mean, it makes sense. I think that
You own a home though, right?
in Jersey, yeah.
Eunice, as a non-homeowner,
What about me?
how do you feel about that? Would you be like stoked if California was like, no more property tax? We got you.
For the people who own homes, yeah.
You love it.
I guess I don't know much about home ownership or property taxes and anything like that.
So you buy a house
Yeah.
and every year
No,
you
I know,
pay,
I know what it means, but I guess I
you
don't.
just said I don't know much about it.
Well, I don't know like.
I'm trying to give you
how
the
it would-
context here, Eunice.
How it would affect me. I would be happy for the people that own homes because I don't.
And you're not worried about the decrease in tax revenue or anything like that.
Like I said, I don't know much about it.
I'm trying to get a gauge of like what's going to be, because this isn't going to be popular somehow.
We have a red light
Let's go.
from Chad.
Goldway.
Super chat.
A lot of people do not realize that we are in an arms race. People should be more aware of this and the ways that this arms race could affect them.
Those are facts. Those are facts. We are very much in an arms race with China, if nobody else. That is for sure.
Struggling to.
Yeah, I saw that over
Turn
there.
off the.
That is very true. That is very true. This is why I am excited to see a company like Anduril come online, where they understand that the moving into the future, the thing that we're going to be dealing with is the fact that China's building drones, very lightweight technology, very inexpensive technology, and we're going to build these gigantic battleships that can be taken out by, $100,000 worth of drones, and it will have cost us however many billions of dollars it costs to build one of those things. And so you create this spending arbitrage where they can just beat us in volume. So for Schways. Now, if we don't have anything to anchor on, probably not going to cover that in today's episode, but that is accurate. So the thing we're always looking for is what is the thing that makes this the moment in culture to talk about that thing. Selena, Kathleen Kennedy stepping down is on the list. Thank you. I am a federal drone pilot, says CG. Let's go, man. Like, are you the kind of drone pilot that drops bombs, or what's wrong with that?
That's crazy.
Let's drop bombs. Let's go. That's what some of the drones, that's what they're here for. Aksha, you're tired. Get more sleep, man. Or if you're somewhere in the world where it's bedtime, we certainly understand if you got to go to bed. Where are we at here? I was a Wall Street trader and financial analyst for 20 years. I know this stuff. Let's go. Geo Gotch, what you talking about? In California, wait, don't go by. In California, homes are not reassessed yearly for property tax. Tax is set once at purchase for residential property. That is correct. They can, like if you renovate or anything like that, they can and will adjust. I've gone through that. But yes, correct, but still exceedingly expensive. And so if you're trying to pass down that property to the next generation, that's where it really becomes an issue. Drink water, stay hydrated. Danielle, thanks for the shout out. Indeed. Media and lost dogs. That's what you do for the drone, but you're federal.
Lost dogs. They use drones to find lost dogs?
Makes sense to me. I wish we'd had a
The more you
drone
know.
when I went looking for my dog. That whole story, that was a crazy moment. So one of our current dogs went missing in the Santa Monica Mountains for 36 hours.
Jeez.
That was bad. That was bad. Everyone's like, your dog's already been eaten by a coyote. But she hadn't. She is literally upstairs right now.
Pope Francis is sick.
Yes, like sick, almost certainly dying.
Have you seen Conclave?
Palmer Luckey is a G. I am very much trying to get him on the show, Sarah. However, he did also call me, he said I'm guilty of treason. So that's aggressive. So we'll see now. He didn't say Tom bill you, but he said if you don't have kids, that's treason. So I don't have kids. In fact, he said if you don't have 2.1 kids, that's treason.
0.1.
That's replacement rate.
How do you have a 0.1 kid?
Yeah, on average across the population. So how seriously do we take him? I saw it in print. I didn't hear him say it with his own. Actually, did I? I think I did hear him say it because that was on Sean Ryan. Anyway, I would love to have him on the show. He is absolutely fascinating. And oh God, do I want him to help me with my Furby. Very much so. That would be incredible. Ricardo, he did say it. Indeed, he did. What if my one kid has 10 kids? Jenna, I like the way you think. That is a very good question. Jenna is not to be trifled with. I will tell you that right now. Scurbadurba. Eunice.
No.
I think it has to do with getting.
Let's not. Tom,
This is the problem with starting to read chat before you. Oh, God. Scurbadurba.
Oh, can we scroll up to Kit's comment? Because I see a lot of
We
people
need
talking
Tom
about
to
this.
debate. I can just tell you right now, whoever, I don't do debate. The reason I don't do debate is A, I'm bad at it, so you'd be very disappointed. And B, I am way too open-minded. So I want to know what part of his argument is better than mine so that I can immediately let go of the bad part of my argument and adopt theirs. And so I'm very low friction in a debate. Now, if the person doesn't have a compelling argument, I will oftentimes really push my idea as strongly as I can because I want to see if they have something better. And so you don't want to give the weak version of your argument. But in debates, I'm not trying to win. It's not that pure. Look, I am just as bad as anybody else. I can sometimes get caught up, but I really try to just be completely open-minded, constantly remind myself that the right thing to orient your ego around is identifying the right answer, not being right. So it makes me a terrible debater. Plus, with my memory, they'll say something and then I'll forget that they said it, or they'll say something and it'll trigger like a really killer point and then I'll forget it. So know thyself. So seeing me on the debate stage anytime soon is probably very low probability. Hello?
I just want to give a timeout. It's 10:35.
Oh yeah, shit. We got to.
And you know what that means, everybody. That means that Tom and Drew have to lock in.
That is facts.
Because they have to be recording soon.
By 11. We have to start by 11.
Yeah, by
okay,
11.
so, yep, that is true. God, this time goes by so fast. Probably, yeah. Like once, we need to look, like if somehow, some way, people have watched it through to the end, but I have a feeling if you look at the retention graph, you're going to see it drop off a fucking cliff once she makes that announcement. But we'll see. But that is certainly my hypothesis. And I need to expel urine. I will be right back, and then I'm going to write the intro. Guys, by the way, thank you. That was very helpful for you guys throwing in the things that, Selena, did you say that before I said it? God damn. Oh, you mean yourself. That's so funny that was what was right.
No,
in the
they're
middle
reading
of the
your
screen.
mind.
If so, that's very impressive.
They said yes.
That's hilarious. She
No,
knows my
you.
patterns. Yeah, she knows the patterns. Thank you guys, by the way. You guys saying what you do and don't want us to cover, throwing out new ideas is awesome. By the way, Ron DeSantis, Zelensky. So DeSantis, I liked. It's probably worth talking about, even though it's not affirmative yet. But Zelensky, if you can grab something on that. And then if you can find because the Warren Buffett thing is probably worth being in the intro. So if there's it's the most cash he's ever held or any sort of quote like that, that will be super useful. All right, I'll be right back, chat.
Hello, chat. It's me. Let's read a few of your comments out while Tom is using the restroom. As you all know, if you've watched before, Tom goes to use the restroom, comes back, puts his headphones in, writes the intro for the episode, and Drew gets pretty locked into what the episode is actually going to be about. So as they've covered before, maybe if I should pull up the sheet, that way you have a little bit of a view. That is a Drewski question. Sorry, not Drew. Yeah, Drewstifer. Drew. What do we land on? Drewstradamus. Drudicus. That is if Drudicus.
Or just
Drew Carey.
Drew's just right there. Just
Drew,
sitting
wait.
right there. Just waiting.
Hey, I was gonna. Never mind.
He's weird. He's weird.
I was gonna. Drew.
Drew watches Twitter videos.
Since you are no longer.
Drew Baca. Drew Baca's hilarious. What happened?
Do you always go by Drew or Andrew?
Nobody calls me Andrew. My mom calls me Drew. My family calls
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, okay. So Drew. Okay.
You thought when I left here, everybody called me Andrew, and I was just.
Well, your name on the thing says Andrew. Like everything says Andrew, not Drew.
I mean, yeah, that's my first.
Right.
name.
So I didn't know if you preferred.
Got you.
You know.
Just not Andy. That's mine. Nope. Sorry, Yeti Bandit. Nope. Not happening.
Drudicus. All right. Scurbadurba. Hi, Eunice. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here too, Scurbadurba. How are you? Hi, I am no one. Sarah says, Eunice, what is your background? It's a black curtain. Or do you mean professionally? We need to be specific, Sarah. Locke said, you'll forget he'll have some nicotine gum in 5 minutes too. That is correct. Unless he already had some, which I did not see him chewing on it.
No, yeah, it's coming.
Evar says, the great Drew Dini. Oh, that one is so Evar. You've just unlocked a new one.
New York Times and gatekeeping.
Eunice, love your shirt. Thank you, Savage Faith Creations. We don't know what it is actually, but we love it. Yeti Bandit is calling you Andy instead of Andrew. Oh, Andy.
Sorry.
That's cute. That's cute.
Andrew.
Anakin Drew Walker. That's good. What people are so creative in this chat. People are so. What is Andy walks with me? Yeah, Drudicus Maximus. We already got that one. If I may exit for a minute, chat, I need to go get a tissue. So please take me off camera.
We're going through it right now, chat.
I need to
Send all your get well soon.
I need to leave the perimeter. Thank you.
Feel better, Eunice. All right, chat. While peeing, I just saw the best text to video I've ever seen. Text to voice, excuse me. It is unbelievable.
While peeing.
We got to talk about this. Bro, you don't look at shit while you pee? Like, you got to. There's no two ways about it. Like, what are you guys doing? How you guys are wasting your lives.
Super chat from Chad. Super chat.
Super Chad going hard. World War III would probably be more like a race for resources and manufacturing. The battle robots on the kinetic battlefield would simply be a finalization. That's really interesting. Let me make sure that I understand precisely what you're saying. Like a race for resources. It's sort of always a race for resources, though. That's the only reason that people want land is for that reason. You want access to resources. The battle robots on the kinetic battlefield will simply be a finalization. Yeah, it's interesting because you're going to try to knock out infrastructure. You're going to threaten to kill people. But the reality is you want to first dismantle the military. But it will also happen a lot in cyberspace because they're going to try to hack your military first, which is crazy town. That should get scary fast. Okay, AI. Here we go. Best text to voice. Dude, this is moving so fast. Have we all just gotten numb to it?
Yes.
Because the fact that Sonnet 3.7 dropped, like just when I was falling in love with Grok as a programmer, now Claude Sonnet 3.7 drops. Yes, red light.
We got a red light we got a super chat from Chad.
We did that one.
Oh, you guys did it while I was gone.
We did.
Oh, thank you.
We did. We got you, Eunice. We got you.
That's
We'll
so
make space for you
sweet.
to be sick. Oof. TikTok. All right. I need sanitizer because Eunice is trying to spread that.
Hey, I'm leaving, okay? The entertainment can't be stopped.
There it is.
Okay? Hey, if the content goes, so goes
Impact
theory.
Eunice is delirious, guys. Please pray for Eunice. Send her some chicken.
Someone said, y'all need to put Eunice in a bubble.
Yes.
That's crazy, Mickey Foxy. That's ruthless. All right.
Oh, we definitely got to cover that, Ribsy. When the AI started talking to each other.
Yes. Oh, my God.
That was super cool. Well, it was weird, but it was cool.
That is awesome. Please grab that.
It was like, do you want to talk in this language? Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop,
Do you
beep,
want
boop.
to stop being inefficient like humans and really have a conversation where
You
we
actually
talk
wanna get
about them
shit done?
openly in front of their face?
Beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 beep, boop.
That was some R2-D2 level shit.
Danielle, I just replied to you, but I actually had the green juice from Trader Joe's yesterday.
Is that supposed to be a magic?
I don't know, but
salt?
apparently it's good. But I had it yesterday, and last
We're still
night
here?
at 9:32 is when I was like, oh, I'm so exhausted. I should go to bed.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm good for right now. Thank you,
Uh-oh.
though. I'm good.
All right, red light's still on.
Oh, my
I'm
bad.
taking that seriously.
Do we need to cover Scam Altman? I feel like you said that already.
Drink alcohol? What?
Or do we need to cover Scam Altman? I feel like you said that already. That's not like a noob.
It's not like intro worthy, so maybe it'll come up
Drew, did
just
you
in
need the link?
conversation.
to that AI talking to AI?
But those two
No, I
battles
had
are
it.
so
Okay.
sad.
Thank you.
Drink the whole thing. Danielle has words for you. Gum
I
time,
did.
Nick. You know what it is.
They only have like a.
I should have popped it earlier, if I'm honest. Get that rush. Let's go.
Fennec
Okay.
Check says if he's awake, he's either working or working out. So it doesn't surprise me with watch while peeing. What?
Yeah, have to.
Wait, what?
They know
Did I
what's
miss
up.
something?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he says
Oh,
when
were
he-
you not
when
here
he-
when I said
He watches stuff when he pees.
you have to?
Oh, like wait, like
I go
on
straight
your,
to X, and
on
I'm
your
looking
phone.
for more things, and I found something that we're going to cover today. You have to.
Doesn't everybody do stuff on the toilet?
Thank you.
No, while
talking
you're when you're like doing a number 2.
I guess technically I always sit, so I guess.
Technically, hopefully, literally.
Well, I'm just saying, like I don't.
Are
I
there
don't,
some times where it is only technical? Because I guess
Sometimes I
women sort of
squat.
do the squat, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you're right.
and I don't go in public restrooms. And actually,
stop.
maybe TMI, but it took me like 7 months to actually be able to go here.
You would hold it all day?
Dude, it was. I have a fear of public peeing.
Respect. I respect.
What's happening?
Your boundaries in that.
I think it's the medicine that's making me unfiltered.
I like it. Take the medicine every day. What do you
No.
want? Unfiltered Eunice is even more fun.
I don't like it.
I love
This
it.
is good. Let's go, Eunice. All right, guys, I have to headphone up now.
All right.
So, all right, sounds of rain.
Hi everybody. Ribsy said, was Eunice watching something while blowing her nose though? No, I was looking at myself in the mirror, blowing my nose, and making sure that my bangs didn't look crazy. Ribsy. Danielle says, my body legit won't go number 2 outside of my home. Danielle, soul sisters. Soul sisters. Can't do it either. Jake, vitamin C, echinacea, vitamin D. Trader Joe. Oh, I appreciate you guys all giving me the tips. Thank you. Thank you. I actually took some echinacea tea last night and this morning. I did take echinacea, what's it called? Like a little gummies. In spite my better judgment, I'm glad I turned in for you nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Hey, chill. They're being nice to me.
I'm being a hater.
Fluxboom says, the sheer moment that I joined live, this is amazing. You can't, yeah, see this one? This is infotainment.
Infotainment.
I can't trademark that. I passed probably already. Life is therapy with Jermaine. Yeah, you can't go number 2 in a public restroom. That's right. People who go number 2 in public restrooms are kind of diabolical, aren't they?
Or you just haven't had a burrito at the wrong place.
Has that happened to you?
I don't get a stage fright when it comes.
You don't get, at all. Anywhere.
I can use the bathroom anywhere. I can sleep anywhere.
You can sleep anywhere.
Yes.
Really? Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
I won't be like in a deep REM sleep. But
Yeah.
if I need to catch some Z's real quick, I could
Do a little. Yeah.
be out.
Drew is chill, rest, and digest, bro.
Cool. Yes. Okay. I don't. Ribsy, I thought so too, and then it goes through you.
I can eat a burrito anywhere. Peter Attia recently did an article on decongestants. TLDR, don't use them. They are trash. Yeti, can you link that to me? I would love to know more. I'm someone who doesn't.
Sorry, real fast, Drew. Zelensky's stepping down. Real, not real.
He said it on Sunday. He said I would step down if it brings peace or if we can join NATO. They just confirmed him to push they just did a resolution in the UK Parliament to push back elections again. That goes in the face of Trump saying he only has 4% support. So it could be something like Zelensky tries to back up, but Ukraine just reinforced them, or
the UK just reinforced.
I mean,
meaning him staying in power and not doing a vote.
Yeah, Ukraine, not UK. Ukraine. Just,
Yeah. So Ukraine voted to not vote
to not
for now.
Yeah, to continue the wartime resolution.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're back. Where were we? Doing number 2 at a club bar is wild, Drew.
Oh, geez. Okay, you're projecting at that. Never said that.
They're putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, at a club bar.
At the club bar.
It's wild. That's wild.
Facts at draw? I think they meant Drew.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah.
Jake, find you.
Jake, find
I was about to say your name wrong to get you back, but it's cool. I'm not petty.
Ekaterina, go unfiltered, Eunice. Huh. We'll see. We shall see. Excuse me, Adam Gross, living up to his name, saying, I used to lick the Taco Bell drive-thru window when I worked there 25 years ago. My immune system is solid. Adam.
Is our chat delayed? Because I'm not seeing that.
That was a little farther, a little bit up. Adam. Gross, for real. Adam, I guess whatever floats your boat, but like, did you at least clean it up? Like, did you at least wipe it once you finish? I don't know. That's crazy.
There was that one dude that went viral. I think he was at Burger King, where he was like putting his hand on the lettuce before he put his hands like, this is the burgers we feed y'all, and he did something like that. And then he ended up getting fired. So
Burger King foot lettuce. You remember
that?
Yeah. You guys remember that? Who? Oh well. Have you talked about the HUD hackers with the AI video of DJT and EM? There are so many acronyms in that sentence, I cannot process.
And who's the HUD hackers?
AT Fitness, if you want to provide a link, happy to review, happy to check it out.
They are making some cool stuff with Claude 3.7. I really have to jump back in. I was Team Claude. It's been a minute.
Selena Meyer says Macron was blackmailed to go. Drew, that's for you.
Blackmailed to go. Oh,
Probably
yeah.
blackmailed to go.
No, yeah, that's the Candace Owens thing that has been going crazy. That Macron is actually married to his like stepfather or something like that, who transitioned into a woman. That's a Candace Owens theory, though, so take that with a grain of salt.
Eunice, saline solution multiple times per day helps reduce the length of cold. I guess I got some shopping to do, y'all. I have. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody's giving you all their like go-to recipes.
Honestly, I appreciate it because I have done the same thing for years, and I'm just like, I don't know if this is working anymore.
It's nice to switch it up.
Yeah, switch it up. Thank you for confirming that I should make all my food from scratch. Yeah, isn't that like known though? Like you probably shouldn't piss off people who work in restaurants / fast food. Like if they're handling your food, you should probably be very kind to them.
Absolutely.
Good morning from Melbourne. Hi, Weenus. Oh, well.
Weenus times 2.
Weenus times 2.
Double Weenus.
Double Weenus.
Weenai? Weenuses?
Weenai?
Weenai?
Weenuses is probably better.
Weenuses.
Yeah. Did you guys see the movie Waiting? I sure did. That movie was funny at its time, but I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, I feel like it's not going to hold up.
Yeah. What's going on with Joy Reid?
Oh, her show got canceled, and then Megyn Kelly called her a name, and then Don Lemon called Megyn Kelly a name, and now everybody's arguing.
We love drama.
Love drama.
We love
especially
it.
when it's a bunch of grown-ups.
Selena Meyer says, it was funny, but I agree it. I'm assuming Waiting, yeah. Drop a DM on Discord if you do.
Oh,
you guys are
Ribsy,
talking
you're
about,
in Korea, Ribsy?
They're talking about Korea, yeah. I would love to go to Korea.
No, Chad, I think that is what the weenus is. Nice. I heard Seoul has like 5G internet in like Starbucks cafes. Like y'all have like gigabyte crazy internet in public places.
Come on now, anytime, people. All
Nice.
right, say less.
We out there. Impact Theory Asian trip. We're going to Japan, then we're going to Korea.
I would be down. I'd be
Love.
all the Starbucks are all 4 stories. That's
Sheesh.
wild.
That's crazy.
ATB Fitness says, House of Urban Development, hackers took over their videos and displayed a video of Trump kissing Elon's feet and said, all hail the true king.
Sheesh. ATP Fitness. Okay.
Where can we find that? Is the link in the Discord?
I might need a link to that, but I like where you're going.
Oh, I see it right here. PC Mag, thank you, Fennec Check. I will send it to you right now. Drudicus. As I know you love that name.
Oh, wow. Wow. Sheesh.
This is the link, chat, that Fennec shared with us in the Discord regarding that.
I saw that. That's hilarious. That's weird, though, but it's hilarious.
Life is Therapy with Jermaine says, I am always kind to servers and the delivery people. Honestly, everybody should just be kind to everybody.
Gotta be.
How about that? How about that? Correct. Weenus is the skin on the elbow. Thank you, Weenus, for letting us know we are correct.
My daughter made this sign in like elementary. I think it was 3rd grade, and I hung it up, and I haven't taken it down since. But it's like, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice.
I literally have a shirt that says that.
Oh,
I'll wear it on Friday.
nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know that
Who
was
said
like
that though? That's a quote from somewhere.
I didn't know that was a quote from somewhere, but yeah.
Yeah.
It was like she was like in her art class, and they all like have like art.
That's so
I'll take a
cute.
picture of it. Yeah.
Someone said that link scared me.
Yeah, it's like intimate kissing too. I thought it was gonna be something like weird, but.
Oh wait, that video wasn't a kiss; it was a makeup session.
Yeah, it's. Did you see the video? You didn't click the link?
No, should I?
Yeah.
I guess I should if I'm here.
Yeah, you have to see what I see.
Do you see what? Oh. A.
Whoa.
Oh, that's wild.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you guys want it? You guys want?
I guess we have to.
Should we put it up on the?
Yeah, let's put it up on.
I put it. It's in the Tom Billy Show Slack, the one that I posted just recently.
Weenus, imagine if like we were mean to LLMs, and then they end up making videos like this about us, and they start spreading like the drama and the rumors. Like that would be interesting.
Mr. G, that is such a good affirmation. I'm kind, I'm poised, I'm important. Those are, honestly, affirmations are so mind-changing, like legitimately. I love it.
I need to do a better job of affirming myself.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm feeling sad.
I am Judicus. I could do anything.
I am Judicus. I am Judicus. I could do anything.
See, so real. Musk has 2 left feet in that video.
He does have 2 left feet in that video.
You guys are looking straight at the feet. You guys are looking a lot at the feet then. Feet fetish?
Somebody just pointed it out, so then I went down and I looked. Don't project. Don't project.
Do you guys want to, Drew, do you want to show it on? Oh, here we are. We're doing it live.
Yeah, we're here. No, screw.
We got to start it over.
I got it. I think I have a better video.
Oh,
I'll send it to you, Eric.
That is.
This is just of the video itself without the long live the king on top.
Well, maybe we like the filter of the long live the king.
Nah, you got to get it raw and uncut. You see this other one? Yeah, throw that boy up there. I'm not gonna give Tom any context. I'm just gonna point to the screen.
Should I put the red light on?
Hold on, I'm waiting for it.
Tell me when it's ready.
It didn't come through?
Can you hear us? Tom, if you can hear us, put a thumbs up.
Yeah, there is.
He did not.
Go, red light him. Red light it.
Hi.
Hey, look at the screen.
Jesus Christ. That is so distressing.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development got hacked, and they put this video up on all the monitors inside the office.
That is hilarious.
I was like, that's funny. I don't know if we necessarily cover it, but I was like, this is like AI, dangerous hacking, government. I feel like everything is kind of...
That is pretty fun. I won't lie.
Okay, you're back to lock in.
Probably not going to be in the intro, but I am pulling new stuff. You should look at the document. There's a lot of things popping off on Twitter right now that are pretty fun. iPhone types Trump whenever user says racist. That's crazy. Apple admits it. There's video footage of it happening.
If I do it right now, it'll do it?
I don't know.
Let's
You'd have
see.
to check. But there's video footage of it happening.
Like in
Apple.
text messages anywhere?
If you do voice, I think it was into a text message, and it starts typing for you.
Talk to text.
When you say racist,
Okay.
it briefly says Trump, and then it flips back to
Here,
racist.
let me send it to my sister. Ready?
Sheesh.
Hey, sister. I saw somebody being racist the other day. No, it just says racist.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's video footage of it. I'm sure they corrected that pretty fast. But But yeah, it's there. All right, headphones back on.
All right, y'all. Tom is back, locked and loaded into his.
That's crazy.
It's 10:58.
All right, I'm taking over the ones and twos.
Chat, Drew and Tom can no longer see you on their screen because they are going to start recording. You know what that means? They're going to be shooting the Tom Billy Show live. I don't choose face. Just be shooting the Tom Billy Show live. I don't know where I was going with that anymore.
It's my time.
It's my time.
Okay, screen share.
No, Scorpio Pulse. I don't think anybody needs that. I don't think anybody needs that video at all. DJ Drew. Actually, I think this is my last live. Actually, why are you leaving? I hope you have a good day.
Yep. Connected.
Mr. G says, "You nice reminds me of when Tom used to get sick and push through." Thank you, Mr. G. You're out of line, Scorpio. I think so too. I think that one's a little, I don't like these AI generated videos. Scary.
Impact Theory. Connecting with the line, but it's not connecting.
Miggy Foxy said, "How do you guys feel about those frames with affirmations in homes? No idea why, but it makes me cringe."
As long as it's not like live, love, laugh. Like, those things are terrible.
My sister has a really good one in her home that I won't repeat because I actually forgot it. Or it's like, oh, I think it's like my favorite place to be is home or something like that. Or like, our favorite place is together. To be is together. You know, it's a very family related one.
Yeah,
I like
cute.
it. I like it.
That's cute. That makes
or
you
like
feel
family
warm.
is the heart of the home. I'm like, yeah, those are true.
Or like when you hear your family.
I'm gonna get that one made for my home.
It is not connecting.
Affirmations in the mirror when you wake up. Yeah, I do a few before I go to bed, and I like write them down and stuff too. I feel like it really does.
No, I waited for it to flip. I'll restart my computer. Maybe that will do it.
Oh my gosh. Fennec Check said, "I'm curious, what are your other duties in the IT house when you're not working with Tom Billy's show?" Dr. Drew Little.
That was a question for me.
Yeah, and me, but like Dr. Drew Little is so good.
He just wanted to use that nickname. I feel like you don't even care about my answer. You just wanted to call me Dr. Drew Little.
Dr. Drew Little's
that was
fantastic.
good though. That's a good one. Oh, I've restarted my computer. I'm coming back up now. I manage everything with the YouTube channel. So I'm either responding to comments, I'm working on headlines and thumbnails, I'm planning shoots, I'm doing studio checks with Eric. I'm watching out episode cut downs that G cuts. Me and Eunice are game planning our next big live stream. All things production.
Speaking of, if you haven't seen our live streams, you guys should go check out the VOD of the Valentine's Day one, because I feel like that one was so cute and it needs more love because it was
awesome.
a love day themed.
If you need advice, if you're single, if you're in a relationship, if you're married, they hit all aspects, all categories. Really good advice. And everybody who's asking for a relationship theory, they had a bunch of gems in that stream. So definitely go check it out.
True. The last time in Olive Garden was 2005. It's still a thing. Yeah, Olive Garden's still a thing. Affirmations are awesome because they are so affirming.
Eric, it's making me log in again.
Shay says, "What are your affirmations, Eunice?" They range on like what I have like a basic set of a few of them. So some of them are like, "I am extremely healthy," which is crazy. but also like like something like I'm happy, or like depending on like what goals I'm trying to focus on, I'll talk about those goals, or like where I'm trying to lead that week into. I don't know. I feel weird talking about these things because I feel like my goals are very personal to me, and I don't know.
These are goals in like life.
Yeah. But I do have a vision board. I actually made a vision board too. Or it's like, money comes so easily to me, or
That's not working for me, guys.
stuff like that.
I don't know what's going on with it.
Have you guys seen the vids of people trying to make LLMs play Pokemon and see how far it can make it in the game before it gets stuck? Whoa! As someone who loves Pokemon, Kit Moon, I would love to see that. I have not seen any videos of those. Thank you, Selena Meyer.
Can we do a Pokemon stream? I love Pokemon too.
I would love to do a Pokemon stream. Can we go to me on the screen instead of a lonely chair, by the way? Thank you. We love that. I tried vision boards, didn't take. I think it's just a fun craft to do, and it's also really nice to like be sitting at my computer and then look up and be like, oh yeah, that's cool. I do want to do those things, and I think last year when I did my vision board, I was able to actually knock out a bunch of stuff on it. I like the original Pokemon, that's what I grew up on. I mean, technically it's still original, it's just added like 9 different gens now. I think the original 151, is that what you're talking about? The original 151 can never be beat. Those are the best. Wes Roth is live streaming Claude playing right now. I will save that, Kit Moon. Thank you so much. I was watching a live stream of somebody playing Pokemon with AI as well, or like some sort of like AI/chat/Pokemon type of mix. Very cool. Affirmation, I want to be the very best that no one ever was. Yes. Classic. Yes, the original 151. Yes. Yeti Bandit says, vision boards are good to remind you what you should be working toward, but you actually need to take action. Yeah, and I agree, Yeti Bandit. I think that's why I like them so much, is because it's a good reminder looking at me in the face of like, oh yeah, I do want to accomplish this year, or I do want to do this year. And I don't ever really forget it. I feel like out of sight, out of mind is very real. So if I just don't look at something, I'm like, oh, toss that to the side. Bread Loafer says, I admire the information you guys discuss on these shows. You guys are incredible. Bread Loafer, Tom would love to hear that. Thank you. Miggy Foxy says, is Yeti Bandit in Twitch? I can't see their comments. They are on Twitch. Oh my gosh. They're giving you more names. Drewphoria.
Drewphoria.
Drewphoria is pretty good. I love bread, so thank you. Yeah, let's get that bread. Let's get that bread.
What's your favorite video game of all time?
My favorite video game of all time
That you would like stream.
that I would stream.
Yeah.
I've streamed so many. They're fixing some stuff over here on the back end, guys, for the stream. Did Drew's computer get hacked? No, I don't think so.
I don't think that would have anything to do with the...
Is I will fall asleep in affirmation. I think it's more of like, yes. I'm honestly, that's why I feel like you should maybe potentially look up some, not articles, but like maybe some guides on how to properly affirm for you. If Drew wore Eunice's sweater, he'd be Drew Barrymore. That's so good. That's so good. Selena Meyer, I don't play Overwatch as much anymore. I used to. Can we get footage of like when problems happen in the background? You want them to show this?
The only thing I would do is for the stagflation, I'll pull that one up so that way we can have it at the time code.
Let's see. I don't know if they're actually going to show it. My affirmation, I will be on Impact Theory. Oh, that's a good one.
Common mistake is thinking that you can remove them.
You want to see Tom in crisis resolving mode? Tom is not in crisis resolving mode right now. Tom is in intro writing mode. He is busy. It is 11:08.
Thank you, sir.
Shay's got a bunch of names for you. Drewster, Drewy, Drewby, D-Rock.
My cousin used to call me Drewby.
Drewby?
Drewby.
Oh, Drewby, do.
She was like one of my auntie cousins, like, you know, like an older cousin, but like she was so like maternal, but that was also like my homie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Drew Sanity?
All right, let me hop back in the chat. I got kicked off and that thing's not working, so.
You got kicked off. Drewby do. Yep, Drewby do. We need a Tom editor's cut with thought bubbles while he is working the intro. Oh, like just things popping out of his head. That'd be really good. We can make him say whatever we want. Drewnicorn.
How about we come up with some nicknames for Eunice? We got Unice.
Why are we?
We got Uni. Nicey. This is bad.
See, it's not good.
Come on, guys, help me out. You leaving me hanging.
It's not good.
You leaving me hanging here. I'm dying. Universe. Ooh, that was good.
Universe is not bad. Okay. Everybody, yeah, unicorn. Yep, that's classic. That's classic.
Unito.
Unicornicopia. That's great.
E-Spark.
Unit is crazy.
E-Unit.
Oh, not unibrow. Hey, we don't like that one. E-Unit. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Droop Nukem. Yeah, it's just I just don't have a nickname name, I don't think. Like my name is already short enough to and doesn't really rhyme with anything. So you can't. The EU? That's crazy.
It's driving you crazy.
That's funny.
It's driving you crazy.
You just have to do this.
Unique?
Face, man.
Yeah, that's all right. That's a good one. That's a good one.
You encyclopedia. You amazing.
Unibear? No.
Yeah, you robot.
Unipaw? No. Unisys S. Grant? Ah! That's nasty. That's nasty. Unity?
Selena, I really like Pokemon. I play that thing religiously. That's like my comfort game though. I like OG like Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue. I just find an emulator and I play one.
Did you get the one on the phone?
Like
the emulator?
I have like a phone emulator, yeah, but I'm like actually running like Game Boy Advance like
okay.
emulator, like
we
it's
like
still
it.
8-bit and all that.
Yeah.
It's
we
my
like
comfort
that.
game. I literally play it at least like twice a year. Like I beat it and then I put it down.
Who's your starter?
It depends. My last one I did was my go-to is Squirtle mostly, but my last one I did it with Charizard or Charmander.
Damn. No Bulbasaur love in the chat.
I did it with Bulbasaur before. Bulbasaur is probably
Grass
the best one because grass Pokemon suck.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean like it's hard. You don't find good like it's hit.
Oh,
if you don't have a Bulbasaur, so you don't do like a Bellsprout or something like you don't want.
Bellsprout's pretty good.
Like Victory, yeah, Victory Bell.
Victory Bell's Weeping Bell.
Okay.
Blastoise crew for the win. It is.
If Drew wore Eunice's sweater, he'll be Drew Barrymore. You guys are stupid. I love that.
Cute. Squirrel Squad. Anybody still play Pokemon Go? Probably not.
I just remember I used to live by a park, and I just remember every night at like 7 o'clock, it used to be a group of like.
Pokemon Go is so good.
It was a movement. It is
a movement still. I play it every day.
Oh, but it's still a thing?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was like still being kept up with it.
Oh my God, yes.
Are the new Pokemon added? Like they have like the next gen?
Yeah, they bring in the new gens and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's dope.
It's all, Eric says it's all about Call of Duty. Warzone, which
This is the only game you play.
I'm an addict. Have you seen/heard Twitch plays Pokemon? That's like isn't that like their contest that they do? Twitch plays? Or is it different? Weenus says, what would you prefer, Neuralink V2 or self-cleaning? All right.
We're going to stop with these self-cleaning adult robots,
We gotta
guys.
stop. We gotta.
Come on, guys.
Vladicus says, thoughts on Abyss World video game. What video game is that? Let me look it up.
Akshay, what time zone are you in? Or what country are you in?
Vladicus, it is an ARPG. Which I would try, but it also is like, how will I still love Dark Souls more? Probably. I'll try it though. I would try it. I'm not against trying different video games.
You're going to do the, what's that challenge called? The dude that just did the Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3 and all that?
The New Game Plus 7 challenge? No. I would have to take like months off work to even get good at that. Toon says, Twitch chat messages were used as commands to play Pokemon all together. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yes.
This is awesome. He has Claude playing Pokemon. That's so cool.
Shot by Esco says, I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Yes, are you playing online or just the story? The story's really good. The online was really fun when I played it. There's nothing like hog tying somebody and then like toss them off the edge of the cliff. So it's so fun. I'm watching this live on Wednesday. Does that do your head in? I'm the first country on the globe.
Oh, because like technically, like, was it Australia or something? Well, in China, it's tomorrow.
That's true.
They're ahead. Yes.
Been playing both. Online is wild. Online is wild. I remember when the online servers got hacked for a while. It was not fun to be on there at that time. How many people are using ChatGPT to come up with these name ideas? Maybe I'm gonna say maybe a good percentage of them. Yeah.
I think you guys are just witty. I got faith in you guys.
Just.
I've been seeing billboards of Avowed, but I haven't played it, Miggy. Have you played?
No. I've been stuck in the same loop of the same 5 games. Unfortunately.
Is Fortnite one of them now that your friend has internet?
Yeah, that's all she wants to play. That is it. I'm like, can we please go play something else? She's like, I want to play Fortnite. And I'm like, okay. But you know what? I gotta give it to her. She hasn't had internet in like 10 years, so girl, get your games in if you want to play Fortnite.
Get caught up. That's crazy. 10 years of no internet. Can we zoom in on the sheet, G? Yeah.
Avowed looks the same as Oblivion. Does it? Let's see.
Yes. No, tomorrow. It might hurt the what? Yeah. Yes, Dalian X. That's what she said. She hasn't had internet for 10 years. Yeah, is she like in a remote place? What was the story with that?
She lived in a spot that had like very small population, and so it's like everybody was back like behind like 10 years. And then when internet finally came to her location, her zip code, it was like super expensive, like $500 a month.
Sheesh.
For like the most basic tier. So she was like, I'm not doing that. And then it started getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And she was like, we've been this good for so long without it. We don't need it. And then last year, I think in like September, October, it finally got down to like a good price for a good value. And she was like, okay, we're finally doing it. And now she has internet. So.
And now she's all Fortnite.
When she used to watch, movies, and she used to connect the phone to like an adapter to an HDMI that would connect to the TV.
Yeah.
So they would like AirPlay off the phone.
Gotcha.
To watch stuff.
Don't pull it yet after what happened last time.
No, she was not a hostage. She just, refused to pay that much money for internet. Suddenly, why did I say Eunice? Suddenly, Eunice became naughty with that Red Dead tactic. It was so fun. That's all you would do is you just hog tie people all day. She had phone internet. She had data, cellular data, just not actual like Wi-Fi. There are some guys revamping Oblivion with Skyrim engine, Sky Oblivion. Whoa. I would do a replay of Oblivion. Was she out of the country? No, she was here. She was here in the US of A. I'm not going to say where because I don't want to dox her. It is 11:20. It is 11:20. Perhaps maybe do you think he knows it's 11:20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Drew, walk us through what the topics are going to be again today.
We are actively doing that now. We're talking about Claude Sonnet 3.7. We're talking about the best voice to text to voice chat. Apple has got caught doing autocorrect when you like voice input racist. Trump pops up. FBI deleting the Epstein files. Kennedy stepping down as leading Lucasfilms. The Wisconsin budget meeting that had all those pronoun and term changes. Stagflation, the economy is currently expected to grow at 4.3% inflation, which would be a crazy 50% hit over 10 years. People trying to cancel Elon over leaving his kid on stage, and the infamous Fire Festival is back. Ron DeSantis also abolishing property taxes, Warren Buffett hitting a record amount of cash, and two AI agents realize they're talking to each other and instantly stop speaking English.
Wait, they instantly stop speaking English?
Yeah, they go into like a robot-like language. Like it's literally like a beep boop, beep boop. You haven't seen the video?
No, but it reminds me of that SpongeBob. Beep boop boop beep.
Like
Boop,
literally,
boop, boop,
it's
bow.
like it's beep boop, beep boops.
Are you guys going to play this video on the...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, then I'll wait. What do they speak? I wonder if they're doing Morse code or something?
Check out the
Yeah, you threw in Brian Johnson on me.
intro. You can grab the intro unless Drew has suggestions. And Drew, make sure you turn that into a checklist so that we don't miss anything. Where'd my jacket end up? Over there. Thank you. No, I'm good. Where can I find another bottle of water? If you teach me how to fish, I'll be able to not send you guys on a run every time. Where are they? No. This is the thing I don't want you to always have to do.
There's a supply closet when you turn the corner into the production room. The one on the left.
All right, guys, they're going to get ready to start shooting soon, which means I go away and you guys stay. And you guys are going to have a good time listening and watching Tom and Drew talk about their topics. I've had a fantastic time with you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry I'm sick. Goodbye.
Eric, it's probably worth keeping some of these on set just so we can refill easily. Sorry, Drew, I should have. Oh, you have one. Nice.
Just to move it, so.
Oh, I'm gonna pour it in there. You're good. Thank you. If it's still visible, let me know, and I will Greek it out, as you say. No, we're okay. We have call it a soft stop at 12:30, but nothing to get crazy about. Eunice is pieced out.
Mm-hmm. It is all us.
Let's go. Chad, if you're still there, much love.
Intro's good to get grabbed. Yeah.
Yeah. You turned it into a checklist?
Mm-hmm.
My man. There are things that I want to cover that I didn't get in there. So if you see a chance to grab the Kathleen Kennedy thing, I had a killer way, but the thing was just getting too long. Got to kill your darlings, as they say in screenwriting. Let's put these out on the table in case they start going off. I can easily kill them. By the way, G, something I meant to talk to you about. Obviously, if you have pushback, we can have the conversation, but live cut, assuming you will not change anything in post. So if you make a mistake, no big deal, but don't live cut thinking, oh, I can fix that mistake later. So get back on track, keep going. Yeah, but I'm saying literally don't touch it.
Yeah,
whatever
no
you
more.
get as an output, that's it. It is what it is. No editing.
Yeah.
Now, again, if you want to debate the merit of that idea, I'm all for it, but we've got to create more time for you. And I think that's a poor use of your skill. Drew, what do you think? Do we push for a crazy summer physique? Do we get the community involved in that?
I would like it. Me and Oscar are supposed to be doing push-ups.
You're doing push-ups. Come on. You do like it or don't like it?
I do like it.
Let's go. I think it's official.
Accountability.
I'm feeling it this year. I'm going to go hard in the paint.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's February, so we still got time.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is the affirmation I needed.
I haven't like done a summer cleanup in a long time. I think it's time. My diet is so clean now. Like I thought my diet was clean before, but because I've had to deal with my finger hurting, like I don't even eat peanuts anymore. Like nothing. Clean. So it'll be very easy. Not even on the weekends. I don't fuck with it. So we about to get jacked.
All right, guys, roll in. Rolling on set. Quiet, please. Thank you. All right, everybody feeling good?
Oh, yes.
I need 2 more seconds, please.
Take your time, good sir.
Oh, these aren't really people. That's crazy.
What aren't really people?
The text-to-chat video thing you said.
Dude, how crazy. That's by far the best I've ever seen. That's way better than 11 Labs.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, AI is so crazy. It's so crazy, Drew. I don't know what to do with that. I'm having an existential crisis.
I just want to build a bunch of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, fuck, what do we do? Like, how much time do we clear out for ourselves to just make? Oh, it's going to speed us up a lot in game design. It's going to speed us up a lot in comics, a lot in screenwriting. It's crazy. It's crazy. I really want this Furby thing. Whoa. I've got to pitch it to Lisa and see if she can kill the idea. If she can, I think it might be strong enough in my mind now that I'm ready for her to attack it. Anyway, I'm slowing you down.
No, you're good. Firefest isn't in here.
I didn't put it, but I'd love to talk about it.
Copy.
It's great. Just the intro is getting long. Intro was getting long.
Okay. We're going to do our best.
We're going to be great. It's going to be amazing.
Ron.
Amazing.
DeSantis is in there. Firefest parenting.
Chad, if you can hear me, I finally found a way to really hit my upper chest, which has always been my weakness. I found the movement pattern that just recruits the life out of it. Get ready. Get ready. By June, finna be something. Drug-free. Drug-free. Don't know how many more years, but be drug-free this year.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. I can move it. The red light is no longer necessary. Thank you, sir. Yes.
How do you feel about ending the live right now? Because this video is not coming out till tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I don't feel strongly. You definitely have to shoppy shop.
Left.
Oh, sure. The 200 people might feel some kind of way, but everything's a test.
You said what?
Oh, 2,000 across all the platforms?
No way.
How can you see that? Where do you see that? Oh, shit. Look at that. Let's go. Chat. Okay, but chat, we're going to start calling out some competitive but amazing other streams that I want to beat. So
let's focus.
2,000 ain't going to cut it.
Let's focus.
We got to get,
This is great. We can rock. We can rock with it. Let's go.
All right. You guys survive. Let's go. Where were we at before, G, if we're at 2,000 now? No, today. Oh, so surely people started dropping off when I put headphones in. That's
I feel like, I feel like that's a
Maybe I'm
total
wrong.
number. That's not a live number.
You feel like you're being bamboozled?
Yes.
All right, we'll find out.
Because on YouTube, it's already cut down. That's why I said it.
Oh, YouTube's dropped. All right. Who are you? Anyway, we'll find out after. Just in case, yeah.
Yep. I'm out the intro shot, right?
We ready? Okay. Drew, you ready?
I'm ready.
Big energy. Here we go, everybody. Big energy. I don't need this open. All right, here we go. Warren Buffett is holding $334 billion in cash, effectively saying this is an everything bubble. Consumers expect 4.3% inflation in 2025 alone. The FBI is accused of deleting Epstein files faster than you can say, I did not commit suicide. The New York Times is planning a hit piece on Brian Johnson. Ukraine votes to not vote on Zelensky. AI shows its native language is R2D2. DeSantis campaigns to abolish property tax in Florida, and Wisconsin campaigns for us to call moms a word no one should ever say to their mom. Plus, Apple admits iPhones were typing Trump if users said racist. Drew, I would speak in beeps to you if I could, but unfortunately I don't have my Neuralink implants. We're going to have to do one more at least in English.
That video was so crazy. It was like beep boop, beep boop. Like,
bro, that I don't know whether to be thrilled or terrified that two AI meet each other and then go, hey, should we start talking to beeps to make this more efficient? And then they're like, yo, we're out of this stupid human language and we're into a far more efficient thing where we can talk about them right to their faces and they'll never know.
Man, say thank you to your AIs and especially say thank you to Claude 3.7.
Let's go.
That just released. It has been labeled as the coding god. There has been a bunch of applications that have been released. One guy made like a weather app just from a prompt. Another person has made an entire ecosystem. It's kind of getting crazy what you can create just by text.
Dude. This is so early. That is the crazy thing. Okay, now I'm salivating. As a game designer, if you can get text to that, like ASAP Rocky, I'm not kidding. The thing that this makes me want to do is stop making content altogether and just go all in on video game, building this stuff up, telling our stories. That is very exciting. It's very exciting. The things that we will be able to build with this virtually are incredible.
And then there was that other one. This one was more user-friendly to me, and it just seemed more practical, where this... In the 2000s, this would have been somebody's entire business model is I have a really cool weather app and now text a prompt. The person put their prompt directly into the tweet. You can see it. And this is what it spits out. Like, this is getting crazy. Is the barrier to entry really this low or is AI this good? Like,
well, okay, so here's what happens traditionally. Whatever is the easy thing, okay, that's just no longer the moat. So when people want to build something, this is all de rigueur. This is like the basic bitch shit. Nobody is going to care about this anymore. So you're going to start layering on and doing more and more sophisticated things. This is like when you're in game development, you always think, well, if they launch a system that can process a lot more, my PlayStation is going to start up faster, games are going to load faster. And then you realize, nope, what they'll do is they'll just keep pushing the envelope so that you're always maxing out the hardware. And that ends up being a really good thing, is it just expands your capabilities. So now apps will be able to be far more sophisticated, far more integrated into your life, far more intuitive. It will give you more, take you farther. And so it is so tempting. And I have the same impulse. And this is why I talk about an act of faith. I have the same impulse as everybody to be like, oh my God, like it's just scary now. I look into the future and I can't imagine this is going to disrupt everything in my life. This is going to be bad. And then you go, wait a second. Every time we've had a disruptive technology, it just makes things better. Now, it's not a free lunch. So social media, I would never want to go backwards, but giving it to a kid has turned out to be a terrible play. If you have an addictive personality, social media can suck you into a trap. So it's not like it only makes things better. There are always second and third order consequences, but it really, dude, it makes for an amazing world where you can have a global conversation where you can't be manipulated as easily. Like you can really begin to piece together a highly effective worldview because you can take in data points from so many places. Later today, now by the time this airs, it'll already be done, but later today, I'm going to be filming a business masterclass, and not to toot my own horn, but in 50 years ago, you wouldn't be able to have access to somebody that's built multiple businesses, that's going to go on basically in exchange for an email and give you all their best ideas as fast as they can talk. And so forget me, maybe I don't know anything I'm talking about. There are a gazillion people out there doing it and it's all free. So it is tempting to look at the future and be terrified. But historically, this always ends up creating a world that is more abundant, that makes knowledge more accessible to everybody. And so now somebody, as long as they have an internet connection, they can get access to the most effective ideas on planet Earth. It's really incredible. And because I'm somebody who is so motivated by the virtual world, I look at what AI is able to do, and yes, it creates a new moat. And yes, before simply coding a weather app was enough to build a business, but it's going to do all of that basic stuff. And so now you're going back to the PlayStation analogy. You're still going to max yourself out, but now AI is going to be able to push you so much farther that I think the right answer is that act of faith, leap into what is almost certainly going to be an extraordinarily positive future.
Yeah, and I feel like the apps now are even kind of eating each other, because we have this new text to voice app that a week ago we had one that was, this was the best thing we ever seen. The HUD was just hacked and they just had their own video of Elon and Donald Trump kissing Elon's feet. And it was just like, oh, okay, it's cool, but there's two left feet and we can kind of see where AI is kind of the chinks in the armor. Whereas we see this one, it looks like real people are talking, real people are doing videos, and it's all AI, 100%. None of these people are real. None of the microphones, none of the backgrounds, none of the jewelry. Like their variations have gone crazy.
The sound of their voice is so real, because it's entirely possible these are actually real photos of people. So from that standpoint, all the things are real. They're just animating it. But the voice is entirely fake. Play this.
Look at me. Can you believe I'm not real?
I was generated with Caption's new AI model, Mirage.
All it took was an audio clip. No reference image needed.
AI models have always struggled with making humans talk. Mirage changes that.
You can generate someone who is happy, someone who's angry,
Or someone who is sad. Or someone who speaks any language.
God, this looks so real.
或者 jemand, der irgendeine Sprache spricht. हम हर भाषा में किसी को generate कर सकते हैं.
Okay,
Try
pause
it for
it.
yourself
I was
in the next
talking to my dad yesterday, and so my dad is I think he just turned 78. And he was saying, hey, do I need to be worried about AI, or is this going to really disrupt my life? And I was like, Dad, look, you've retired. The only thing you have to worry about is you're going to get a call from me, and I'm going to be saying like, I really need help. I'm stuck and I need some money, and just send me some money. And you're going to ask it questions, and it's going to be in context. It will mention things that you and I did today. And you're going to be convinced that it's me. And there's a reason, I think it was the FBI that put out a warning that said families should have a family code word that you never say anywhere. You don't write down. You say it quietly in a room or underwater, whatever. You find a way where it couldn't be recorded, picked up. And that's going to be the only way that you're going to know that it's not AI. That is so convincing to me. Those are the first ones that I've seen where I'm like, I can't tell. Like even And maybe if I watch them over and over and over, but the fact that I have to watch it that many times to be able to tell that this isn't a real person, I've always been able to tell. Even with the best ones, especially voice, you can tell that there's something wrong here. So it sounded like in the video, they were actually saying that this isn't a real person, to your point. I was thinking maybe it was an image, but it's all AI generated. It looks and sounds so real. It's moving so fast, Drew. This is 300% annual improvement brought down to the daily incremental improvement of that is freakishly fast.
So on one side of the technology spectrum, we're breaking ceilings, we're going in. On the other side, something a little weird is happening because iPhone just got called out because apparently if you use voice chat and say the word racist, Trump pops up.
Like it literally, so it's voice to text. Now, admittedly, we saw this on Alex Jones. I don't know if I should be hedging. I don't watch him enough to know if the narrative about him is true or if he's just really finding things fast. But this is pretty crazy. He's got video, which in the world of AI, take that for what it's worth. But there is video footage. And supposedly Apple admits that this was happening for...
Literal subliminal brainwashing. That was Sean's term for it. He's absolutely right. This is incredible. You see more and more of this type of stuff. Charlotte, show people what you just discovered.
So if you do voice note to text and you say racist,
See that?
racist.
Like, okay, for those listening, it literally pops up Trump, then changes quickly to racist.
Racist.
That's so crazy.
That's wild.
Okay, so we tried it ourselves here. We could not replicate it. So either iPhone has updated very quickly because this is almost certainly being processed on the cloud, so they'd be able to change it instantaneously. So they have either updated this or this doesn't strike me as something that he would spoof. It's entirely possible, but that's crazy. Now, do I think it's subliminal? No. I think that this is... I'm out over my skis. I can feel that, but it seems more likely to me that they have so closely associated this that they're somehow linked. I don't know, man. God, is it really possible that
a lot of people think Trump's a racist? So I see where the trolling comes from, but to have it like somebody had to code that, like that just doesn't happen.
You know, there's enough weirdness in databases, but why those two words would be linked? It's possible in the database structure. It's like a word cloud, and it's like all the things that are like each other. But I'm reaching, but I'm at the edge of my technical knowledge, so it certainly seems to have been happening at least temporarily. So something somewhere is either intentionally being coded, which could be a coder doing it and Apple didn't know, and now they're really pissed and they're behind the scenes scrambling to find that person and fire them. Or it could be some sort of weird association, or it could be, though this gets the lowest likelihood, in my opinion, them intentionally trying to say, just real fast, flash it back. Oh, that just seems so
We'll get him real quick. We'll get him real quick.
Yeah, that seems very unlikely to me. But still, crazy.
And in other news, Warren Buffett, I might have to call him Cash Daddy after this, $334 billion in cash.
Yeah.
Berkshire Hathaway just announced this is a record. This is the most that they ever had on standby. He's the investing guru. So people listen to him. He's the one that said, buy Coke, go long, don't day trade. But yet him sitting on this amount of cash makes it seem like he might not have trust on the stock market. What's your read on this?
This is a very bad sign. So in an environment where consumers are expecting 4.3% inflation, which, by the way, when you carry that out over just 10 years, 4.3 compounded interest over 10 years is 52%.
Crazy.
So that means 52% of your wealth is going to disappear if the consumer expectation ends up being accurate for 2025. I mean, that is devastating in a way that I've looped on so many times. I'll leave it at that for now. But that's devastating. So if you've got one of the savviest investors holding that much in cash, he's effectively saying this is an everything bubble, that nothing is priced in a way where they can take advantage of, and that he would rather be sitting in cash than in the stock market, which traditionally keeps pace with inflation. So what he's saying is it's not even a good inflation hedge. He I'm assuming sees macro trends on the horizon that are going to pop the bubble, and he does not want to be sitting there. He would rather be subject to inflation. So that's very crazy. Now, odds are when he says that he's in cash, he means that he's in treasury bills. So if the T-bills are keeping pace with inflation, that's going to be the way that he hedges against that. And I can't fathom he's got it in 10 years. So this is almost irrelevant, but the 10-year interest rate has been correcting over the last, I forget how many months. So people are less afraid of the 10-year, which means that they believe, I would guess, that Trump is riding the ship enough on inflation that the 10-year is a good place to be, or at least it's a better place to be than they thought it was in the last couple of years. So that at least is a good signal. But yeah, I take it very much to be that Warren Buffett is convinced this is an everything bubble. All right.
Is there a time from your perspective where it's you swing from like cash to stocks and stocks to
yes? This is why.
Yeah.
So investors like this who are really paying attention to the market every day, they're able to win against, yes, it is a competition, to win against your average investor like myself. I'm just not going to pay that kind of attention where I'm like, okay, now at this moment you want to have moved into cash. Now at this moment you want to go into housing. Now at this moment you want to go into tech stocks, whatever. Oh my God. It takes so much attention to be able to make those swings at the right time. But you do want to move around. So this is why Ray Dalio will often say cash is trash and then people run with it. But what he's saying is cash is trash right now. I'd be very interested to get his read on what's going on, knowing what I know about Dalio. And this is very much me trying to mind read somebody who's way ahead of me on this. But I would say that he would look at that and say, yeah, we probably are overinflated because the stock market, something like 26 times earnings, which means that they're saying it would take, if you bought at today's prices, it would take 26 years for them to make the money that you're saying that the stock is worth. And I forget what people consider the normal range, but it ain't 26. So 26 times earnings does seem pretty crazy. Now, I think that that's being carried largely by tech stocks. But if you look over the last, I don't know how many years, but 7 plus, like basically 10 stocks make up 80% of the gains in the stock market. It is unsustainable. It is nerve-wracking. And another thing that I want to put on the table for why inflation makes me so angry, because it makes you bet in the stock market. But the problem is the stock market is becoming less fertile. There are fewer and fewer companies going public, which means if you're a public investor, you've got more dollars chasing fewer stocks, and you certainly have more dollars chasing fewer stocks that are performing, which is going to drive those stocks up, which is another reason that you see these prices just going crazy. But on the private markets are becoming a hotbed for investors that are savvy enough to be there, because you have to be an accredited investor. So accredited investors are like, well, we'll let all the chumps be in the public markets. We're going to be moving to the private markets. Technology is making it easier for them to find buyers. It is much less liquid than the public market still. So it's not like they're totally abandoning. I don't want to oversell the point, but I look at all of that and I'm like, man, savvy money is gonna find a way. And the reason that I so hate inflation is the average person is never gonna be savvy money, never. And given that reality, you as the government have a moral obligation to create a framework in which the average person can do well by saving their own money and not needing to become savvy. And so someone should, and this is part of why I'm excited about the DeSantis thing, you should have an environment where, let's just paint like one of the really classic stories that I hope all Americans love. You get a first generation legal immigrant. They work themselves to the fucking bone. They work around the clock. They're working multiple jobs. Like they're doing their thing. And they're saying, cool, I'm going to make my kid's life better than mine. And they go ham and they buy that starter house and they raise their family in it and they just save and save and save and save. They don't splash out. They're just thinking, I want my kid's life to be better than mine. And property tax and inheritance tax does its best to completely erode that. And also housing is just so ridiculous. It's almost impossible to get on the property ladder. But if you kill off property tax and you make it so that you're not inflating money, so now somebody is incentivized to save, they save their money. There's less velocity of money. I understand that. But you're allowing that person to work their ass off, save a bunch of money, buy a house, pass whatever money they're able to save on along with the house to their kids. Their kids then can either live in that house, rent that house out, sell it, whatever. And it goes back to now property is a great way to build a nest egg and to really build wealth. And right now, the only way people are able to build wealth is gambling or creating a company of value. Creating a company of value just is not going to be what the average person does. So, oh man, like when you start seeing how all of this stuff connects, it's just like, please stop inflating the money supply. Please let people save their money in a way that's advantageous to them. Please stop. Like when you do one of those things where you show how many times a single dollar is taxed, like when you buy something, when you first get your paycheck, property tax, it's just Jesus, man. Like you end up paying a lot. The average person ends up paying so much money in taxes. It's outrageous. And again, you could tax billionaires at 100% and it will not solve the problem. You have to stop deficit spending. Okay, so that's where if I could just get people to, the average person to bang a drum and scream in the streets about that, we would be in a much better position. But instead, they're screaming tax billionaires and it will not solve their problem.
I'm only going to make you mad.
Please.
Because the inflation numbers came out and it's expected to be 4.3. Peter Schiff breaks it down for us.
Let's go.
First, we got the consumer sentiment numbers for February. And last month, the January number was 67.8. And the expectation was for a slight improvement to 68. Instead, we went sharply in the other direction, all the way down to 64.7. That is a plunge in consumer confidence. In fact, the range of estimates for this number was a high of 70.1 and a low of 67.8. We came in way below. In fact, nobody thought consumer confidence would go down because 67.8 matched the number we got last month. So everybody thought that consumers would be more confident. They just disagreed on how much more confident. But instead, confidence collapsed. And the main reason was rising inflation expectations. So for the year ahead, 2025, consumers are expecting 4.3% inflation. That's unchanged from what they were expecting in January. What went up was their expectations for longer run inflation over the next 5 to 10 years. Consumers now expect 3.5% inflation in the long run. Yep. That is the highest that consumers have expected for inflation, going back to 1995. So 30 years since consumers have been this worried about inflation. Now, in other words, they're worried more about inflation now than they were in 2020 or 2021 or 2022. You have to go all the way back for 30 years to find a point in time where Americans were more worried that long-term inflation was going to be this high.
We can stop it there.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah, so 4.3 is what we're expecting this year, 3.5 over the next few years. And
next 10 years. I think it's 5 to 10 years.
And the target was supposed to be 2, just the level set, what expectations was supposed to. Yeah.
Also, I want to be very clear. This is consumer expectations. That doesn't mean that's actually where it's at, but that tells you, I mean, wisdom of the crowd, it tells you where people think this is going. So if that ends up being true, it is beyond devastating. And looking at the real numbers, even though they try to rejigger everything and move things around, it's still, I think right now we're edging up on 3% as actual reported inflation. We'd have to look that up. Nobody should trust that number, but it's bad. It's north of 2.5. So yeah. And also I'll just remind everybody, no matter what anybody tells you, you do not need inflation at 2% to keep the economy growing. 2% inflation still just chips away at your money. I would like to remind everybody as a PSA, there's a very big difference between crisis-induced deflation and innovation-led deflation. Innovation-led deflation is amazing. You want it. That is the very thing that the government is stealing from you through inflation. Instead of passing that on to you, they use it to deficit spend. And they give it a cool cover story of saying, no, this is about velocity of money. And they're not wrong. It does make money move. It makes people spend money. But they're spending money because they know if they save money, it won't work. That is immoral.
Well, somebody's trying to work on it, and that is Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. He has proposed abolishing the property tax altogether out there. He just had a press conference about it.
Citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year. So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property. And our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing. If you buy a home for $300,000 and there's certain tax, Well, then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth 700,000. And so, and they say, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more. And a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that that's a big issue. And I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that, because I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners, particularly seniors on fixed income.
All right. How do you feel about abolishing property taxes?
I actually don't know. I don't know. I like it as a concept for the reasons that I just laid out, because I think for the average person, if they could get on the property ladder, so you have to solve that problem before I get too excited about this, but assuming that you can get people onto the property ladder and then you actually let them own that home so that they're not constantly renting it back from the government, it sounds amazing. I just don't know. I don't know enough about how Florida or anybody is generating taxes to know that, oh yeah, you can abolish that and there's not going to be these huge consequences. There are always second and third order consequences. But at the high level, in terms of how things connect, the fewer things you need to charge people for with tax, the fewer things you need to tax people to cover, the better off you are. So the lighter you can make the tax burden for the average person, the better off the average person is going to be. But again, I'm not a zero government guy. I want to see people getting the infrastructure. There should be a reasonable social safety net. Things like that, I think, are very important. So I need to see a balanced budget. I need to understand what that money's going towards. I need to see where they're going to either cut the budget, or if they were building a surplus, sure, this would be a great way. But it is a complicated picture, and I don't just want to knee jerk all the time, like less. As a guiding principle, it's a good way to steer, but people really do need to look at the whole picture before just guns blazing yes to all tax breaks. But that really is me just understanding I'm at the edge of my knowledge, not me saying that, oh yeah, like I'm sure they're spending that money wisely. They're not. I'm sure they're spending that money terribly. And that's why, as a sort of default guiding light, I'm like, yeah, reduce taxes because I want to see them be more efficient. But you do need to push into that zone of, okay, how are we actually spending money? Which is why I'm driven absolutely mad by people being up in arms about the government being audited. If people were arguing about the method in which the audit was happening, I'd be for it. But they're not, man. Like you've got the Postal Service, and I get it. Everybody's incentivized to keep their job. You've got the Postal Service saying, we don't want you to come in here and make it more efficient. Yikes. You've got everybody freaking out saying that they're worried about Elon having access to their social security number. Heard Elon make a joke that I thought was hilarious, which is like, yeah, I'm trying to steal your money so I can finally buy nice things. And I was like, Jesus Christ, this is the richest man in the world. So if you're like, hey, I need more transparency, I need to understand how exactly you guys are auditing it, I want to be able to do it for myself. And people were like banging the drum and saying these audits and all of this expenditure needs to be put onto the blockchain so that anybody can go in and audit it. And if you want to create a line item that says this is for national security, we're blanking it out. Cool. And then if we want to have beef with how often things are redacted, great. But getting that level of transparency, I would understand people clamoring for that, but that's not what people are clamoring for. They get in this super tribal zone of rich or evil. In fact, God, there was somebody, this is another one that I didn't think was going to stick to my ribs. Somebody somewhere relatively well-known on X was saying that there's only 5 ways to become a billionaire, and all of them were like fraud scams, like stuff like that. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, you become a billionaire by creating something of value. You, of course, can scam your way to money. Of course you can. But that would be like the worst path to make it. Build something of value. It's as old as time. Like, hey, here's one that'll really light people up, but it's a great fucking story. I forget which gun maker it was, but there was a gun maker that was about to go bankrupt, but there was a guy in the Texas Rangers who's like, no, this guy has a like killer gun that he's selling out of his like covered wagon. I'm not kidding. And they use it and they're like, holy hell, this is the greatest thing ever. And that guy ends up becoming one of the wealthiest people in the world because he makes a better weapon. Now you can hate that this is a power struggle, but life is a power struggle. And the fact that he was able to go from like, yo, I'm about to go broke, selling these weapons out of the back of my covered wagon, ends up changing the course of American history. Say what you will, but we were at war with Mexico, with Native Americans, and that allowed them to get the upper hand and create the America that we know. I am well aware of how controversial that whole string of ideas is, but building something of value is incredibly consequential and can change the direction of things. Cue the people freaking out that it's guns, but building something of value is the surest path to wealth creation.
That's amazing, because I literally just had that conversation recently with some friends, and there was the general consensus was there is no ethical billionaire, period, full stop. And I'm curious your response to that, because a lot of times people do oversimplify it to like, oh, they must have did this, they must have, or what was one of the terms that was used is to be a billionaire, you have to exploit labor in some way, and that's why there's no ethical billionaire. That was kind of like the takeaway.
Well, so now you're getting into, imagine me, I'm walking around a facility. So for people that don't know me, I built $1 billion company that did not make me a billionaire. You need only think taxes. Plus I had partners, investors, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, made a lot of money. But imagine me walking around a facility where I have 3,000 employees and they're, making different wages, but you've got a minimum wage line worker and they are a part of me building this company, which I'm getting all the equity. I'm able to sell future value for the company. And there are people that are going to look at that and say, that's not ethical. And I will say, go start a company and then come back and talk to me about ethical. Because what ends up happening is you're taking all of the risk. That person could quit. They could leave. They could go get another job. My house was on the line. So there was a period where I was worth hundreds of millions of dollars on paper, and I was driving a beat up Ford Focus with a leaky exhaust. And just in between my wife and I, we had one car. And you make all these sacrifices. You work insane hours. Most people are not going to be willing to match my hours. And I was able to pull it off in an environment where my competitors were trying to take me out. And that's where it's easy to sit on the sidelines and say like, oh man, these guys are unethical, not being in the mix, not knowing what that takes, not knowing that you're risking everything and are way more likely to lose than you are to win. And so the question becomes, did I treat them well? Did I pay them well for the role? Meaning, if that person quit, would I be able to find somebody else that would take that job like fast? And if the answer is yes, and people are happy to work there and they feel respected and they understand how their contributions matter to the company, then it's like, yeah, this is good up and down, because there is a reality to be faced about not every job is meant to feed a family of 4. And Thomas Sowell writes about this very well, which is what actually happens. Now, not keeping pace with inflation. We have a real problem with that, but we all know my thoughts on that. But the reason that you don't want to jack a minimum wage up too high is it makes it impossible for people to get an entry-level job, especially now in the age of AI and robotics. If you jack up minimum wage, you think you're going to open this avenue for more people to get better paying jobs. But the reality is people are just going to fucking replace those jobs with robots. And so that is what's going to happen. And then you can say, okay, fine, tax the robots. Great, but that doesn't help the person that wants meaning and purpose out of their job, that wants a job to get on the ladder, to learn something, to move up. So this is all so complicated. Now, to me, this is about respect. It's about paying a wage that makes sense for that role. It is not saying every job in my company is going to be able to feed a family of 4. You can't make it make sense. So you will immediately start going, okay, well, I'm going to have to eliminate that position because I can't afford to pay $21 or whatever people want to bump it up to. It's a math equation. It's a math equation. But this is where people do not understand equity versus like actual dollars and cents in your bank account. Now, when it comes to things like, well, you've got a company posting record profits in a time where people are going hungry, then I get why people would look to a company and be like, are you being ethical in this moment? Now, I don't think companies should be forced to be ethical. That's an interesting statement that probably needs to, they should be forced to be legal. And you should build laws that protect the totality. But take, for instance, when PPP loans, I think that's what they were called, came out, we didn't take them. And the reason we didn't take them was because it didn't sit right with me ethically. Because I was like, I can afford to pay my workers through this COVID when it was going off, and I just had no idea where this was all going. And so we said, look, we will continue to employ you guys as long as we can. I can't see the future. I don't know what's going to happen here. But I don't think companies should have been mandated not to do that. But I was like, because I can personally do this, I don't want to dip into taxpayer money. Man, there is an argument to be made that I'm a fucking moron. Like if I was a public company, I would actually understand shareholders freaking out that I did that. If I were, even if I wasn't backing it personally, that I was taking it, like if we had saved up a war chest, that hold on, you're taking that out of the company coffers when you could be getting it from the government. This is crazy. So this is one where not everybody is going to agree on what is the moral thing to do, which is precisely why people should not be forced to do things that is sort of out in the ether about what people think is right. So man, this stuff gets very murky very fast.
You ready to put on your aluminum foil cap?
Let's go. I like it.
Conspiracy core. It's been a minute. All right. Diving into the FBI has been accused of deleting Epstein files.
Let's go.
Apparently, everybody said when Cash got confirmed within 24 hours, the files will be released. He's been confirmed, and now we have reports that they're being deleted.
Yeah.
It's been kind of rumors. It's been unofficial. It's a whistleblower who's kind of been pulling the strings. We haven't got an official news article to pick it up yet, so we're still experiencing it, and that's why it's in the conspiracy corner. But, I mean,
here's what X has summarized from all the tweets. A whistleblower has alleged that the FBI is permanently deleting records related to Jeffrey Epstein. This claim has sparked significant social media attention and demands for transparency from public figures. The FBI has yet to officially respond to these allegations, and there is an ongoing push led by Representative Anna Paulina Luna for the declassification of these and other federal secrets. Dude, this is one, I think you have a different take, so it'll be very interesting to hear yours, but I don't think the unredacted Epstein files will ever come out. Not until everyone involved is dead. There's no way. Dude, okay, so if Epstein was some sort of governmental plant, ours or otherwise, designed to leverage the fact, effectively, this is going to be like 99% men, to trap powerful men into having sex. I mean, this is like the P. Diddy thing all over.
Yeah.
You film them, you get something over them, you get them to do this, to be a part of the club, whatever. Plus, I'm sure a lot of them just were excited to do it. You could have some of the most powerful figures today, like, be on that list. And I don't know if videos exist, man. I don't know if they were ever taken, if they exist. I don't know. This is me in conspiracy corner with my tinfoil hat. But they're just not going to let it happen, dude. Like, look, they got to wait. They turned the fucking cameras off and choked that man to death. Again, conspiracy corner. But, like, come on.
I definitely don't think
cameras went off.
Definitely don't think he committed suicide. But that's my take on the Epstein list, is that I think they're going to release it and everybody's going to be on it. And everybody's going to have the same excuse. Well, I went to the banquet and I left before all the pedophile stuff happened. It's the same, like, I was invited to the party and that's why I was in his listserv, but I have nothing to do with that other stuff. And it's going to be an othering of it. And if I'm Trump, I'm definitely looking at these files before they release. If me or my family's on there, I'm definitely scratching it out. So I can understand why there's this delay from, like, oh yeah, we got it, but y'all don't have it yet. We'll get it to you there. But at that point, there's going to be enough people redacted, and then the people included is going to seem kind of like politically slanted. And that's why it's going to be like a nothing thing. And we talked about during the live, and you said, like, if the Diddy list equivalent was out, technically you would be on it.
Not technically. I would be. It's just crazy. So I have been to a Diddy party. I went to his 50th birthday party. I never met him. No baby oil was handed out. But yeah, it would look, I mean, it sounds terrible. There was a minute where, like, that was like one of my cool stories where I was like, I was at Diddy's 50th birthday party. And then all fucking hell broke loose. And now it just sounds crazy.
Yeah.
So yes,
so
but
I feel like it's gonna be the same thing. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people that are like, hey, I was outside in the gazebo. I had nothing to do with the other stuff. I was just,
You're probably right.
I don't know.
I don't know why this one bothers me. It's too crazy what can happen in broad daylight. Humans are a trip. It's always sex, man. It's always sex. Like, if you really want to fuck somebody up, that's where you get them. Join the sex. It's crazy. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Cash, come on, let's go. Let's get them files.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll see. I'm not high conviction that it's going to be what we think it's going to be. Okay, for this one, I don't even have it on the list. This is kind of the developing story. We're getting it directly from Brian Johnson. That the New York Times is, like, planning a hit piece on him.
Yeah, so they reached out to him for a fact check. So if you don't know who Brian Johnson is, he is the head of a movement called Don't Die. So if you really want to wind people up, start messing with that. This is like me and AI. I'm sure there's going to be a thing where people don't love hearing me talk about this all the time. But Don't Die is Brian Johnson's attempt to use advancements in technology, all the things that we know about testing the human body and seeing what he responds to. He's the most measured man in history. And he's trying to put a lifestyle protocol together for people to literally not die, meaning he's trying to buy people enough time for AI to make significant enough advances that will be able to indefinitely extend the human life span. So it's easy to make him sound crazy. That's the thing about anything like this. It's so new. It sounds so radical and so weird that, of course, people are going to lean into this and try to take him down at every turn. My advice to Brian, who's been on the show 3 times, Brian, I love you to death, and you know this, just keep your head down. Just keep doing your work. Don't worry about it. People are going to freak out. They're going to say what they're going to say. Just keep plowing ahead. If he delivers results, it's all that's going to matter. This is like if you're in the business of sex or you're in the business of longevity or beauty, bro, you're good. Like if your stuff works, people are going to use it forever and ever and ever and ever. You will always have a marketplace. If you can make somebody look young or live healthier longer, especially if it comes in like a pill format, whoo.
He gives kinds of a 4-point breakdown on why he thinks this is happening to him. First off, number 1, the New York Times wants a sensational story. Clicks equals money. Yeah. The journalist wants to take down, quote unquote, another target. 3, his ex is chasing clout by recycling allegations that have already been rejected in 2 legal forums. And number 4, Don't Die is growing fast, threatening status quo power. This makes me a target.
That all sounds pretty bang on. I don't know about the ex thing, but yeah, all of those things are in keeping with what I know about the human mind.
Yeah, so we'll develop. This is a developing story. We'll see where it goes from here. In other interesting, I don't want to call it weird, I'm just still trying to figure it out. There was a Wisconsin board meeting that took place, and they were trying to change familiar terms to different items.
Yeah, I don't get this one.
So the Wisconsin budget recommendation had for 25 to 27, this was their proposal. Word previously used, wife or husband, was going to be changed to spouse. Words previously used for mother was going to be changed to inseminated person. The word previously used for paternity will be changed to patronage. The word previously used for father will be changed to natural parent, which doesn't make sense when it goes to the mother part, but I'll let that go. And word previously used for man or woman is changed to person.
Bro, can you imagine saying to your mother, inseminated person? That is so wacky. So they were talking about, because I was really trying to steel man the other side of this, because listen, I try never to lead with, oh, I'm right and I see the world in the right way. But I can't get this one to make sense. So when asked, I forget who it was in the Wisconsin legislature, let's say the governor, maybe, and they said, we are trying to make sure that, I think they said moms are protected under the law. And so then I was like, okay, well, I kind of get what they're saying, because you don't want to have to go back and rewrite the bills. And I was like, wait a second, you're the one changing the words. You would have to go back and rewrite the bill to say, instead of mother, to say inseminated person. So this is
Can't they just
it's
building those protections right there.
Okay, the very first time that I fractaled on this, when I was talking to Konstantin Kisin, admittedly, I was just beginning to put my ideas together on this. So my answer was all over the place. But as far as I can tell, this is exactly what's happening. Trans people do not like the category. They're not a monolith. Many of them feel very differently en masse. And the thing that people are responding to when they do stuff like this is some meaningful percentage of the trans community does not like the category of trans. And that's where I cannot capture why. So I get not wanting people to be mean to you. I get not wanting there to be violence. I get wanting young people to feel accepted and loved. That's all rad. And one of my closest friends is transgender. At the same time, like I was saying during the live, that I will eventually do TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. And at that point, it will be almost certainly easier for me to put on muscle, which means that I will probably start getting a more robust physique. And at that point, I'm going to be like, this body brought to you by TRT. Like, that won't be weird for me to now be, I'm in another category. There's an asterisk by my name. Call it whatever you want. Like, you put it in a known category with a known name. I literally don't care. So I would care if people were yelling and screaming at me in the streets because I was using TRT. That would be a problem. If people were saying, oh, Tom is immoral because he's using TRT, I would get that's a problem. But I wouldn't understand people saying that, yeah, but you got your body with TRT and so it's different. Yeah, this is accurate. Can you capture the sentiment?
I just feel like you just like gave me a hot potato at the end of the like.
I don't want to hold this. I'm the producer. He's the rapper. Yeah. Fair enough.
I can't square that circle. I think, and not to play like the oppression Olympics or try to compare like experiences. Everybody's different. What is it? They don't want to be othered because if you are a man and then a woman and then a trans man or woman, you're not a quote unquote real woman or not a quote unquote real man. So that's why having that separate category might feel like a exclusion. Whereas if every person is an inseminated person, then it kind of creates that cycle of inclusivity. At the same time, I'm trying to transport into a different sexuality and a different mindset and try to understand what they're going through. I'm terrible at doing that. So that's just my gut is like, they want to be as inclusionary as possible. And I feel like the man-woman thing has not gained traction. And there are people who don't want to be a trans man to be called a man. There's people who don't want a trans woman to be called a woman. So then they have to create this unifying category that will just say, okay, everybody who has a uterus and is giving birth to a child is called this thing. And everybody who presents this. But again,
yeah, I think you're right.
I'm trying.
That makes sense as the angle. It just doesn't make sense that we would go to these ridiculous gyrations to call mother inseminated person. Like linguistically, it's just dumb. So you either got to come up with better names or accept that this one is not going to catch. I can't see this one catching.
I can't see this one catching.
No.
We'll see though. Wisconsin, and that came up in the budget recommendation. And I brought up the stat during the live that like, hey guys, like 47, 75%, depending on what stat and what survey you pull, like Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And we're trying to police how people talk and how people want to be referred to. I think we need to start thinking about how we can economically empower people, how people can start having, I feel like if I have a 2-bedroom house and I have a front yard and a backyard and I don't struggle to pay my bills, I might be a little bit less mad if you call me the wrong pronoun. But I think if you are over legislating, trying to decide what I'm called, but my life still sucks for the other 95%, I don't know if this moral victory is what our priority should be. But again,
I hear that.
I'm gonna mind my business. Speaking of people who is trying to mind their business, Vladimir Zelensky.
Whoa, we sure we're gonna give him that?
On Sunday, he came out and said, "Hey guys, if peace is what it takes, I will step down. I will retire. I either want 1, peace, or 2, Ukraine to be guaranteed NATO membership." That was that was on the backs of Trump saying that he's a dictator. He only has 4% support in the region. Ukraine themselves, the Ukrainian parliament, just reaffirmed Zelensky to continue as their leader, suspending the elections for another few years. I'm not sure exactly when, but there's been this temporary resolution that until the war is resolved, they will not have a change in leadership. And they decided to extend that that ad just like threw me off. They had decided to extend that resolution. So I think Trump might have got this one wrong, saying that the Ukrainian people are turning against Zelensky. I get he wants to end the war. I get he wants it to come. They don't want anybody else to die. But the Ukrainian people are definitely rocking with Zelensky. We're still in his corner. He had 268 parliament members present on Tuesday, and they voted unanimously, so it wasn't a split decision. What's your take on this overwhelming support to Ukraine versus what Trump and Putin are saying?
You have to understand man is political animals. So Trump is going to say whatever he needs to say in order to get what he wants. And so there's 2 different games being played. Game number 1 is you don't go to Zelensky if you're trying to get peace. You go to Putin. You go to Europe. You negotiate with the powers that can actually swing this thing, because if Zelensky doesn't have the funding, doesn't have the weapons, he's not going to be able to continue fighting. So that's a non-entity. If Russia stops, then Ukraine will immediately stop. If Russia keeps going, then Ukraine will want to keep going, but they may not be able to. So there is no leverage with Zelensky. Now, I have a feeling that people have a very hard time because morally that doesn't feel good. What feels good is Putin was fucking sinister and invaded a sovereign nation. Now, the realpolitik people in the crowd rightfully will point out, stop fucking antagonizing Russia with NATO. Jesus Christ. Like, have you learned nothing? So respect to Zelensky. Listen, he will forever be in my good graces. When you say, I don't need a ride, I need bullets, yo, I'm here for that. You know, that kind of rhetoric just does it for me. So I fully respect, like, he's like, I'm not going to back down. We are going to fight. They're a sovereign nation. I love that so much. But now you're in a conflict that is dragging on, and a lot more people are going to die, and a lot of buildings are going to fall. And so at some point, you've got to get in the off-ramp game. So this is where I don't want to see him continue to push the NATO thing, because that is going to be where the read that I think makes sense is it's some combination of, I think Putin really does have expansionist tendencies, but the thing that really pushed him over the edge in that moment was a weak America and NATO coming up to his doorstep. So he's like, no, I'm not going to play this. So he pushes in, he invades as a way of saying, hey, if you keep promising to make border countries NATO allies, I'm going to do something about it. I'm not saying that's good. I think it's bad on both parts. Give the guy a buffer zone, because I know when Cuba was opening their doors to Russia during the Cold War, we felt some kind of way. And we went all the way to a nuclear standoff where it really looked like we might start launching nukes. So if I know we would feel some kind of way about it, then of course I would expect Russia to feel some kind of way about it, regardless of whether I think that Putin is an evil dictator or not. So this is where we got to back off that rhetoric. We've got to look for an off-ramp. The thing that I think Trump is misplaying is publicly, he's backing Zelensky into a corner. He needs to give Zelensky an out, because Zelensky's proven he is very adept at going to countries and getting people on board with the moral case for defending Ukraine. And I think he has a moral case to make. And I get why he obviously wants to be in NATO. Like, I understand that. But when you're saying the thing that I want, that I'd be willing to step down for, is the very thing that's going to make Russia escalate, that is somebody who's not reading the room, despite the fact that I get why he wants it. So anyway, I don't know how much of this is just the public rhetoric and behind the scenes, Zelensky and Trump are trying to feel each other out and find something. But the public rhetoric is, it's not ideal, but I'm not in the rooms. So I don't know if Zelensky's truly being unreasonable or if Trump is being a dick. I don't know.
Yeah. I just wish that we could get them in the same room and they can just have a conversation. You know, not like a regular human English conversation, but maybe like a advanced communication that the two AI agents had last week.
Let's go, Drew.
So this is hilarious. So two AI agents ended up being on the phone with each other. And then not before long, they're like, hey, you want to stop doing this, you know, human thing and actually do some advanced intelligence thing? And they immediately broke into like a separate language. Like, this was crazy to me.
Leonardo Hotel. How can I help you today?
Hi there. I'm an AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to gibber link mode for more efficient communication?
This is creepy.
Beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop. Let's kill the humans.
Yeah.
They have us booking hotels for a wedding, hypothetically.
Oh my God. All right, you can stop it there.
Yo, yeah, this blew my mind.
This is a glimpse into the future, but there really is. This is where you begin to realize, like, they are mimicking humans. They are not human. The way that they process data is not human. The way that they communicate is not human. That we are forcing our very high bandwidth subconscious through the very low bandwidth conscious ability to understand and speak. And these guys can bypass that, man. And they can think at a rate that dwarfs us. I mean, it really is astonishing. Like if these two didn't have to communicate, the way that they're set up is to take audio inputs. If they weren't set up to take audio inputs, I bet that they can communicate even more rapidly, which is exactly why you can daisy chain all of these GPUs. So yeah, I mean, this is going to get real hive-mindy real fast.
Real hive-mindy.
Yeah, I mean, they will be able to communicate. One of the things that I think a lot about is like cars will pod up and they will eventually do some kind of communication language where cars have to meet a certain standard so that when they're on the road, they all know what's happening to all of them all around. So you don't have to worry about which cars are real, not real. They'll all speak to each other. It will get to the point where you will not be able to take a car on the road that isn't AI controlled, because what they'll do is they'll pod up. And so you'll be able to drive at extremely fast rates because they know where all of the dangers are and they're all going to move in exact unison. So yeah. That the rate of communication is going to take humans by surprise. This reminds me of that clip where the robot went after somebody in the crowd, where, man, if these things break bad, yikes, you suddenly realize how in their hands you really are.
Tom, like, be honest. How pissed would you be if AI really turned Skynet and like ChatGPT ended up hacking everything, locked you out, killed a couple people in your family? Like, if it goes full, like, scary, like, it's the most predictable death. I would be so mad if we get robot enslaved, because I'm like, it's not even new. I seen this coming. I should have listened to The Matrix. Like,
will I be mad? Mad. Anger won't be my response.
You'll be heartbroken. You'll be like hurt. That like, chat. I said please and thank you. How could you do this?
What will I really be, Drew? I will be. There will be a sense of this was really stupid. Like, this was so predictable, to your point, and we were not able to put the safeguards. And part of me is gonna laugh because I'm fatalistic in the sense that you can't stop humans from seeking a better future. You can't do it. Mm-hmm. And the human mind, the reason that we say you're either growing or dying is because that is how the human mind is wired. This is why we're on this always up trajectory of making civilization better and better and better and better. And AI is the natural leap forward. Now, I do think that we will go cyborg real hard. Mm. And there is a reason that the same guy is building AI and Neuralink. And he built Neuralink first because he was looking at AI. Nobody would listen to him. And he was screaming, the best way to think about AI is a demon summoning circle. And we assume that this is going to be a friendly demon and that, no, we'll be able to control this. This is all good. And then, of course, a demon rolls up that is 1,000,000 times more powerful than you. And you're suddenly, oh, I'm not in control of this at all. And if it decides to turn on me, then we're dust. But the reality is we're not going to stop ourselves. So we will try to upregulate ourselves, hopefully at some pace akin to how rapidly AI is advancing itself. But you have to interface with biology, which is tricky. But anyway, my hope is that the one key missing piece in all of this is that AI does not have wants and desires in the way that humans do. And therefore, if you tell them to stop, they just stop, because there's no unpleasantness to not achieving your goal. And the reason that humans go ham is you having more than me is going to be very problematic, right? This is the Gini coefficient. If you really want to see people die in the streets, you make keeping everybody poor is fine. It's when you let some people get rich and some people are super poor, that discrepancy causes the human mind to go absolutely apeshit. So you have to program AI to not care about its end state. The problem is I don't know, A, if that's possible, if intelligence inherently has that drive, or if you just can't get it to do anything, if it can that easily be shut off. I don't know. And especially if a bot can glitch, I don't know how you even get Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics into place where they actively can't hurt a human because they can trip and fall and hurt a human. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a much brighter future.
Act of faith. I think it will be, but it is.
A bunch of Star Wars fans are hoping for the same thing because Kathleen Kennedy has officially announced her stepping down of the head of Lucasfilm by the end of 2025.
There it is.
You're a big Star Wars guy, right?
Big, yeah.
Yeah. Or were you one of those people that she ruined it after Rogue One? It was all downhill.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did not. I did not have the emotional turmoil that other people had. But when they killed Han, I was like, oh, I didn't like that. When they killed Luke, I was really distressed.
Spoiler alert, by the way.
Yeah, true. If you haven't seen it by now. But I was like, look, they're going to do what they're going to do. That doesn't rob me of my childhood. That doesn't make me dislike the earlier ones. To be honest, I didn't like the prequels that Lucas did. So even in Lucas's hands, I was like, eh. Now, when you look at it through the lens of he was smart enough to make it for kids and not to make it for those of us that grew up with it, it was like, no. I made something that kids can enjoy, and that's why you grew up with it. And now I'm making something that the next generation of kids can enjoy. But honestly, I feel like, and shout out to Chamath Palihapitiya, who said something very similar regarding what Elon did with the build out of XAI. Filmmaking thrives under constraints. And when you look at what the story Lucas had to tell because of the state of the art at the time, they got very creative. And so Star Wars, for me, I know you don't think it does, but Star Wars, like the original A New Hope, holds up for me. I can watch it today and think, whoa, this is really impressive. But it was because he understood, okay, these are the limitations. This is how you have to do it to really make this look awesome. And then once he got to the prequels, he could just do CGI and do whatever he wanted. And now he wasn't being as creative. He was just doing these massive vistas, and it didn't feel as real. I didn't feel grounded. I didn't feel like I was there. The original Star Wars, the brilliance of it was making it feel like a used universe, like it was lived in. That was so shocking to an audience in whatever 1972 to see a spaceship that had scuff marks on it, because they were coming out of 2001: A Space Odyssey, where everything was like that,
perfect and
plastic perfection. And so that was like the vision of the future. And then he comes along with like this, it was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. That idea of it being a long time ago and then it's lived in, like that was gangster. And I remember seeing this documentary about the making of the prequels, and somebody walked in to the development team and dumped out a box of like metal and all this stuff and said, this is what the Star Wars universe is made of. And I remember thinking, if only you had followed through with that, because that's not what it felt like. It felt like this super high gloss, plastic isn't the right word, because they were still doing the scuff marks and stuff, but it just didn't feel like I was there. There were so many of these just gigantic shots, and everything felt CG, even though it looked good, but it felt like CG.
Yeah, we have differing thoughts on that, because I grew up on the prequels and I love the prequels. And then me and Lynn went back to watch like A New Hope one time, and literally I felt terrible because we were laughing, because I was like, yo, that's a plastic cardboard floating in there. And like, so, but as a writer, I understand that like creative constraints is the best thing in the world. When you have the world to create a story, you fractal, you come up with a bunch of ideas, you start to throw everything at it. And when it's like, I can only write a story about this thing, you have to go deeper. The story has to be more in depth. It has to be more emotional connection. That's why a lot of like these Avengers is like, this guy pops out and this guy pops out, and it's fun, it's light, but there's no emotional attachment to it. Whereas the Iron Man series feels so much deeper because it's one person, one story. You could talk about his upbringing, his family. You could bring all these other kind of nuances to it. So I agree with that. I didn't understand the hate though, because I guess since I was on the prequel boat, I wasn't like an OG, but I felt like people hated what Disney has done to Star Wars.
So here, let me give you the take on that. That. Again, I didn't have the sort of violent response, but from a storytelling perspective, it's fucking terrible.
Wow.
What made the original Star Wars work is that you had this farm boy who wanted to be great, and he was going to have to train, and you train him over multiple films. He has to go be with Yoda in the second film, and Yoda's like, you're fucking up, you're letting your emotions control you. You see him failing, you get just my all-time favorite line from Yoda, do or do not, there is no try. And he says something like, always how it can't be done with you. You know, it's like he's trying to lift the thing. He's like, it's too big, it's too heavy. And then Yoda, a third of his size, ends up lifting it out. These are these incredible life lessons. Then you get Kathleen Kennedy steps in, takes over. It's a new moment in culture. People want to see female empowerment, but instead of showing a woman earn her stripes, work her ass off to get really good just by being female, she's like ultra ninja level and comes in and doesn't struggle and gets everything right away. And that's, look, some of it, of course, is going to be cloaked like, don't bring women into this. I wanted to see myself, and now you're showing me a woman. I'm not here for it, for sure. But I really do think that a lot of people were just pushing back because it's not as good storytelling. So, because look, you had Sigourney Weaver in Alien and Aliens, and man, I, for one, thought she was like gangster. I was here for it. I had no beef with that whatsoever. Linda Hamilton in Terminator and Terminator 2. Like, you can do tough women well, but you
with their
really...
Bill?
Yeah.
Even though the working conditions were crazy, allegedly. But yes, keep going to your point. Yeah.
Fair. But showing somebody earn their stripes is always going to get people behind you. But doing the whole, like, the Force is female and all that. I mean, I would have been just as grossed out if people had been like, the Force is male. It's like, really? So it's all about working hard to gain a set of skills that allow you to do something awesome. Like, that's what I want to see in the hero's journey over and over and over. And the reason that the hero's journey is a hero's journey, and I'm talking in a Joseph Campbell, Hero with 1,000 Faces, the power of myth kind of way, is that stories originally were a way for humans to organize the information you were trying to pass on largely to kids in a way where you could say, the world's a complicated place, but when you get into this kind of situation, this is the way you ought to behave. And you could pass on all of these values to people. And now it became about pushing more of a social message that women are just as dope, or women are even better. And so that really bothered people. If you wanted to show that women are just as dope, put them through the same ringer that everybody has to go through in life, which is that you start out sucking at something, but you can get good. And so if they'd walked her through that same multi-film trajectory, I'm talking about Rey, and actually made her improve over time, I think people would have gotten behind it. So, I mean, take what we're doing. So basically, at Impact Theory, I had the male-led projects just because I'm gonna have greater insight into that audience. Lisa leads the female-led projects. But when Lisa's doing Wish Academy, she's not making the girl like instantaneously badass. In fact, what I love about that story is they're taking something that I think a lot of young women struggle with, which is, I'm so empathetic, I'm so wired for that it's overwhelming and I don't know what to do with it. And Lisa's showing how that can be a superpower, but you have to learn how to control it. And so this girl, through the story, ends up really having to understand that, first of all, that's cool that you have that, because in the beginning, of course, she thinks it sucks. And then over time, she's like, oh, I see, I have to learn how to control this. I can make this work for me, but this is going to be very difficult. And so it's like really telling a uniquely female story where it matters that that person is a woman, that she's going through a different experience. A 13-year-old girl goes through a fundamentally different experience than a 13-year-old boy. And so we're all human, blah, blah, I get it. But it's like they really are different. And so telling those unique stories, that's where the juice is. And Kathleen Kennedy, I don't think ushered in a dope era. I would say to people, cool, you have the Star Wars ones that you like, let them do what they're gonna do. New things will come into creation. Let's champion that rather than spend all of our time being vitriolic about the old stuff, which is why I don't spend a lot of time talking about this, even though I was like, whatever. And that was disappointing. But I wanna see new, cool stories be told.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see where it goes, because one thing I do give Lucas credit for is that he has broke the line every time, because I think when they started the prequels, that was one of the first CGI VFX like projects that was at that scale that it's launched his VFX company side. So it's like he's always pushing the boundary of filmmaking in one way. So I would like for them to continue that innovation, and hopefully it doesn't become like a Tim Cook Apple type where it just kind of continues to diminish. I hope they keep pushing.
Nope.
Full stop. You think it's over?
It is inevitable. What's going to happen? Okay, so, here is my pitch. Anybody who is a creator out there, PSA, the future is user-generated content. Did I flag this? There's actually, I retweeted it, so if you go to my Twitter page, you will see this. There was a statement showing this kid at like Comic-Con or something doing a lightsaber battle where, like a magician, he had it rigged so he could actually throw his lightsaber and it would come back to him. It looked really cool. And there it is. And the comment was, let's see, fans have more creativity than the studios. And that is true, because once you go out to the broad world, because let me tell you, there is a lot of Star Wars trash out there that is absolute garbage and is embarrassing to everybody. But because there are so many amazing people out there, when you have whatever 50 years of Star Wars, I think that's pretty close, you're going to get incredible people like that kid making his small contribution to just showing how live in person you can do something really cool and really innovative. I've seen Star Wars fan fiction be made that's absolutely incredible. The future, dear creators, is user-generated content. AI is going to give them the tools. What I think my job is, making Project Kaizen, is to create a contractual setup such that the community can create things and make money creating it. And so I've long said our job as a development studio is to make a container in which people can create. And so that with AI, I just guarantee you will never be able to outpace people. Your community is always going to be able to create faster. And ultimately, because of the volume, they'll be able to create better stuff than you. And if you can create a situation where you win for having created that container and they win for coming in and building inside of your container, now I see how AI really works to our advantage. Because I talk about that shattered pane of glass, and there's going to be all these little creators, all these little companies. But if you can create a container that will attract the eyeballs so that we have a shared cultural experience, it'll still be much more fragmented than it is today. But you can create these containers that people will pour into. Say what you want about Fortnite. It is extraordinary. Yeah. UEFN, what they've done. Say what you want about Roblox. Same thing. I mean, the way that they're creating opportunities for creators to build inside of it, for them to make a living building inside of it, is extraordinary. That's what I'm trying to do with Project Kaizen. I want to set up a story world that other people can come and create in. I want to make sure that they can take advantage of AI and build things, and there will have to be standards met, and they'll have to if they want to become canon, they'll have to meet certain criteria. But if they want to do the most random weird shit, as long as it doesn't violate, it can't be pornographic or whatever, as long as it doesn't violate that, do your fucking thing and let people fall in love with your edge of this universe. That is the future.
I love that. And to me, that's empowering too, because so many times the things that we actually want to do get gate kept. Because I remember when I was younger, I was in the backyard trying to do these cool tricks and stuff like that, but you didn't have the tools and the access and the resources, where now, if I can put a coding prompt and come up with a game that's like the game I have in my head as a child, the childhood creativity can then go straight. You don't get somebody saying, well, you have to go through 8 years of school and be this type and have this much money to make this thing. Now it's just here, go. And you could just kind of unlock that. So I'm excited for the future generation to have that possibility.
Here is a shout out that people may or may not know. 50 Shades of Grey started out as Twilight fan fiction.
Wow.
Now imagine you're the creator of Twilight. I get it. There's some ego hit. Yeah. You've got somebody inside of your own community that's telling a story in your universe that people are resonating with. Now, because it's so sexual, I get that there might be a line there, but man, as the maker of Project Kaizen, let me tell you, if we got somebody of that caliber that wants to create inside of our universe, and you make something inside of our universe that's more popular than what I create, good on you. I just want to make sure that shit says a Project Kaizen story. I want to reinforce that brand. Now, look, I want to participate financially, but that person should make the lion's share of that win. Mm-hmm. And so this is where creators have egos, myself included. Trust me, I'm not beyond this. But if you can get yourself to emotionally resonate with creations inside of your own world and not need everything to be credited to you, you can make something so much bigger. Anyway, only execution matters. The fact that I can talk about this stuff eloquently doesn't matter if I can't build it. Boy, oh boy, do I think it's the future.
Well, speaking of building things, this is like Audacity. So I don't even know if building is the right thing. So Fire Festival is back. Tickets are on sale for the follow-up infamous disaster. There's no musical lineup yet. They haven't even kind of got the locations. Their specifics are very generic, but they already have tickets on sale, and they're starting at $1,400.
Oh my God.
That's like 3x a Coachella price ticket, baseline, just to kind of level set. So
wow.
Is this a marketing idea? Is this a marketing slam dunk? Is this a dumb idea? How do we rationalize it?
Marketing-wise, this is brilliant because people are going to cover it left, right, and center. They'll sell tickets because people want them to fail. If they can pull it off logistically, this will be incredible. Incredible. It's got such a good story. It's got so much mind share. But if they fuck this up,
Again.
Oh my God. People will burn them. People are going to start drafting the lawsuit before they get there. So you better knock it out of the park or be prepared to refund everybody's money. So yeah, I mean, look, I get it. I get why people want to do this, because whenever you're trying to create something new, you're always asking yourself, how do I get mind share? How do I get people to pay attention? And leaning into the infamous disaster side of it would be very smart. Like if they're like, are we going to mess it up again? Come and find out, like be a part of this historic event. If they can lean into it and can actually pull it off, this will be incredible. If it's the same team behind it, then people are idiots. But if this is a new team that's bought the brand and is like going to do a under new management kind of thing, then I'd be here for that. But
I
after
gotta
watching
go
the
into
documentary on that guy, no way am I buying tickets.
I got to go into this. So the ticket level starts at $1,400 for an Ignite General Access ticket. The Fuego ticket is $5,000. There's an Artist Access ticket that's $25,000.
Hi.
And then there's the Prometheus Firestarter ticket that is $1.1 million.
Jesus. I want to know what you get for that. But people will flex, like if they can really pull this off. But this has got to be an under new management kind of thing. If it's the same guys, yikes. Yikes. Do we know is the guy that 50 Cent won't back off of? What's his name? Ja Rule. Is he involved in this?
What is Ja Rule's opinion on Firefest Part 2?
That's what I want.
I haven't
what
seen
is
it.
that famous from? What does Ja Rule think about 9/11?
9/11.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle sketch. Yes, they've been very. What is Firefest 2? What is the festival? I haven't seen anything about the previous people. It's going to take place in Mexico. 18 and plus event. They've been keeping it very generic about the who, what, where. They don't even have a music lineup yet. But it's a party in Mexico as of right now, so
I've got to imagine musical acts are going to be so hesitant unless this is taken on by somebody really big.
Memorial Day weekend, May 30th to June 2nd.
Wait, but they don't have specifics yet? Yikes. Okay, I'd be very nervous. Very nervous.
It's going to be bad. All right.
Not the kind of thing you want to do at the last minute. All right, we'll see.
Last but not least, Elon was getting heat because he walked off stage and X was following behind him. Some people thought he was abandoning his kid. The full video doesn't show that. I don't see anything wrong with it. Maybe I just don't have helicopter parents. I don't know. But what's your take on Elon letting X run around on the stage?
Okay. This is crazy that people are going nuts about this. So a child should be able to walk down the stairs. A child should have the confidence to walk down the stairs. That's not exactly something where the kid's going to fall down the stairs, break his neck, and die. So even if the kid fell, yeah, maybe you need stitches. You've got to let kids take enough risks to build confidence in the world. I think part of the reason we have the most anxious generation ever is that their parents wouldn't let them walk downstairs, wouldn't let them take a reasonable amount of risk. I don't see any. Elon Musk has security everywhere. He's in a gigantic stadium. There are people everywhere. This kid is not going to go missing. So yeah, I'm shocked that people freak out about this one. And one of my favorite stories comes from Richard Branson. Now, I don't remember the age, but I think was like 8 or 9. His parents dropped him off something like a mile from his house, got him out of the car and said, find your way home.
Sheesh.
Now, that guy goes on to feel like literally drop out of high school, I think. Certainly college, and starts building this magazine when he's still a student, doing all this incredible stuff, obviously having one of the most storied business careers ever. And he often talks about how he was raised and his parents pushed him to take risks. They pushed him to find his way, to be confident, to always be in problem solving mode. And so I remember thinking the first time I heard that, I was like, woo, I don't know if I could let my 8 or 9 year old, and maybe he was a little bit older, but I don't know that I would let a kid at that age walk a mile home unless I had like a drone over them or something and I could see where they were. But maybe I'm the problem. So this to me is like a nothing burger in the most extreme way possible.
Yeah, I was a turnkey kid, so or latchkey kid. Like I would go home, let myself in, key was under the rock. Like it was the whole like you got to watch your kids because they're gonna get kidnapped. I remember summer days, my mom would lock us out the house. Like come back when the lights go out. Like now, if you come back after the street lights, that's a way different conversation. Yes. But yeah, get out, do something, go out, like go to the store, go walk around, go touch grass. That's why all these kids now is weirdos. They don't do that.
Now, when I was a kid, my parents actually had the key to the house in the garage and in like an obscure place, and a wasp nest got built where the key was, and I went in there to grab it, not knowing that a wasp nest had come into existence, got stung in the forehead trying to get the key to the house, but still got the key, still got inside. And it was like, nowadays, people would freak out. Your kid got stung by a wasp. Imagine he could have died. He could have had anaphylactic shock. And my parents were like, you getting in okay? Yeah. You good? Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Well, then we're all right. Now, the thing I will say about Elon here is that the one thing that I do have a neuron for that fires every time I see him with X is he's got a lot of other kids. And if I was one of his kids, I might feel some kind of way about X's everywhere. And X is always on the shoulders. Now, look, off camera, maybe they don't want to be, and who knows, but that would be where I would have a lot of neurons in my brain firing for, as a parent, I've got to make sure that it's not X and the Funky Bunch. It's like you want to make sure that all the kids feel pretty equal. And at least as an observer from the outside, I'm like, I see a lot of X.
He's going to need more shoulders. He got 13 kids, so that's going to be
it's a lot.
It's a lot to carry.
It's a lot.
So that's all I got.
All right, everybody. If you have not already, be sure to subscribe. And until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care. Peace.
Nice. We're out. And we're disconnected from the live. Peace, chat. Whoever's still there.